Prologue. Inside a cramped room filled with all sorts of garbages that a young man whose visual appearance looked to be at his late teenage years could be seen seating before a computer screen. The young man's figure looked slender, his countenance pale, yet the zealous light burning within his eyes indicated his determination on completing the game before him. With a click of the mouse, the two-dimensional figure of what looked like a young woman gave a sweet smile. "I understand your feelings, and I also think so. But are you really going to give up just like that?" Her voice contained an ethereal tone within it as the figure of the young man shivered. The hand he used to hold the mouse slightly trembled as tears fell from his murky and darkened eyes. His expression looked like he struggled about something. But soon, a flash of resolve surged within his eyes as he tapped on the mouse. "I'm sorry, Rin-san, but it is my decision. Thank you for everything so far." The scene before him changed, replaced by a scene of two figures walking towards the opposite direction from each other. An elegant background music that brought with it a sorrowful air rang out as Dan's figure continuously trembled in anguish. He had no other choice to save the best. He had to make some sacrifices, and the one he sacrificed was a childhood friend. He sacrificed it for the sake of the true waifu. Though he didn't have any regrets, the sensation of sacrificing you loved for the greater good still destroyed his young and maiden heart. Taking a tissue from the side, he wiped his face before standing up and washing his face in the bathroom. The sensation of emptiness crept over his body. This feeling really doesn't go old, he mumbled, and each time he completed a masterpiece or his favorite novel, he would feel this emptiness which threatened to devour his entire soul. Fortunately, he had a favorite manga that started publishing in the 20th century, but now, though it was already at the year 1995, his favorite manga, One Piece, was still ongoing. He felt somewhat proud about the fact that he could endure the massive chapter fillers which dotted the entire volumes. The young man's name was Dan Gabriel Luther, living somewhere inside the small island of the Philippines called Cebu. Ever since he was young, he had a complete obsession towards anime and games to the extent that he neglected his studies, the country where he lived and was known for valuing education higher than everything else, and as a result, Dan was exiled from his family. Fortunately, his family gave him a portion of his inheritance, and Dan was able to continue his life of laziness and depravity. Dan lifted his head and stared at the time that it was already 8 in the morning. Stretching his limbs, he stood up and prepared for his morning routine. Placing his computer into hibernation, he walked toward another room where his full set of gym equipment laid in. After training his entire body for about an hour, Dan took a shower and returned back to his cluttered room. Pushing the mess of junk foods and tissues aside, a wry smile leaked on his lips as he thought, "I wonder why I am still training my body when I am eating all of this junk." He shook his head as the illumination from the computer revealed the prized treasures that he kept all these years. Innumerable figurines of his favorite waifu and all sorts of collectibles from animes could be seen neatly piled inside a bookshelf. Despite the fact that Dan didn't even clean his room, his bookshelves full of these treasures looked clean and pristine. "My treasures," he mumbled before turning back to his computer and opening a certain website whom he earned most of his income. The website where all sorts of mysteries and worlds thrived under the pen of the authors. Inside that website, Dan assumed the identity of the adventurer and was currently writing the ancient cultivator in modern world. The H-Ice hands turned into a blur and danced around the keyboard as rhythmic tapping sounds destroyed the tranquility of the room. H-Ice eyes completely focused on his task. Dan heaved a sigh of relief when he completed his first chapter of the day, but little did he expect that after writing his chapter, the comments that he received were full of negativities. His expression turned somber. The fresh wounds in his heart that came from the disappearance of his childhood friend resurfaced as Dan couldn't help but continuously tremble in a mixture of anger and sadness. Closing his novel's page, he calmed himself down and listened to some nightcore music. His morning routine looked as average as ever and was gradually becoming repetitive. Each time he received negative comments, he would ruminate about it and try to learn where he went wrong. Suddenly, his eyes flashed in a light of inspiration as he hurriedly opened Inkstone and typed in these words, Chapter 100. Departure. The idea for his 100th chapter turned into a stream of information of which he continuously wrote, but little did Dan expect that someone had actually crept up behind him. Engrossed in the brilliant idea that he had, it didn't even take long until Dan pressed the publish button as a smile of success crept out on his lips. Finally, 100 chapters. I hope that my readers won't roast me too much. He lightly chuckled and started reading his novel from scratch, that he became adamant in finding out the faults that he made in the course of his writing. However, little did he expect that when he saw his favorite character dying at a certain chapter, the sensation of sadness that he received from his favorite visual novel the negativity from the trolls, and the shock of witnessing his favorite character's death. All combined into a lethal concoction which gave him a cardiac arrest. As he fell onto the ground, Dan mumbled, "Please let me transmigrate or at least reincarnate." Amidst his darkening consciousness, Dan stared at the masterpieces that he collected before he whispered his final words in this world. "Please let me be a woman in my next life. I'm tired playing this game called Life in the Veteran difficulty." He lightly chuckled as his consciousness darkened. Never to return again. Chapter 1. Continent of Dawn. On the Empire of Dawn's capital city, the City of Cloud, numerous people could be seen, holding flags engraved with the symbol of the Empire, their faces painted with excitement and joy as they cheered in praise of the victorious return of Zaramias Longinus. This Zaramias was considered as one of the strongest cultivators of the Empire of Dawn. He protected the Empire's border from its enemies, so that they wouldn't dare to invade. Because of this, the neighboring Empire, the Empire of Eternal Faith, attacked in anger, but was quickly subdued by the fiery blood army that Zaramias himself raised on his own. Upon hearing his success, the Emperor himself gave him his rewards and commendations along with a blank imperial decree wherein he could write whatever request that he wanted. But when he arrived, he didn't answer the Emperor's summons. Instead, he frantically ran towards the Longinus clan's estate. Every servant present in the area knew the reason why the mighty commander was so frantic. It was all because of the young master. It was said that while Zaramias guarded the border, that bastard actually tried to take advantage of the Batian clan's young miss. And when he was caught, he even refused to offer his apologies, but instead acted arrogantly and domineering, all the while insulting the clan of the latter. Because of this, the clan chief of the Batian clan became unable to hold his anger as he viciously attacked the young master, causing the latter to fall down on the ground while coughing litters of blood. However, instead of regretting their actions, the Batian clan righteously declared that it was not their fault that the young master of the Longinus clan fell unconscious. Fortunately for them, the young master didn't die, which prevented a huge disaster happening to their clan. The young master of the Longinus clan was not only known for being arrogant, but also for being a womanizer. It was said that one's hands and toes wouldn't suffice to count the number of women that he had deflowered. Sitting under a tree trunk was a young man whose visual appearance looked to be of 16 to 17 years old, his expression devoid of any ripple as he stared at a thick book that he held in his hands. Occasionally, his eyes would flash in excitement, and sometimes it would shine in anticipation. But mostly, the light within his eyes looked dull and bored. For the past 2 weeks, the so-called young master of the Longinus clan had been collecting books regarding history and cultivation and had been earnestly reading it by himself. However, little did they realize that he was not actually reading it. Instead, he was integrating it into the database of the peculiar system that he had obtained, the Assassination System. After collecting all sorts of information these past days, he finally became bored as he yawned, tilting his head towards the skies. His eyes shone in a melancholic light as he remembered the ongoing anime and doujinshis that he would never be able to watch once again. Back then, it was already the year of 2095 and One Piece was finally about to end after 20,000 chapters. Sadly for him, he never saw through the end since he died from feels after reading his favorite novel. Sighing in his heart, he reorganized his thoughts as he remembered the information that he obtained regarding this body's previous owner. Identity that he assumed right now was the Longinus clan's young master, Dan Longinus. This Dan Longinus was a well-known trash and tumor of the entire city. Not only his talent in cultivation was garbage, and despite the fact that his cultivation was quite good thanks to the resources that he enjoyed inside the clan, his attitude didn't make him worthy as a cultivator since he disliked violence and murder the most, to the extent that he would endlessly fawn over someone just to have them spare. His life in this world where the strong was respected, someone like him would never amount to anything and would surely die early without a proper burial. But even though he had garnered the ire of literally everyone in Cloud City, no one dared to openly attack nor despise him. After all, the huge name of the Longinus clan stood behind him as his bastion. However, by the time that Dan Longinus returned to the estate in an unconscious state, nobody knew that he was already dead. And now, it was actually the soul of another person inside the body of the former. Closing the book, Dan stood up, carried the book with him as he mumbled, "Since the sun is shining this bright, and its angle has considerably changed in compared to daybreak, it should be the time for me to eat some lunch." He walked towards a mansion, but before he could enter, a frantic maidservant greeted him as she said, "Young master, your father, General Zaramias, is here." After the servants spoke these words, Dan's expression flickered. A smile hung on his face as he greeted a sturdy and olden figure coming his way. Clasping his hands together, Dan bowed before saying in a clear voice, "Father, your son, welcomes your arrival." Zaramius stared at his son, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. When he heard the message about what his son did towards the daughter of the Batian clan, scanning his son's figure, Zaramius noticed that he held a book, and he said in curiosity, "Son, it seems like you now have an idea about how you should a CTTO think that you're actually reading books regarding cultivation." A smile crept on his face as he said those words. Dan's expression brightened, but inwardly, he frowned, for he knew that according to the memories of the previous owner of this body, his father, Zaramius Longinus, couldn't easily be fooled. A flash of suspicion ran through the former's expression as he mused. "Dan, no matter what you did, you're still the proud son of mine." His eyes shone in a critical light. "I will ask the Batian clan for an explanation." Dan's expression became tender, and his eyes glimmered in gentleness. Back at his previous life, his parents didn't even care for him, and to have someone acting gently like this to him was a foreign sensation for him. His face flashed in a solemn light. "You need not worry about that, father. I started the matter, so I will deal with this myself." A domineering aura enveloped his body as he declared, staring at his son, whose attitude went a complete change. He didn't know what to react. But soon, a small smile of satisfaction spread on his lips as he walked towards his son, tapped on his shoulders before saying, "I see. Since you're saying that you will deal with it by yourself, I won't bother with it anymore. However, if you ever ran through a quagmire, remember that you have me behind your back." Between this father and son, words were useless as Zaramius calmly retreated back to his room, leaving his son, smiling to himself as he thought, "This must be the reason why the previous owner of this body became so complacent about himself. However, since I'm in his body now, it could be said that as father I also my father, and all of his previous grievances I will definitely solve. First thing first, let me open this beginner's pack first." He became excited as he went back to his room. After making sure that there was no one around him, Dan opened the system's main menu and opened the beginner's pack reward inside the system's virtual inventory. Skill Coupon 1. A floating icon of a scroll with a skill coupon name manifested in the air. Dan tapped on it, and the scroll exploded with a blinding light as a notification sound echoed within his mind. Regaining his sight, he found a system notification before him. Skill name, Absolute. Disguise, skill effect. An excellent disguise is the assassin's best friend. With an impeccable technique of deceit, how could someone reveal your true identity? Skill duration. Until the user turns it off. Skill costs. Half of the user's chi. The sheen of excitement on his expression intensified as he stared at the skill name and thought, "God damned it. This is really too timely." Calming his nerves, Dan walked out of the Longinus clan's residence, heading for the direction of the Batian clan region, donning his disguise. Dan now looked like a callous middle-aged man. The smell of iron constantly wafted around him, making the people that walked past him instinctively evade him with fear. He soon arrived before a restaurant where he entered and sat on the third floor, staring at the direction of the two teenagers, laughing and teasing as they dined. "Now that I think about it, it seems like that bastard from the Longinus clan is still alive." The young man, dressed in luxurious clothes belonging to those with nobility, said, "Yeah, it seems like he has the blood of a cockroach inside his veins." The gorgeous young woman before him snickered in disdain when he remembered the lustful expression of that frog who tried taking advantage from her. "Well, you know that saying? Like father, like son. Since his father is also a cockroach, that could only mean that he took the image of his father." The young man sneered in response. The young woman chuckled in delight after hearing the young man's reply. She twirled the glass wine on the table with her hands as she said, "Brother really is still the best." The pair of siblings continued on their meal, but little did they know that a coldly smiling figure stared at them, intently on the sidelines. Several hours later, the two of them walked out of the restaurant, with the young woman carrying with her a dessert that looked like an ice cream. They walked together under the darkness of the night, on a dim path towards the forest. Dan knitted his eyebrows. What are they doing inside the forest this late of the night? He followed suit, but his figure froze when he heard hushed and pleasure-filled moans, echoing from the direction where the two disappeared. What in the actual FCK? Are they doing something like what I'm thinking right now? Dan calmed his mind, snickering to himself. He took a profound imagery stone from his virtual storage. He didn't expect that the two who came from the same father but a different mother would engage in such an activity. "You like that you F-kin BTCH? Are you still going to let that trash from the Longinus clan take advantage of your body?" The young man slapped the pearly white butt before him as he thrust. "Please no, I won't do it again. I won't do it again, so please forgive me." The young woman hollered in pain, but her eyes still shone in a glazed light. She even took the initiative to match his movement as she bobbed her, but Dan, who observed at the sidelines, was already speechless. Why the hell are you including me in such a dirty talk? He inwardly thought as the glimmer of the profound imagery stone captured all the activities that they did. Soon, their activity reached a crescendo and their breathing merged with each other as they arrived at the climax. Huffing and puffing, the young man separated his body from her as a milky white liquid dripped from the young woman's lower body. The latter took a garment from her chest pocket as she wiped himself. She even knelt down and cleaned the former's lance with her mouth as she stood up and suffusing a satisfied smile. She said, "It's getting quite a bit late. How about we return for today? We could just continue at home." The prospects of continuing their lecherous activity at home excited the young man as he quickly nodded, and soon the two disappeared from the scene, not even noticing that a wickedly smiling figure who was observing them from the side. All this while, to think that I would get a grasp of such a precious material in such an unexpected way. Dan walked out of the forest. And since the Batian clan always fought vigorously against his clan, he couldn't help but anticipate the advantages that he would take as long as he had this piece of evidence. Morning soon arrived, and Dan walked out of his room, feeling refreshed as he thought about the events that occurred last night. But as soon as he stepped inside the hallway, rowdy voices of complaints and the voice of his father, refuting someone, could be heard at the front yard of the mansion. Frowning, Dan walked outside, and there he found the Batian clan chief along with the two step-siblings, staring at Zaramias with a grieved expression on their faces. "How could you be like this? It was clear that your son was the lecherous one. We're just here to ask for compensation about the mental trauma that my daughter suffered." The Batian clan chief, Zacharias Batian, cried out. The young man covered his sibling behind him as he stared coldly at Dan's direction. Dan shrugged, for he noticed that the eyes of the former contained a deep mocking and disdain towards him. "Mental trauma. Do you know how serious the injury that my son suffered under the hands of your guards? If not for the fact that I spent at least a fourth of my assets to buy a medicinal pill for him, he would not be standing right now. So what? Your son is now healed, but my daughter still suffers from nightmares because of that event. What nightmare are you talking about? Are you trying to pull my leg? Are you saying that I'm lying? Is that what you're implying?" The two men fought with words, and soon as their banter intensified, Dan interjected at the side. "Father, it's fine. Let's just compensate them so that this matter will be over for good." His father's eyes flashed in confusion. Back then, he would always urge me to help him compensate his enemies. But now, why is he acting like this? Zacharias didn't expect that Dan was really that timid. Inwardly sneering in disdain, he pointed his finger at him and said, "You must compensate my daughter with at least an Earth-grade excellent rank pill." Zaramias frowned. "Bastard, stop being so cheeky, as if I would compensate you with something like that. It has to be known that the rankings of pills were divided into three, namely mortal, earth, and heaven, that a mortal-grade pill was already so rare, much less an earth-grade pill. Well, if you can't fork out at least that much," Zacharias sneered in his heart. The reason why he requested such a steep price was because he was sure that Zaramias could never hand him over such a precious and expensive pill. His eyes gradually swept over at Dan. "How about we have your son serve inside our clan as a servant for half a month? Are you mocking me?" Zaramias thoroughly exploded as his expression reddened in anger and shame. Zacharias chuckled in his heart. "Mocking? I'm certainly not doing that. How could I do that to such a mighty general like you?" The two siblings that observed all this while already stared at Dan with a venomous light within their eyes. Dan only shrugged. Patting his father at his shoulders, he focused his gaze towards the young man behind Zacharias and said, "Young master of the Batian clan, did you properly clean yourself last night?" His strange inquiry froze everyone in the scene. His father's anger surged as he said, "What bullshit are you talking about, Dan? If you're just trying to fool us, then back down." The young man stared at Dan with a confused expression on his face. Noticing the former's visage, Dan lightly chuckled as he continued, "That's not good. You should properly wash after doing such a steamy activity last night at the Forest of Seclusion, right? While you in GMSDR?" Dan purposely lengthened his tone at the last part of his sentence. His eyes momentarily glanced at the young woman beside him as he stared at the two, with a meaningful gaze within his eyes. He even showed them a glimpse of a profound imagery stone as the young man's expression shook with fear. Zacharias noticed this change, and he asked, "What's going on here? What steamy activity? Could it be that you're hiding something from me?" "Ivan, father, let's go back for now." Ivan spoke with a slow tone filled with anger and humiliation. The young woman beside him also turned pale in terror as she remembered the fact that Dan had used profound imagery stone, and judging from the tone of his voice and the hints that he threw at them, she knew that he definitely knew about their secret activities, and even had it recorded inside that stone. Zacharias's eyebrow lifted. Realizing the upheaval inside his son's mind, he grimly nodded his head, throwing a fierce look at Dan, and glancing momentarily at the dumbfounded Zaramias. The group walked out of their estate with their tails tucked deep in their ass. Batian clan region, Batian clan manor. A vexed Ivan stared at his father with a wronged expression on his face. "Father, no matter what happens, we must get our revenge." Hearing his words, Zacharias turned towards the former with a helpless expression on his face. "I was planning on compensating them earlier, but you're the one who held us back. Just what is going on with you?" Because of the angle, Zacharias didn't see the profound imagery stone, and he became suspicious about his sudden change of heart. Turning toward his daughter, he found that she also had the same flushed expression. Ivan repeatedly coughed in an effort to diffuse the strange atmosphere. "Father, let's just stop talking about that bastard. It's about time for lunch. How about we have something to eat first?" "I'm sure. Elder Sis here is also quite hungry." Zacharias became indifferent. Not replying to his son's question, he started walking towards the direction of the dining room. Looking at the disappearing figure of Zacharias, Sophia's eyes swept over at Ivan as she spoke. "What are we going to do now? It seems like that trash actually got a hold of what we did last night." Her expression turned venomous as she pointed at him. "Shut up, BTCH. Can't you see that I'm thinking about it? If not for you being so effkin horny, we wouldn't be caught." Ivan's expression flushed, his eyes full of anger and shame when he remembered Dan, who cheekily presented them with that profound imagery stone. "Now it's my fault. Aren't you the one who led me there?" Sophia's expression became bedraggled. Ivan, whom she scolded, became irritated with her actions as he turned around and said, "I'll look into this myself, since I bet you will not going to help anyway." He coldly snorted and walked away from the residence. Sophia, who was left behind, tightly clenched her fists. "If not for the fact that you're still useful to me, I, the rightful daughter of father, wouldn't even do this with you." Her eyes flashed in an icy cold light before heading to the direction of the living room. Equals 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 equals. Arriving inside the warehouse, Dan searched for the items that he needed. Several minutes later, he came out with a crossbow and a quiver filled with 6 bolts. Placing it inside his virtual storage, Dan walked out, his expression devoid of impatience as he calmly strode along the hallway. The servants greeted him with respectful smiles as he continued on his way towards the Forest of Seclusion. Upon entering the Forest of Seclusion, Dan noticed something odd. He turned his shoulders to the right and used his peripheral vision to scan, but when he found nothing, he went on while inwardly mumbling. Dan walked at a constant pace towards the deeper parts of the forest. However, he didn't hunt for any beasts. Instead, he analyzed the plants around him. Plucking a 4-leaf clover whose leaves had black and white strips on it, he curiously stared at it before asking the system to analyze. Name: zebra clover. Effect: nothing in particular. Hidden effect: nah, nothing. Throwing the clover, the feeling of imminent danger rose within his heart as he swiftly leaped towards the side, followed by an explosion that occurred at his initial location. Bang! Taking advantage of the dust that sprung in the air, Dan took his crossbow from the virtual storage and ducked, scanning the area for the enemy's location. Visually confirming that there was no one before him, Dan had no choice but to ask for the system's help. System: locate the enemy's location along with their weaknesses. System function initiating 35%. System function completed. Results: 2 enemies at 12 o'clock, 1 at 6. It, a pincer attack. His mind crazily spun before his body moved. Striking a nearby tree trunk with his feet, he used it as a leverage to evade the incoming attacks of the 3-dot clang. Clashing sounds of metal striking against each other resonated. Dan scoped in with his crossbow, pointed it at the enemy at his 6 before pulling the trigger. Pew! The arrow flew, but the figure easily avoided it with a sidestep. Witnessing their ghost-like movements, Dan gritted his teeth, took a small jade bottle filled with a viscous liquid from his virtual storage and quickly applied it at the tip of the arrows, all the while evading the constant attacks of the 2 assassins. Blood continuously dripped from the injuries that dotted his body. However, his eyes still shone in a light of stubbornness and determination, which astounded the 3 assassins, for they knew that if the bastard was a trash, by this time, he would be kneeling down on the ground, begging for respite. Gripping their daggers, the 3 of them resolved to finish this job faster so that they could return earlier. With a whoosh, their figures formed a triangle formation, thoroughly sealing Dan's escape route. Dan stood still. But inside his mind, the simulation of the system rapidly spun while his mind also moved faster than ever under this crushing pressure of death. Within the next second, Dan decided his next course of actions as he leaped sideward and backward, evading the attacks of the two assassins in front. Twisting his body in midair, he greeted the dagger of the remaining assassin, all the while holding a crossbow with his right hand. The assassin's expression flickered, just from the trajectory of his attack alone. If the young man got hit, he would surely die without any doubt. Yet he's not doing anything to dodge. Wait. That's wrong. This bastard is aiming for mutual destruction. His eyes widened in shock as Dan slightly retracted his left shoulder to avoid a clean hit on his heart. Meanwhile, his crossbow bolt laced with poison plunged deep within the assassin's jugular as fresh blood scattered, staining the ground in a scarlet hue. Poochie! The assassin's dagger descended on his left chest, burying deep as a sharp pain coursed through his nerves. Gritting his teeth, Dan prevented himself from screaming, yet his throat emanated a deep growl akin to that of an enraged beast. Fresh blood trickled down his chest, soiling his pure white robe in a crimson sheen. Paired with his ferocious expression, he thoroughly looked savage and barbaric. The two assassins gulped a mouthful of saliva. Their actions didn't go unnoticed by Dan, who crazily chuckled. "You bastards must have come from the Batian clan, right?" His words resonated in the air as the two jolted for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. "We're not from the Batian clan. We came from the Night Rangers Association, and since someone paid us to take your life, we will surely do it at all cost." Really? Staring at the man's nonsensical attempt on hiding his blunder, Dan continued chuckling as he said, "You don't need to fool me anymore like I'm a child. Your fast heart rate and your trembling hand as you hold that dagger is the best evidence that you're not a cold-blooded assassin. If you're trying to fool someone, then you better not try it on me." Dan clutched the dagger lodged on his left chest as he slowly took it. The faint sound of flesh being ripped echoed clearly inside the silenced atmosphere. Dan's display of ferocity and stubbornness made the hearts of the two assassins tremble in fear. "I'll be borrowing this for a bit." Dan viciously smiled, holding a crossbow bolt on his right hand and a dagger drenched with fresh blood on his left hand. He looked like the incarnation of the god of war as he said, "Are you guys going to attack or not?" His eyes flashed in a teasing and murderous light as he continued, "If you're not going to attack, then I will." His figure sped towards the frightened assassins as both of them retreated backward. Even though the two were intimidated, that doesn't mean that he wouldn't take them seriously. Evading the frantic counterattacks of the immature assassins, Dan rolled on the ground as he flicked his wrist, sending a crossbow bolt flying at the jugular of his enemy. Poochie! A sound of penetrated flesh rang clear, followed by a dull thud, indicating the death of another man, as the remaining assassin hurriedly threw several jade bottles which exploded into a thick mist, reducing visibility for Dan. But how could he escape under Dan's heightened senses? With a flick of his wrist, a crossbow bolt flew at 3 o'clock as a miserable groan resonated. A dull thud soon followed, and the forest regained its tranquility. Soon, the smoke dissipated, revealing the scene of utmost destruction and gore. One of the assassins that Dan slashed at Dan looked as if his head would fall from his neck. Huffing and puffing, Dan's eyes flashed in solemnness. Realizing that his vision started tunneling, he knew that he didn't have much time left. If the effects of adrenaline simmered down, he understood that an excruciating pain will definitely follow suit. With swift movements, Dan gritted his teeth, searched for any relevant items that he could acquire as his spoils of victory. Unfortunately, the bastards didn't even have a copper coin or any pills that can help him recover. Cursing his heart, Dan erased all traces of evidence by burning their bodies. Apart from the changed terrain due to the intense battle, one would find this particular area of the forest as normal. After all of this was done, his mind relaxed, followed by a sharp pain that surged from his shoulder as blood once again erupted from his wound. Gwa! Dan fell on the ground, twisting and squirming. That it was the first time for him to experience such an agonizing pain. Since he was a sheltered man in his previous life, he was seldom injured, and the most painful experience that he had when it comes to injuries was stepping on a Lego. Just stepping on a Lego back then made him scream like a girl. But compared to what he was experiencing right now, the difference was like heaven and earth. His face full of beaded sweat and his expression pale like paper. His teeth chattered as he pushed his right palm on the wound, effectively diffusing the bleeding. Opening his mouth, he spoke these words amidst his gritted teeth. "System, use the limits of my body as the benchmark and create a percentage of how much damage I can still take. System function simulation initiating, 35%. System simulation completed. Dan Longinus, 35%. A health bar along with a percentage manifested in the air. Staring at the crimson-red health bar, Dan forced his body to stand up as he groggily walked toward the outer area of the forest of seclusion. "At this pace, I will be dead when I arrive there." his eyes flashing in solemnness. Glancing at the vegetation around him, Dan instructed the system, sort out all the knowledge of medicinal herbs that I acquired from the library, and give me the information about those herbs that I can get in here. System function simulation initiating. 35%. System simulation completed. Blood coagulating grass, 100 stalks grass, ginkgo biloba, panax ginseng, rainbow cap mushroom. Numerous list of herbs materialized in the air. Clicking his tongue, Dan ordered system delete the herbs that cannot be obtained in 5 minutes. Ding! Blood coagulating grass. Panax ginseng, rainbow cap mushroom, forest panacea. Dan quickly tapped on the blood coagulating grass as a holographic image depicting the characteristics of the grass floated in the air before him. Focusing his gaze, Dan scanned the area around him, particularly near the tree roots, and there, a tree about 5 meters away from him, a blood-coagulating grass calmly swayed along with the air. Found you. He strode in big steps. Arriving before the grass, Dan uprooted it, crushing it into a paste mixed with his blood as he applied it to his wound. That a warm surge of itchiness took over the hole in his left shoulder as the profuse bleeding decreased in intensity. Sighing in his heart, he slowly resumed his journey back to the Longinus clan estate, covering his body with a robe that he took from his assailants. Dan merged with the crowd, entered a narrow alleyway before scaling it and leaping towards the backyard of the mansion. Although there were numerous restrictions in place to prevent spies or burglaries, since Dan was recognized by the formation, he wasn't sanctioned as he entered his room, all the while maintaining his silenced footsteps and taking advantage of the surrounding terrain as cover. Entering his room, Dan took several medicinal pills from a nearby cabinet before chugging them down as he fell on the ground with a thud. His exhausted body and mind finally found respite as he slowly entered his dreamland. An unknown amount of time passed as Dan's consciousness gradually awakened from slumber. Opening his murky eyes, Dan scanned the familiar room and found that it was nighttime. Fortunately for him, his father became busy about official matters, which gave him enough time to hide his injuries, because he was known as an arrogant and easily angered young man. The servants didn't dare to knock on his door to tell him that it was time for dinner, and so Dan felt incomparably hungry to the extent that he could eat a whole hog if he wanted to. Seating down, he leaned on the wall as he remembered the events that happened earlier in the day. The wound on his left shoulder still ached in pain, but it wasn't as intense as the pain that he felt back at the forest. Now that I think about it, I didn't have much time to explore this assassination system since I was quite busy learning about the matters of this world. Since I have some free time anyway, how about I explore for now? He inwardly thought. Raising his hand in the air, Dan opened the system menu as a user interface manifested. My account, settings, save, load, options, item shop, rage gauge, inventory, quests, rage gauge. Apart from this, all of the icons were familiar to him, and so he curiously tapped as a three-dimensional glass gourd appeared in the air. The glass gourd didn't have any contents, and when Dan tapped onto it, a system notification surfaced. Rage gauge absorbs the attacks of the enemies, and once full, release it in a single devastating strike. Wait, so this is kind of like the rage gauge of BDO. The only difference is this one is released instead of absorbed. He cupped his chin as he pondered. Returning to the main menu, Dan tapped on the inventory icon. After finding nothing, he went back to the main menu and opened the quest list. Seeing the empty list, Dan returned to the main menu, and there when he once again stared at the lineup of buttons, he finally noticed the existence of the load and save button, his expression flashing in excitement. He curiously tapped on the save button as a notification surfaced. Do you want to save the current instance? Y/N. Tapping on the Y button, the system replied, current instance saved. Remaining save, 9. Remaining load, 8. His eyes widened in shock. The save and load feature is not unlimited? He facepalmed when he realized that he just wasted a save file. Sighing in his heart, he regained his calm after a moment of contemplation about the meaning of life. He then returned at the main menu and pressed on the My Account button. Name, Dan Gabriel Longinus. Age, 16. Status, the young master of the Longinus clan. Stats, STR, 0.50. Int, 3. Dex, 0.23. Agi, 0.90. STA, 2. For reference, one stat point equals an average human stat. Cultivation. Middle stage of the flesh tempering realm. System evaluation. Weak AF. Reading the end of the prompt, Dan's expression became bleak, for he knew the reason why this body couldn't even compare to those of the average person. First, although the previous owner of this body cultivated martial arts, the bastard was very lazy that in his 16 years of age, he only achieved the middle stage of the lowest realm. But Dan's determination didn't diminish. After all, He reincarnated inside the world of those novels that he read. How could he not be thrilled? He sat cross-legged in the air and ordered the system, arrange the memories of the previous owner of this body, sort out the information about the Longinus clan's cultivation method, and place it inside a folder named Main Cultivation Method. System function. Initiating 50%. System function. In process 1%. Predicted duration until function completion. 3 days, 21 minutes, 21 seconds. View. At least it is working. Dan ordered the system in an overbearing way. Fortunately, the system didn't seem to care as it mechanically started working. Afterward, Dan opened the system menu once again and tapped on the item shop. Welcome to the modern world item shop. Search ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Note: only items that have the purpose of killing can be bought from the item shop. Dan's eyebrows knitted. The purpose of killing, which means I could buy poisons, firearms, knives, or something like that. He mused, and when he raised his hands in the air, a holographic image of a keyboard manifested. How convenient! His hands moved in quick successions as he entered the following words. Assault rifles, ding. M416, price, 1250 AS. Cam, price, 1325 AS. Scar L, price, 1235 AS. Groza, price, 3200 AS. Eyes widened in shock. Dan's breathing hastened and his expression looked flushed as he read through all of the prompts. What in the hell? There's even the Groza and AKM. Tapping on it, an error surfaced. Not enough AS points to purchase. Please earn more AS points. AS points, Dan mumbled before saying. System, explain to me, what is this AS thing? AS, short for Assassination Points, can be obtained by completing quests or killing a monster without being detected. The collected points can be used to redeem various items inside the system's item shop. Wait. So to earn AS points, I need to kill monsters without being detected or to complete quests. But there are no quests at all. His expression flashed in a peculiar light as a smile crept on his face. So the only way to earn AS points is to kill monsters. Void of the timidness that he displayed to the outside world, Dan dismissed the system menu as he walked outside of his room. Since it was currently nighttime, it was impossible for him to hunt, and so he returned to the main menu and tapped on the most curious icon that he saw. The options icon. Current difficulty. Dark Souls. Graphics settings. Realistic. Call the gym. There's a difficulty. Wait. Why is difficulty labeled as Dark Souls? And why is there a graphics setting? Could it be that I can turn it down so I can see the individual atoms around me? Dan's lips lifted in an amused gesture, but when he reached the end of the interface, he found a Call the GM button. Unfortunately, it was grayed out and cannot be used. A Call the GM button? Could it be that once I can use this, I can contact the creator of this system? He mumbled, well, that doesn't concern me for now, anyway. He closed the main menu, and glancing at the area around him and hearing the occasional chirping of birds, Dan shrugged, returned back on his futon as he once again returned to his dreamland. Flowing cloud sect, one of the overlords outside the Empire of Dawn, a figure could be seen inside a glamorous mansion. This figure, clad in a dress shining in resplendent colors, sat before a table, in the opposite direction. Another figure clad in a jet black robe. The figure's aura retracted, and if you would never detect his presence if you're not looking at him. Molox, how's everything going in the Imperial Palace? The figure clad in the beautiful dress spoke, her tone filled with anticipation towards the robed man's answer. Everything is going fine. However, that emperor is too cautious. I could only intrude with the help of the first prince, Molox replied in a hoarse voice. You need not worry about everything, Mistress Batian, or I should say, Mistress Cloud. The woman's expression turned ugly. Did I told you not to call me with that despicable name? Molox laughed in return. Yeah, I shouldn't call you that. However, are you sure about continuing this plan? If we do this, your daughter, Sophia, will lose a father, you know? In response to his words, her gorgeous expression became devoid of the previous beauty as she venomously spat. That man, ever since he abandoned me to die 10 years ago, I've already considered him as a stranger. All the time that we spent together is just a matter of the past. Her eyes flashed in a critical light. However, that doesn't mean that I will forget what he did. Soon, my revenge will surely come. Molox chuckled and didn't say anything. Equals 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 equals. The first burst of sunlight descended as Dan's consciousness awakened from slumber. Standing up, he took a bath and prepared for a feast. The servants who noticed him greeted him with respectful smiles as usual. Arriving at the dining room, Dan knitted his eyebrows and asked, "Mr. George, where is my father? He's been missing since yesterday." He took a chair and sat down before the table. The master is still busy training the troops. He came out of the estate early at daybreak. A butler with olden features responded to him as he handed Dan some utensils to use. Training the troops. Why is he doing that so urgently? Could it be that the situation at the border is worse than we think? Dan munched on a meat dish as he spoke these words. George turned towards him, his eyes flashed in a confused light. Why is the young master interested in these matters? Previously, the questions that he would ask me was what family's girl is beautiful or who is the girl that has the biggest booty in the city. Regaining his calm, he became happy when he noticed that the former's demeanor looked more of a man than a spoiled brat. Respectfully smiling, George replied, "There's been quite a strife between the Empire of Dawn and the Empire of Eternal Faith. At first, it was just small skirmishes, but the enemy started sending divine soul practitioners in the battlefield, causing massive damage and casualties." "I see," Dan mumbled as he continued his meal, not bothering about the matters of the Empire anymore. After all, he still has his own problems to solve, and it would be inefficient to solve them all at once. Finishing his meal, Dan didn't eat much. Instead, he walked out of the estate, turning towards a dark alleyway before activating his disguise. Continuing his journey, he walked towards the direction of the slums community. The Empire of Dawn maintained a strict hierarchy when it comes to power, from noble, middle class, and slum. The person's qualification in society would be decided at birth according to the status that the person's parents have. Fortunately, one could rise up through the ranks by giving meritorious services in the army or gaining a vast amount of wealth. Both of the options were difficult to achieve. Because of this, the population of the slum community increased as it became the land where crimes and petty thievings concentrated. Eventually, they were shunned by those people above and garnered a hatred for them deep within their hearts. That was the reason why Dan suffused a disguise when he visited the area, and indeed, when he arrived at the border separating the middle class from the slums, a putrid stench of excrement and urine assaulted his sense. Dan knitted his eyebrow. But as someone who lived his childhood in such conditions back in his previous life, he quickly regained his calm as he slowly walked deeper into the slums. People stuck their heads outside of their thatched huts, wondering about the foreign visitor who suddenly arrived. But upon noticing that he looked average and that he didn't seem to have that much wealth on his body, they became uninterested as they retracted their gaze. That Dan's aim wasn't to only take a closer look at their living condition, but also to find people that were worthy of nurturing. After all, one of the most hardworking people came from the lowest rung of society. His journey continued on for 5 minutes before he arrived in front of a hole in the wall, a street food stall where the fresh scent of fried meat and vegetables emanated. Dan entered it as a kind-looking Annie whose visual appearance looked to be at the mid-20s greeted him with a smile. "Welcome. May I get some fried dough sticks and some savory soy milk?" Dan spoke in a hoarse tone. The Annie nodded her head with a smile as she took 2 bowls before handing it over to Dan, staring at the shiny soy milk and the freshly fried dough sticks. A smile crept on his face as he reminisced about his previous life. He became gratified that this meal existed in this world. Finishing his meal, Dan paid 2 copper coins, but he didn't leave. He just sat down, relaxing as if in the middle of deep contemplation. The Annie didn't mind as she kept on humming a tune. Waiting for customers. 2 hours passed. Yet the auntie still didn't have any customers other than Dan. Everything seemed tranquil at tea the next hour. Dan finally stood up. The Annie followed him with her gaze as she said, "Thank you, and come again." Walking outside of her store, he was about to continue his journey, but before he could step a single foot outside, a coughing fit of a young girl echoed behind him. "Juliet, are you okay?" The auntie said as she hurriedly supported the young girl who looked to be at the age of 9. Her figure looked skeletal and her visage pale, an indication that she's not receiving nutrients from what she was eating. Dan turned around, staring at the scene of the Annie, whose expression looked like she was about to cry, and her gesture of desperately helping the young girl. Dan didn't realize his frozen heart, slowly thawing away. Moving towards the two, Dan placed his right hand on her back ass. She utilized a technique that he learned back then in calming coughing fits. The furious coughing of the young girl disappeared, and the color of her expression returned. The young auntie stared at this change, and she couldn't help but endlessly thank him in return. Dan waved his hands. "You need not mind it, but I'm just curious. Just where's her father?" The young auntie's expression turned melancholic. Ushering her daughter inside their room, just behind their stall, she started talking. "My husband died early while fighting for the Empire." Her words, simple, Yet it contained several deep meanings about the reality of the lives of the common populace inside this empire. The empire didn't give any financial support. Dan's eyebrows lifted. The young auntie shook her head in reply. No, they gave us money, but it is still not enough for us to get out of the slums. Indeed, one would need at least 1,000,000 silver coins or 100,000 gold coins to achieve the qualifications of a middle-class citizen. Dan sighed in his heart. He knew that the young Annie was kind in heart. Just from her actions alone, he understood her undying love towards his sick daughter. Taking a token from his robe, Dan threw it towards her as he said these words. Tomorrow, you can find me at the Longinus clan estate. Give this token to a butler named George, and he will know what to do. His cryptic words resonated in the heart of the young auntie as she stared at the token with her eyes, reddened. The jade token looked simple, but the domineering and mighty name engraved on the token enabled anyone who holds it entry to any place within the city with the exception of the Imperial Palace. Later on, Dan finally arrived at the Longinus clan estate. Walking inside the hallway, Butler George greeted him as he said, "Young master, the master is asking for your presence at the study room." Dan's expression flickered. Nodding his head, he continued in the study room where he found his father, leaning on a chair, staring at him with a slight smile on his face. "You did well fighting against those 3 assassins," Zaramius spoke in a teasing tone. Dan revealed a wry smile. This old man's stealth skills is actually good enough that he evaded the system's scanning. "Old man, since you knew about it already, how about you stop teasing me and get to the point?" Dan rolled his eyes in response. Zaramius saw his actions as he exploded into a jubilant laugh. "You really fooled everyone in the city of Cloud to think that you just acted like the pig to eat the tiger." His eyes flashed in a complicated light. Clasping his hands together, he said, "Well, putting all the jokes aside, since you're quite a competent one, how about you join the Fiery Blood Army?" Dan's visage changed. He stared at Zaramius, whose expression maintained that teasing and complacent smile. Shrugging, he replied with a determined tone, "Since I don't have anything much to do anyway, fine, I'll join that army of yours." Dan knew that the only way he could increase his fighting strength was with constant life and death battles. And to survive in this world, one needs strength. Zaramius patted his shoulders. "Tomorrow, come to the Western Guard camp. We're staying at that place for this month." He said. A satisfied smile crept on his face. Placing the book on his desk back at the shelf, he stood up and returned to his room. The next morning, Dan woke up at daybreak. After taking his breakfast, he sped towards the Western Gate and asked the guard for the directions to the Western Guard camp. The guard stared at him with a dumbfounded expression. What the hell is this black sheep of a young master gonna do at that camp where there are no girls to be found? But of course, they still answered him respectfully and even bowed as they watched his disappearing figure. After walking for an hour, Dan finally caught a glimpse of the so-called Western Guard camp. He wanted to ride a horse, but his father took the only horse on the estate. As a result, he didn't have any other choice but to walk at his destination. Arriving at the gate, 2 soldiers clad in reddish armor blocked his way, their expressions solemn as they demanded, "Please show your pass." Dan awkwardly scratched his head. "Sir, my father summoned me here, and it seems like I don't have my clan token. Can you fetch him up for me?" One of the guards, named as Clyde, stared at Dan with an exasperated expression. If the battalion commander can easily be summoned by anyone, then he won't have any time to rest. Dan scratched his cheek in annoyance. God damned it, that old bag. Why didn't he tell me that I need a pass to get inside? Smiling wryly, "Now I'm stuck in here." "Well, just tell him that his son is here, waiting for him," Dan replied. Clyde stared at him with a dubious expression, turning towards his comrade at the side. The latter shrugged, and he replied to Dan with an angrier tone than before. "What son are you talking about? The commander is a rugged and cold man. He won't have a son that looks like a boy toy like you." "That's enough, Clyde, stand down." A familiar voice echoed behind. Dan's expression brightened while Clyde's visage turned pale. Turning around, he quickly saluted, "Greetings to the battalion commander." Zaramius nodded his head, and Clyde retracted his salute. Clyde Bartos lead Dan Longinus to his quarters. Zaramius said these words as he stared directly into the eyes of Dan, looking for any wavering. But when he found nothing, a smile crept on his lips as he turned around, leaving these words as he walked away. "Your training will start today at lunch. The troops will also gather at noon. You'll train along with them." By this time, Clyde's expression looked pale as he stared at Dan with an apologetic visage. The latter shrugged, tapped his shoulders as he said, "Don't be bothered about that. I know that you're just following the protocol." Clyde heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand why a person like him would act so kind towards him, he still accepted his words as he patiently guided Dan to his quarters. When Dan walked into his temporary residence, he found that it was void of other people. Instead, he was given the special treatment for being the battalion commander's son. The room contained all basic furniture, a cabinet and a personal bathroom were even present for himself. Satisfied with this arrangement, Dan started unpacking his luggage. Afterward, he walked outside, enjoyed the glory of sunlight as he arrived before a huge square where soldiers practiced their archery, swordplay, or movement techniques. Staring at these hot-blooded men, working for the sake of their country, Dan had a strange feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but also become hot-blooded along with their dignified shouts and movements that trembled the earth itself. The soldiers around noticed his presence, and they couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Hey look, just who is that boy toy? Could it be that he's in here to snag some men? Oh, I said no, he's looking at me." Dan rolled his eyes towards their actions. Soon, noon came and Zaramias arrived on the training grounds. Seeing their commander, all soldiers neatly lined up, raising their hands, they greeted the latter in a proper salute. Dan could also collide at the formation of soldiers. Noticing the badge on the latter's armor, Dan knew that he must be an infantry commander. "Today, I gathered you guys in here to train as usual, but there's a special twist. My son, Dan Longinus, will be joining the Fiery Blood Army." His dignified voice resonated across the entire training ground as literally all the soldiers stared at each other in bewilderment, their eyes shining in expectations, imagining that the son of someone as fierce as Commander Zaramias should also be as fierce or fiercer than the father himself. But they were bound to be disappointed. "Dan, come here. Present yourself before the brave soldiers of the Fiery Blood Army." Zaramias gestured, and Dan, who leaned on the wall, abruptly stood up. His actions made him the focus of the soldiers' attention, as all of them stared wide-eyed at the man whom they mocked earlier as a boy toy. However, Dan couldn't really blame them, for the previous owner of this body was a timid man. He spent all of his life as a sheltered, spoiled brat and had never experienced bloodshed nor the hard work of labor. As Dan arrived before the soldiers, Zaramias dropped another bombshell which shook the body and mind of all soldiers present. From now on, he will be the vice battalion commander of the Fiery Blood Army. Everyone stared at Dan with a doubtful light within their eyes. But on the outside, they remained indifferent, as if the matter of Dan becoming the vice commander didn't bother them at all. But Clyde Bartos, who stood among the soldiers, stared at Dan with a shocked expression on his face. "Commander," he spoke up, face still respectful as ever. He glanced at his fellow soldiers before saying, "Do you think that it's somewhat inappropriate to promote someone so easily? What if he's incompetent? Instead of helping us, he would just hold us back, especially since I don't think that his cultivation is even at the organ tempering realm." The soldiers stared at Clyde with a gratified expression on their faces. Zaramias chuckled. His eyes momentarily swept over at Dan, but when he found that the latter didn't seem to mind the doubtful expressions of the soldiers, he said, "Okay, I see. I understand your feelings, but since I have decided, it shall be effective." Clyde Bartos stared at Commander Zaramias. Taking a deep breath, he stood upright before saying, "This humble one doesn't dare to question the commander's decree. However, if we do it like this, the morale of my fellow comrades will definitely drop if they are led by such an incompetent brat." He glanced at the nonchalant Dan before staring at Commander Zaramias. Silence took over the entire training grounds. The gazes of those present concentrated at Dan, who suddenly revealed a slight smile as he said, "You're right about that, Clyde Bartos." Clyde's expression darkened. "How dare this brat call me with my full name? Is he thinking that just because he's appointed, he could exert his authority?" Dan noticed his inner monologue, but he shrugged before continuing, "I do think that your opinion is right, but since Father appointed me as the vice commander, no matter how much words you say, the outcome will not change." A smug smile lifted on his face as he scanned the irritated soldiers. Clyde became exasperated towards the brat's presumptuous actions. "Even if you're the commander's son, the army needs cooperation and mutual consent to work. If you can't prove to us that you're capable of leading us, then you better scram and go back to your home." The soldiers who observed all this while started expressing their objections. "That's right, Commander. Clyde is right. You can't expect to be led by such a brat that still has milk on his lips. At least have him show his prowess before us." Zaramias crossed his arms together. His expression stoic and his body faintly emanated an imposing might before saying, "I already bestowed upon him the position of the vice commander. Are you saying that you want me to renege on that?" "No, sir, we won't dare, we won't dare." They bowed their heads in fear and submission. Clyde also backed out. His might retracted as he stood there, maintaining his tranquil expression. Zaramia's eyes gradually swept over at Dan. The latter noticed his father's gaze as he sighed in his heart. "Democrat Minnesota, this old man really is pushing my limits. If I don't do anything, this guys will never submit under my authority." He shook his head, dispelled all unnecessary thoughts before saying, Since most of you guys are opposing my father's decision on the basis that I am not capable enough. Raising both of hands, he cracked his knuckles, stretched his neck as a domineering smile crept on his lips. How about we settle this with a showdown? Test me on whatever topics you like. His words resonated across the training grounds as all of the soldiers stared at Dan with incredulous lights in their eyes. Clyde lightly chuckled, disdain and mockery evident on his expression as he calmly explained, I don't mean to underestimate your skills since you're the commander's son. However, most of us here trained our own skills for several decades. Are you really that naive to think that you can surpass us? Even if you started training inside your mother's womb, you will never surmount our abilities. Dan didn't reply. His gaze swept over at his father, who remained indifferent. Zaramius sighed. Staring at Clyde, whose expression reddened in anger, he said, You need to calm down, Clyde. Glancing at the soldiers, Zaramius continued. Dan Longina's position as the vice commander of the Fiery Blood Army will be temporarily withheld unless he passes the test of Clyde Bartos in this topics. Smiling, Zaramius continued, Archery, swordplay, and strategy. The assessment will be held 2 hours later. Until then, I want all of you guys to prepare this training ground for the assessment. Nodding his head, he continued, All of you are dismissed for now. Remember to come back here 2 hours later, including you, Dan Longinus. He turned his body around and returned back to his quarters, leaving Dan alone with the soldiers of the Fiery Blood Army. Clyde Bartos coldly chuckled. Directing his gaze at Dan, he mumbled, Even if you're the commander's son, I won't hold back. You better prepare yourself. He shrugged, turning around. He also returned to his residence, but before he could walk far, Dan lightly chuckled. Not convinced? Then I'll force you to submit. Clyde's footsteps halted, but he soon continued without looking back. The soldiers who stood around the training ground stared at Dan with admiring gazes. Although the young man was quite brash and somewhat arrogant, at least he had the guts to fight against Silda, whose figure alone looked like a desert buffalo. Remembering the assessment that would occur 2 hours later, they revealed wry smiles. After all, they were familiar with Clyde's capability when it comes to archery. With his strong arms, core, and lower-bodied, he could easily pull a bow with a draw weight of 150 kilograms. Compared to Dan's figure that looked pretty average, they could only shake their heads as they arranged the training grounds into an archery range. Soon, not even an hour passed, and Dan could already see the transformations at the distance. 3 dummy targets with a circle on their bodies could be seen. Along the path, there were distance markers, and looking at it, Dan knew that the distance between the targets and him was 300 meters. Kid, do you want to have a go at it? A middle-aged man's soldier approached him, smiling amiably as he handed over a recurved bow. Dan nodded his head, took the bow from the former's hands as he started pulling on its strings. The resistance that he felt made him knit his eyebrows as he whispered, System, calculate the draw weight of this bow. System function initiating 50%. System function completed. Results. The draw weight of the bow in the host's hands is 100 kilograms. Dan wryly smiled. With his cultivation, he could pull the strings, but his accuracy would surely suffer. But since he wouldn't know until he tried, he asked for an arrow as he aimed the bow towards the dummies. The soldiers noticed his actions as they couldn't help but stare at him with gloating expressions. Look, it looks like the brat is trying to pull the demonic bow. A soldier pointed. His fellow comrades behind him followed his line of sight, and when it landed on Dan, they chuckled. That kid has kicked an iron plate this time. After all, Clyde is one of the most accurate and strongest among us. He's even pulling the demonic bow. Can he even draw it all the way? A soldier chimed. The demonic bow was known to the Fiery Blood Army as the bow with the second to the highest draw weight among the bows that they would use. Only Clyde and a handful of soldiers could draw the bow, and the resulting power could easily pierce through a 3-meter-thick tree. Dan didn't mind the jeering soldiers. His concentration focused on the training dummy ahead. System. Simulate the aim, inclination, and strength exertion to effectively hit the target on its torso. System function initiating 50%. System function completed. Results. Aim slightly above the training dummy with an inclination of 45 degrees. Use all of the host strength to obtain a hit probability of 40%. Just 40%, Dan inwardly thought, assuming a stance. Dan drew the bow amidst the crowd's surprised gazes, but when they noticed his slightly trembling arm, they returned to their previous jeerings. That kid really surprised me, to think that he could even draw the so-called demonic bow. But that's still useless. Even if he could really draw it, that doesn't mean that it would be accurate. Well, you're right about that. A holographic image manifested in the air before Dan. He aimed his bow, according to the system's simulation, and with a whistling sound, along with dust flying into the air, he released the arrow as the air itself screamed. Pung! A clear sound echoed. The soldiers hurriedly turned their gazes towards the training dummy and found that its head actually got pierced by the arrow that Dan released. Low hissing sounds resonated. Everyone stared at Dan, void of their previous disdaining gazes. After all, they didn't hate him that much, and as long as he can prove his capability, they would accept him as their comrade. Rubbing his sore arm, Dan revealed a wry smile. Even though he struck the dummy on its head, if his firing rate wouldn't increase, then his ability would not be that much of use in medium-range combat. He practiced drawing the demonic bow until he couldn't feel his arm anymore. Staring at the sun, Dan calculated that at least an hour and a half of time had passed. Sighing, he returned to his temporary quarters, resting his body in preparation for today's assessment. Laying on his bed, Dan immersed himself about the Assassination System's functions. According to the previous usage that I did, it seems like the system can calculate, analyze, and simulate as long as my imagination allows it. I can use these three functions to exploit the weaknesses of my enemy, and this system will be my strongest bastion when it comes to battles. Opening the Modern World item shop, Dan stared at the lineup of firearms that he could not buy. Sighing in his heart, he mumbled, "So I need to kill beasts or someone without being detected to qualify for those points. How many points will I get in each kill, though?" The points that the host would acquire will depend on several factors like the difference of strength between the host and the assassinated enemy. System, what will happen if I killed someone at the organ tempering realm? How many points will I get? It is calculated that the host will acquire 250 AS points per kill. 250? Dan's eyes shone in an excited light, which means if I participate at battles, I can potentially earn an infinite amount of his points as long as I kill them without being detected. His lips lifted in an excited smile. Since it requires stealth to obtain those points, I will definitely need to enter that job. Dan stood up, dusted his robe, he walked outside, and headed for the direction of the archery range. There almost everyone from the Fiery Blood Army had gathered. And when he arrived, all of them stared at Dan, their eyes filled several complicated emotions, but excitement could still be seen within their eyes. 2 hours had passed, and now, the archery assessment for Dan Longinus will commence. Zaramias announced. His words echoed loud and clear throughout the entire area. As an archer, not only one needs an accurate aim, but also a steady rate of fire. Both contestants will be tested with these factors in mind, and I will be the presiding judge of this assessment. Flicking his wrist, he ordered, "Both of you, take your bows and arrows now." "Yes, sir," Dan and Clyde replied as their figures clutched their bows from the army's arsenal. But when Dan took his bow, Zaramia's expression changed. He stared at his son that looked nonchalant as ever. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he didn't say anything as both contestants aimed their bows towards the distance, ready to release the first shot. At the moment of release, the two arrows tore through the air at first glance. Dan's arrow looked wobbly and unsteady due to the erratic force applied when drawing the string. However, it stood firm with the arrow shot by Clyde beside it. Everyone's eyes focused on these arrows. Normally, a person under pressure and with insufficient strength wouldn't be able to even reach the 100-meter mark at the archery range. And judging from the wobbly arrow that Dan shot, it would never reach its mark, even if it had enough force to reach the dummy. The trajectory of the arrow alone, which was far above the dummy's head, will still cause it to miss. Clyde inwardly smirked. With his 2 decades of experience, he felt pretty confident of himself. Glancing at the commander and his son, his expression flickered when he noticed that the two remained unperturbed, that a smile lifted on their lips as they stared at the flying arrow. Why are they so confident? Doubts filled his mind. But when he returned his gaze at the range, he dispelled all of his suspicions when he noticed that the arrow even deviated from its original path, swerving slightly to the right. Judging from this angle, it will never hit the mark, he deduced in his heart. But what everyone didn't expect was when the arrow reached the 50 meters mark before the dummy, it suddenly dived downwards and turned left, striking the dummy right on its abdomen. What the? Clyde's expression blanked. All other soldiers who thought the same as him also turned incredulous. After all, it was the first time that they saw such a strange occurrence. Commander Zaramias chuckled. Sweeping his gaze, he announced, first of the 3 exchanges, winner, Dan Longinus. All eyes glanced at Commander Zaramias, although they had their grievances about the strange matter. Since the commander itself announced his decree, they wouldn't dare to question it. Clyde clicked his tongue. His expression remained stoic, but deep inside, he was unwilling. To think that a boy toy like him defeated me? It was a great humiliation for him. Dan didn't say anything. Picking up his bow, he placed a single arrow on the string, but when he knocked it, Clyde noticed that when Dan knocked his arrow, he twisted the bowstring around it as he aimed. Clyde didn't only have brawn without brains, he knew that Dan's way of knocking the bow had something to do with that strange movement of the arrow. However, since he wasn't really that knowledgeable when it comes to bow drawing techniques, he didn't recognize Dan's techniques. Dan glanced at Clyde. A small smile lifted on his lips. The technique that he utilized was called the string-twisting hurricane technique, recorded inside the Longinus clan's library. When Dan asked the system's help, IT quickly proposed this technique, which didn't need much arm strength to accomplish. The reason why Zaramias didn't do anything towards this peculiar phenomenon was that he recognized the technique that his son used. He didn't understand it himself, but he felt like his son had become more mature these past years, as if he became a new man without him realizing it. Both competitors knocked their arrows, and the surrounding area turned stiff. Everyone's eyes stared at Dan, void of disdain that they had for him earlier. Instead, they anticipated him using that unique technique once again. With a whistling cry, both arrows flew towards their targets. Dan's arrow still looked wobbly, but no one dared to underestimate it. Silda tightly clenched his fists, his eyes shining in a solemn light. Even if he lost the archery competition, there's still the swordplay and strategy part, and if he won those too, he would crush Dan under his foot. As expected, Clyde's arrow barely struck the shoulders of the dummy, while Dan's arrow went deep into its left chest. Everyone cheered, and since Dan won the second round, they would now proceed at the next challenge, strategy. I will be the one who will pose the questions. Both competitors stand before me, Zaramias announced. The strategy contest was an impromptu contest where they would answer Zaramia's question within 10 seconds. IT could be considered as the hardest part of this test, and one it would only take one mishap for you to fall this test. The soldiers moved closer, not wanting to miss a single detail of their answer. Seeing that Dan and Clyde stood upright without a hint of expression on their faces, Zaramias nodded his head before saying, "You are the commander of a certain battalion, inside a certain city. The city is the last stronghold of the entire empire, and if it falls down, the empire will soon follow. Your enemies are at your door, but you only have 3,000 soldiers left, and your enemy has 100,000. What are you going to do?" Zaramias stopped. He stared at Clyde as the latter nodded his head, stepped forward and said, "Commander, I would first evacuate all of the citizens of the city and then fight my enemies to death. Even if I die, at least I can still bring some of them with me and save my fellow citizens in the process." The soldiers nodded their heads in admiration towards Clyde's answer. Not only he saved the citizens, he also valiantly fought to the death against the intruders. It could be said that this answer of his was an admirable one and struck deep within the soldiers' hearts. Zaramias nodded his head. Turning towards Dan, he said, "The question for you will be the same as Clyde. You have 10 seconds to answer." Dan's lifted in a smile. Walking forwards, he announced, "Commander Zaramias, you said that the city is the last stronghold of the empire, right?" Zaramias replied with a nod. "Then, what I will do is, since everything falls when the stronghold dies, I will arrange every citizen, maybe men or women, with the exception of children, to pick up their swords and rise to fight against those intruders that dared to defile the land of the emperor." His tone turned solemn, and an indescribable air of beguilement surrounded his body as he continued. "Even if we fall, I will not hesitate to cause further destruction by poisoning their wells and burning all of rations inside the city, so that even if they win the war, they will never be able to take advantage of the structures that we built, and that they would still start from zero if they want to settle on our land." The entire training ground became quiet. All eyes focused on Dan with a light of disbelief within their eyes. They had never expected, even in their dreams, that someone whose age was a decade lower than them would possess such a keen insight and wisdom, along with sufficient ruthlessness towards not only himself, but his enemies. Zaramias stared at Clyde. The latter bitterly chuckled, bowing his head down. He clasped his fists together before he respectfully said in a clear voice, "This humble one, Clyde Bartos, greets the vice commander of the Fiery Blood Army." The soldiers stared at Clyde with stunned expressions. There's still the swordplay test, and it's his specialty, yet he admitted defeat. Murmurs echoed out as Zaramias nodded his head before saying, "Since the contestant, Clyde Bartos, has acknowledged Dan Longinus' position in the Fiery Blood Army, it could only mean that he has admitted his defeat." Sweeping his eyes, he announced, "From this day forth, Dan Longinus shall be the vice commander of the Fiery Blood Army. Whenever he commands you to go, you obey, even if the path is riddled with swords and fires." "Yes, sir." A deafening roar composed of hundreds of men rang out. The earth itself faintly trembled as an indiscernible aura enveloped the atmosphere. Each soldier emanated a ferocity akin to that of a beast. Staring at these brave soldiers, Dan nodded his head in satisfaction. To be able to command such capable and IT was an honor for him. But before he could greet them one by one, a soldier whose expression looked bedraggled and was breathing with ragged pants interrupted their salutations with a solemn news. According to him, the Empire of Eternal Faith's Hawkeye Battalion successfully captured a village located on the border between the two empires, further west from the Western Guard camp. The village that they captured was called the Azure Hamlet, and even though its population only numbered to 3,000 plus, Akati performed a vital role for the Empire since it was also a place where tourists and merchants frequently converged. In other words, the village could be considered as a center of trade for foreign visitors and the merchants of both empires. And one could say that capturing it was akin to thoroughly provoking the Empire of Dawn's wrath. Enough that the Emperor himself issued a decree. He instructed the fiery Blood Army to do what it takes to retake the Azure Hamlet, and no matter what the cost would be. Zaramias tightly clenched the scroll containing the Emperor's decree as his expression reddened in anger. Those coward bastards actually dared to provoke us first. His eyes flashed in viciousness when he remembered his first encounter against the Hawkeye Battalion. The Hawkeye Battalion was composed of soldiers skilled in long-range combat, and they were slippery like fish, especially when the battle was inside a huge forest, which was practically their playground. Their main weapons were bows, and their accuracy in using it was dreadful enough to the extent that in each arrow that they shot, one would definitely die. Zaramias knew that the weakness of these bastards was a close combat quarter. But since these guys cultivated a peculiar cultivation method that enables them to tap on nature's power, increasing their perception inside a forest, he always had a bad time settling his debt with these bastards. But now, since they openly dared to provoke the dignity of the Empire, Zaramias hollered, summoning all soldiers of his battalion. They marched towards the nearby forest along with Dan, who was kept protected at the center of the soldiers' formation. Take the high ground. Never let those bastards take the higher ground, or else we will all be dead. The imposing soldiers retracted their might as they extinguished their presence. Thanks to the sunset, their fiery armor seemed to merge with the surroundings, giving them the perfect camouflage. Dan followed suit. His nimble movements atop the branches gathered the attention of the soldiers who stared at him in disbelief. After all, to be able to do such maneuvers in midair, one would usually train for several years. But this kid, he only looks like he's at his late teenage years, yet he could do such skillful movements. The admiration that the soldiers had for Dan intensified. Quiet, don't cause a ruckus. Clyde signaled to the backlands as all soldiers stopped what they were doing. A strange atmosphere enveloped everyone as all of them held their breaths. However, Dan's eyes flickered in shock when he stared at the system notification that floated in the air before him. Quest name: Retake Azure Hamlet. Quest difficulty: S rank. Quest objective: Retake Azure Hamlet and survive in the process. Quest reward: System upgrade. A system upgrade? And the quest is even at S rank at that. Dan mumbled, staring at the notifications. Just the difficulty of the quest alone tells him that the quest would not be that simple. Moving along with the soldiers, the army could finally see a clear view of the hamlet, and what they saw perturbed them to an extent. Remnants of bodies scattered before the gates of the hamlet could be seen, piling into a mountain. The mountain of corpses composed of both men and women, along with the old and children. The soldiers inside the village endlessly pillaged everything which they find is valuable. Dan felt a swelling feeling inside his abdomen as he quickly covered his mouth. Although he killed 2 men before it was a do-or-die fight, completely different from the scene before his eyes. Vice Commander, are you okay? A soldier asked beside him, concern evident on his face. Handing over a gourd of water, Dan took the bottle from his hands and chugged it down, dissipating the feeling of unrest within his heart. Yeah, that's right. I should remember this fact. I'm not in Earth anymore, and this world is clearly more ruthless and unforgiving towards the weak. If I want to survive, there's only one way, and that is to become ruthless towards anyone who blocks my path. The sudden realization gave him a grim reminder that even though he was in the world of his dreams, IT was also merciless and barbaric towards the weak. Clenching his fists together, Dan stared at the Azure Hamlet, with his eyes shining in a light of resolve and killing intent. Inside the Azure Hamlet, numerous figures clad in thick infantry armors could be seen surrounding a bonfire. All of them held a glass of liquor in their hands as they shouted in cheers. A middle-aged man with a rugged visage stood out among the crowd. The soldiers who stared at him wore respectful gazes, and the badge on his brilliant armor with the image of the Empire of Eternal Faith indicated his high standing. Hey, calm down, guys. Are all of you forgetting that we still need to honor our commander? A loud, jubilant voice echoed out. The gazes of the soldiers focused on the middle-aged man as they whispered, "How could we forget the commander? Yeah, that's right. If not for the commander's close combat skills, we would have died already. This glass of mine is for the commander of the Hawkeye Battalion, Commander Anthony. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Cheers echoed out. The middle-aged man named Anthony revealed a vicious smile as he said, "Now that we have captured the Azure Hamlet, the reinforcement from Empire should be coming soon. Now, all we need to do is to maintain our position here." Raising his glass, he shouted, "Glory to the Hawkeye Battalion! Glory to the Hawkeye Battalion! Long live the Emperor!" Meanwhile, just a kilometer away from the Azure Hamlet, numerous ghastly figures clad in an eerie fiery armor which seemed to merge with the environment itself could be seen standing atop branches of trees, their expressions solemn as Commander Zaramias summoned everyone to a meeting. According to the information that I received from the primary scouts, it seems like they didn't fortify the surroundings of the hamlet. His eyes flashed in a complicated light. However, even though that's the case, we can't just run through it and challenge them in a head-on fight. After all, they have the advantage of being at the defensive. Scanning the soldiers around him, Zaramias stopped. He seemed to wait for something as a hand followed suit. "May I propose something, Commander Zaramias?" A voice filled with vigor and tenderness echoed out. Everyone turned to the source and found the newly assigned vice commander of the Fiery Blood Army. Even though his visual appearance looked beautiful like a woman, they witnessed his capability beforehand, and they would never dare to underestimate him just because of his looks. Zaramias nodded his head. Dan smiled in return before pointing towards the map of the Azure Hamlet that Zaramias laid beforehand. "Although you can see that there's no trap right here, I don't really believe that is the case. After all, the other side knows that we're an expert in close combat quarters." Everyone threw a dubious glance at him. That was common sense. Everyone in here knows that there's a trap there. But before they could continue their thought process, Dan smirked before saying, "So here's my proposal. According to what I heard from the commander, it seems like the Hawkeye Battalion is a highly organized group handled by that so-called Commander Anthony of the Empire of Eternal Faith, right?" Zaramias nodded his head as he frowned. He couldn't help but have a bad premonition about Dan's proposal. "Yes, that's right. It's Anthony that mostly ordered the army." Smiling, Dan continued, "Now then, my strategy is straightforward. What would happen if that Anthony disappeared?" His words rang loud and clear, sending everyone into a clamor. Commander Zaramia's eyes widened. "Could it be that you're proposing an assassination?" Dan's eyes flashed in amused light. "Yes, that's right. As long as we can get rid of that Anthony, we can easily clean them up." Everyone froze. Even though Dan's proposal was sound, that doesn't mean that anyone would take such a risky mission of assassinating the enemy commander at the enemy's stronghold. "You need not worry about who will do the deed, that I will do it myself," Dan declared. Everyone stared at him with stunned expressions along with Zaramias, whose eyes shone in deep concern. "No, we cannot do that. Instead of you doing that, I will do the assassination," Zaramias replied to him with a solemn expression. "No, Commander Zaramias, if you himself go there, literally all soldiers of the other side will recognize you. After all, your name is widespread across the two empires." Zaramias clicked his tongue. His gaze swept over his soldiers, but he found that none of them looked willing. None of them was willing to jump in the fire like a moth. "Don't worry about it. I'll do the deed, but before I enter there, I will take this red handkerchief, and no matter whose forehead I wrap this, that person is a comrade and should not be attacked." Dan left these words as he raised the handkerchief on his right hand. Soon, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness as everyone that he left turned towards the commander with worried expressions. "Commander, will the vice commander really be all right?" Zaramias shook his head. "I'm not sure about his chances of coming out there alive, but I know my son that I know that he's not someone that will do something risky without confidence that he could surmount it." Indeed, when Dan walked away from the camp, his eyes focused on the system notification that floated before him. Quest name: Assassinate. Quest difficulty: Quest objective: the leader of the Hawkeye Battalion, Anthony, is the core of the battalion itself. Take him out and his soldiers will go into a panic. Quest rewards: 2,000 AS points. Just the AS rewards alone convinced him to do the deed. But even though it was dangerous, why was he so confident in doing it? The answer was the power of skills. When Dan arrived, 50 meters away from the Azure Hamlet, he spotted a single sentry which intermittently glanced towards the camp, as if waiting for the arrival of something. Smiling to himself, Dan decided, he shall be the first. Then, extinguishing his presence, Dan crouched, withdrawing a small, straight dagger that he obtained from his father. Dan slowly approached his prey. The sentry still looked as nonchalant as ever. He even yawned, looking somewhat sleepy as he stared at his surroundings. Without any warning, A deep sense of imminent danger surfaced in his mind. But before he could withdraw his weapon, a sharp pain struck his neck and a blood arrow spurted from his jugular. His eyes widened in shock and his body slowly crumbled on the ground, staring at the dead sentry. Dan rolled him over his back so that he could see his face. Scanning the sentry's visage with the system, Dan activated absolute disguise as he dismissed the system notification before him and hid the body at a distant shrubbery. You successfully assassinated a member of the Hawkeye Battalion. Obtained 15 AS points when he returned. His face looked different from before. His aura, expression, and the armor that he clad made him an indiscernible member of the Hawkeye Battalion. However, the absolute disguise was not a perfect skill that IT still has its flaws. Even though he assumed the identity of the sentry. Since he didn't know who the sentry was, he still needs to act cautiously until he discovers more about the identity of the sentry. Soon, a man clad in the same armor approached him from behind. The man patted his shoulder. "Arathos, it's for my shift. You go there and eat." Dan merely nodded his head and walked inside the Azure Hamlet unimpeded. The hamlet looked eerily quiet. Apart from the illumination from bonfires and the occasional cheers from soldiers, only the chirping of birds could be heard. He walked nonchalantly towards the place where numerous rowdy voices concentrated. And when he arrived, the scene that revealed itself before him shook his core. Several stark, naked women tied into stakes could be seen laid on in a line. The soldiers of the Hawkeye Battalion relentlessly molested them, poking their fingers towards the vital areas of the women. Some were atrocious enough that they used branches of trees, inserting them in the women. Clenching his fists, Dan took a moment to control his anger. In the next instant, he carved their faces in his heart as he approached them. "Hey, Arathos, now that I remember it, you're a virgin, right?" A drunken man holding a glass of liquor pointed towards him. The gazes of the soldiers swept over, filled with ridicule and teasing as they said, "So, Arathos is still a virgin. This is a good opportunity to graduate. After all, we got ourselves beautiful women from the empire of that coward bastard." Dan inwardly frowned, but on the outside, he revealed a lecherous smirk. Staring at the soldiers, all of them nodded their heads as the man who shouted earlier handed him a young woman whose eyes looked lifeless and mechanical. However, her figure looked gorgeous, and her aquamarine hair that splayed over her shoulders paired with her simple and bedraggled clothing. Her figure alone told 1,000 words. "By the way, brothers, do you know where I can find a commander right now?" Although his question sounded weird since all of them knew the place where the commander resided, they didn't mind his inquiry and pointed him in the right direction. Dan nodded his head in thanks as he dragged the young woman near an abandoned thatched hut. The soldiers sent him off with a lecherous smile of their own. He threw the young woman on the bed, and the latter just closed her eyes in despair and hopelessness. By the time that she was captured by those soldiers, she resolved to kill herself if her purity was in danger. Just as Dan approached her on the bed, she slightly raised her teeth, biting onto a pill lodged on her gums. But before her teeth could penetrate the pill, Dan noticed her action as he swiftly clutched her jaw. The young woman struggled, as pain-filled moans echoed from the thatched huts. The soldiers who teased Dan earlier didn't really move. Instead, they observed his thatched hut with amused and interested gazes, waiting for him to emerge from the hut as a true man. This caused a headache for Dan if he just casually came out. He would be under the suspicions of the soldiers. Clicking his tongue, he forced the pill from a young woman's teeth as the latter cried in despair. She endlessly sobbed. Her figure looked defenseless and pitiful. After seeing that she didn't possess any dangerous items, Dan sighed, moving closer towards her. The latter tightly crossed her legs in her right hand, covered her chest while her left covered her tear-filled expression. When Dan arrived beside her, the former wryly smiled before taking a small badge from his pocket and revealing it before the latter. "Do you recognize this?" The young woman slightly opened her eyes, and when she saw the familiar insignia of the Empire of Dawn, her expression widened in shock as she almost exclaimed in excitement. Dan swiftly blocked her mouth, gesturing with his right hand to keep her silence. The latter nodded her head as Dan slowly removed his hand from her mouth. "I'm the vice commander of the Fiery Blood Army. From now on, if you want to live, I want you to follow my orders," Dan solemnly said. His critical expression made the young woman serious as she nodded in response. "What should I do?" The young woman mumbled in a hushed tone. Dan's expression flickered for a moment. Moving his head closer, he whispered in her ears. Upon hearing his orders, the young woman's furiously blushed. "What's wrong? You can't do it?" Dan frowned. If this young woman can't even do such a simple thing, then he would just force her. "I can, but—" Her gaze darted around the surroundings. Dan clicked his tongue. He knew that the soldiers outside must be becoming dubious as time passed by. "I'll just help you do it." Dan's expression darkened. His hand stretched inside her clothes, and his decades of experience as a doujinshi connoisseur displayed its might as pinkish moans gradually emanated from the thatched hut. With the emergence of the muffled moans, the soldiers who observed outside became embarrassed as they scratched their heads, retreating far away from the hut. Dan removed his hand from her clothes as he wiped his hand on the edge of her clothes. Staring at the glazed young woman, Dan wryly smiled. Taking a handkerchief, he wrapped it on her forehead and said, "Once war erupts, run towards the side of the fiery blood. Army, once they see that red handkerchief on your forehead, they won't attack you." Dan whispered, and the young woman, who still felt the aftershocks of Dan's deft movements, weakly nodded her head. Dan stood up, glanced at her who splayed on the bed, before his figure disappeared into the darkness. Now that he achieved his goal of locating Anthony's residence, it would just be a matter of time until he executes his plan. Arriving at the southern side of the Azure Hamlet, Dan found a thatched hut that looked reinforced and bigger than the others. Beside that hut were the warehouses where the rations of the soldiers were located. Smiling to himself, his figure disappeared into the darkness as he slowly crept towards the huge hut. Since it was in the middle of the night and most of the soldiers were dead asleep after celebrating their capture of the Azure Hamlet, Dan walked seamlessly and arrived at a door where moans and rugged grunts constantly emanated. Smirking, he bored a hole in the door using the tip of his dagger and peeked. Indeed, the figures of a stark, naked young woman could be seen, bobbing up and down on the bed. "You found a quest objective." A timely system notification confirmed his theory. The man on the bed should be Anthony, and it was time for Dan to act. Entering the door, the two didn't even notice his intrusion as they were completely immersed in their night activities. Dan kept his body close on the ground as he crawled. Eventually, he arrived under the bed. System, create a holographic image of Anthony's weak points. A blue hologram manifested in the air before him. The reason why he asked the system to form a hologram was that he could use it as a reference to accurately hit his target above him. The only problem that he had was the woman. How could he silence her without giving her the time to shout? Dan's mind spun. Numerous ideas sprung in his mind, which he quickly denied. "Wait," Dan inwardly mumbled, staring at the creaking bed that he was under. A slight smile lifted on his lips as he took his dagger, fixed it on a certain location with the sharp edge, pointing towards the skies. He damaged the feet of the bed before crawling outside the bed. There he looked like a cougar, ready to pounce for the kill. "I'm almost there. I'm almost there." A hoarse masculine voice echoed out. Their grunts and moans gradually reached the peak. But before Anthony could eject, the bed they laid on collapsed, and the dagger, fastened under the bed, directly under his neck, pierced through his neck, sending a blood arrow flying from his mouth. His eyes widened in confusion and shock. He didn't even know how he died as his consciousness succumbed to death. The young woman looked confused, staring at the crimson blood that drenched her naked body. Her mouth opened to scream. But before she could do so, Dan was even faster. His figure leaped behind her and mercilessly sliced the nape of her neck, almost decapitating her in the process. Quest completed. You have successfully assassinated the commander of the Hawkeye Battalion. Obtained 250 AS points. Quest reward, 2,000 AS points obtained. Staring at the bloody scene before him, Dan didn't understand why he felt no remorse towards what he did. AS, if the person that he killed wasn't a human being, but an animal for the slaughterhouse. Wiping his blood-drenched dagger, Dan ordered the system to erase all traces of evidence after paying 100 assassination points. Several minutes later, the room looked clean and tidy. And the only person present inside the room was Dan, whose visage looked like Anthony. Walking outside, Dan arrived before the warehouse and lit it on fire. Afterward, he returned back to Anthony's residence, donning the latter's armor for himself before walking outside again. Seeing the orange fire wreaking havoc inside the warehouse, Dan exclaimed, "Intruders! The bastards of the Empire of Dawn has breached our perimeter." His solemn and dignified tone became akin to that of a thunderclap, which awakened the consciousness of the entire battalion from slumber. "Those dogs of that coward emperor! How dare they invade us while we're sleeping? Hey, look! The warehouse is burning." "Oh, hell no!" Panic surged throughout the entire camp as every soldier rushed towards the warehouse, desperately throwing water into the flames in an effort to subdue it. Meanwhile, the fiery blood army, just outside of the southern gate of the Azure Hamlet, noticed the commotion as every soldier raised their swords and unleashed a battle cry. The battle cry of the furious soldiers shook the entire forest as the attention of all soldiers inside the Azure Hamlet turned towards the distance, donning their armor. They gathered at the center of the hamlet upon the orders of their commander. Those pigs from the Empire of Dawn dare to challenge our authority with a measly number of 100 soldiers, Dan declared. The faces of the soldiers before him flickered before they jeered. Those bastards really are too naive to think that they would only send 100 army to try and retake this place. How stupid. Today, we shall drench their land with the blood of their own. Raise your swords. We shall meet them head on. Dan raised towards the skies, and the morale of the Hawkeye battalion exploded. They hurriedly retracted the traps that they set before the gates and rushed out, intent on clashing head-on with their underpowered enemies. But of course, not everyone came out. Some of them stayed with their bows in tow. Dan also rushed out, and there he saw the figure of his father, raising his sword, bringing with him a domineering aura as he rushed towards his own son. Zaramia's expression looked sorrowful and full of killing intent. Why is he targeting me? Wait. A sudden epiphany struck his mind. God damned it. I forgot that I gave that handkerchief to the woman. Meeting his father's strike, Dan barely parried it as he leaped backward. By this time, the battlefield became filled with chaos as all sorts of miserable shrieks echoed across the entire forest. Zaramia smirked, staring with disdain at Dan. He declared, "Do you really think that we just clash with you head-on?" Dan momentarily glanced at the hamlet, and indeed, he could see numerous figures clad with fiery armors, killing their way into the core of the city. This moment, the Hawkeye battalion displayed their cooperation and teamwork as they lumped together with Dan in the center. The man who mocked Dan earlier stared at him with a critical expression. "Commander, at this rate, we will all be killed. We need to take our retreat, or else we will all die together." Dan stared at the former. "Yeah, all of you guys will surely die." A vicious smile lifted on his lips as he stabbed his sword right into the heart of the man. C'est commandé. Even when he died, he didn't understand the reason why the commander that he was loyal to would attack him. His eyes widened, dying with endless regret. Both sides became confused, particularly Zaramia's, who knitted his eyebrows in contemplation. The remaining soldiers of the Hawkeye battalion stared at their commander with venomous expressions on their faces. "Commander Anthony, how dare you betray us?" The soldiers raised their swords against him. Anthony merely chuckled. "Betrayed you? I'm not even at your side in the first place." He coldly spat, and his figure turned into dust, revealing the visage of an unfamiliar young man. Underneath, Zaramia stayed wide-eyed at the transformation of the Hawkeye battalion's commander. Everyone on the battlefield paused for a moment. The members of the Fiery Blood Army stared at Dan with stunned expressions, while those at the Hawkeye battalion froze. Members of the Fiery Blood Army, what are we waiting for? Kill! Dan screamed his battle cry. Bringing with him his bow, he leaped towards the backlands and proceeded to send volleys of arrows towards the direction of the despairing enemies. Zaramias lightly chuckled. He swung his sword and leaped towards the chaotic battlefield. In each slice, a body would crumble on the ground, followed by fountains of blood spurting from their headless shoulders. Zaramias transformed into an incarnation of an Azura, seeing their commander going ham. The members of the Fiery Blood Army started their rampage as countless miserable shrieks echoed throughout the entire forest. Dan didn't slack off either. His arrows soared through the skies, piercing through the bodies of his enemies that tried their hardest to defend. The scary part about his arrows was that each time they neared their targets, they would twist in a strange trajectory, making them hard to evade or block. With their enemies' morale at the bottom, the Fiery Blood Army swept their enemies, leaving none of them alive while having no casualties on their side. It could be said that this fight was a perfect fight. Huffing and puffing, Zaramias pierced his sword towards the skies as victorious cry echoed from his mouth. The earth itself trembled, and the hot-bloodedness of the soldiers revealed itself, forming a chorus which shook the entire forest. Dan stood, observing their cry. Clenching his fists, he raised his bow and screamed in victory. Dan fell to the ground, his expression complicated as he stared at the numerous pile of corpses around him, staring at his bow and his almost empty quiver. Dan knew that he had taken at least a dozen lives, but strangely, he didn't feel guilty about taking the lives of those scums. Instead, he felt that his actions were justified. Still, the horror of war and its ramifications burned deep within the recesses of Dan's mind. He knew that once he returned back to Cloud City, he would not be the same man again. He had to adapt, or he would die. Calming his nerves, Dan clenched his fists in an effort to suppress the trembling of his arms, walking towards his father, drenched in blood. The latter stared at him before smiling in satisfaction. "Brat, I didn't expect that you would have such a strange disguise ability that even I didn't see through it." Zaramias praised. His ability to discern disguises as a spirit-tempering realm was top-notch. But he was unable to notice his son's disguise, and the fact made him suspicious and at the same time satisfied of his son's capabilities. Dan awkwardly scratched his head. The former lifted his lips in a smile. "You better explain things to me when we go back." Zaramias turned around, not minding him anymore as the rest of the soldiers proceeded to loot. There was an unwritten rule within the army when it comes to loot, and that was finders keepers. Dan tried looting, but in face of these soldiers who mastered the art of body groping, Dan couldn't compare and could wryly smile, retreating towards the residence assigned to him by his father. Several days later, the reinforcements from the Empire of Dawn arrived and secured the perimeter of the border. Fiery Blood Army finally received their long-wanted vacation as most of the soldiers returned back to their cities. Zaramias and Dan also returned to Cloud City and on the Longinus Estate training grounds. The figure of the two could be seen standing before each other. Zaramias wore a loose robe while Dan wore the same outfit. The only difference was that he had a wooden dagger in his hands. "Father, are you sure about not using any weapons?" "Ha ha." Zaramias chuckled. Assuming a stance, he replied, "In dealing against a brat like you, my fists are enough as a weapon." His innate arrogance wafted out, bringing with it an indiscernible pressure towards Dan. The latter merely smirked. Bending his knees, he wielded his dagger with his right hand as the system in his mind simulated his father's weakness. A holographic image of his father manifested in his peripheral vision. With a burst of strength, he rushed, swiftly arriving before the former as he stabbed. Quite vicious, Zaramias revealed an amused smile, staring at his son's attack that threatened to tear his jugular into pieces. He merely turned his body to the left and clutched his son's wrist. Dan only felt that his attack struck a deep ocean, disappearing into nothingness before his vision rotated. A sharp pain surged on his back, and he found himself laying on the ground, staring at the skies. He saw his father cheekily smiling at him, as if teasing a little kid. "God damn it, old man. Just how did you that?" Dan rubbed his aching back, and the former chuckled. "Well, it's just a simple application of how a weak force can subdue the strong." Zaramias merely shrugged. Turning around, he said, "I'll be handling some matters with the Emperor in the next days, so you better be a good boy and don't cause any trouble, okay?" Dan rolled his eyes. "Why are you acting like my mother?" He stretched his exhausted body, returned back to his room, and excitedly opened the system menu as a series of system notifications greeted him. Quest completed. Reward. System upgrade obtained. The host will now enter a system-induced coma. 5, 4, 3. What the dash? Dan couldn't even finish his sentence as the scene before him blackened. His consciousness dissipated as he entered a deep slumber. Countless existence has always protected the dignity of the Empire and its standing on the continent. IT covered at least half of the southern part of the continent, and the vast resources that it had would always attract the greedy eyes of those sects scattered across the planet. And oh, one knows when the Empire of Dawn started its reign. But one thing was for sure. A supreme existence was definitely protecting it from the sidelines. Because of this deterrence, no sect had dared to provoke it, and the Empire enjoyed several thousand years of peace. But now that rumors of that supreme existence's death became widespread, one of the sects had eyed the Empire ever since the beginning of history. The Flowing Cloud sect evidently became itchy. After all, a sect would only flourish if they had enough resources. Inside the Imperial Palace in a certain room, two figures could be seen seating before each other. One visage belonged to a young man whose figure looked imposing and exuded a faint arrogance of nobility. The other figure, clad in a jet-black robe, stared at the former while calmly sipping his tea. "First Prince, the sect master is becoming quite impatient." The man spoke in a hoarse tone. The young man referred to as the First Prince froze, before wryly smiling. "I know that the sect master is getting impatient, but until I confirm that the supreme existence protecting the Empire is gone, we can't just directly induce a coup. There's also the matter of the Longinus clan, Zaramias Longinus. Back then, when I was reading one of the forbidden books of the Imperial Library, I found that the Longinus clan actually isn't just a simple clan that rose to prominence by meritorious deeds." The First Prince cupped his chin with his right hand, apparently falling into deep contemplation. "Nevertheless, we need to think about the consequences if we acted too early, and I have a feeling that our plans won't go so smoothly." The expression of the man clad in a jet-black robe flickered. Staring at the First Prince, he knew that this young man had the ability to perceive danger beforehand. As if he was a prophet that could see the future. Beaded sweat formed on his forehead. Nodding his head, he replied, "I understand. I shall report the contents of our meeting to the sect master." He stood up and vanished into nothingness, leaving the first prince behind who still calmly sat with his right leg over his left leg. Hidden in the dark, a vicious and ambitious smile lifted on his lips as his eyes stared at the distance. Back at the Longinus clan estate, everything looked as tranquil as ever, except that a pair of mother and daughter could be seen begging a guard to let them inside. "Sir, please look. We even have that young master's badge with us." The young woman embraced her daughter as she revealed a jade token towards the guard. The latter merely shrugged. Although the jade token looked genuine, he still found it hard to give entrance to this too that after all, there was this matter of burglars using forged jade tokens of certain families as an entry pass. Who knows if these two were a part of that syndicate? The guard stared at the young child and found that her expression looked pale, and her eyes looked yellowish. Evidently, the young child had a severe disease that needed immediate medical attention. Inside a certain room in the estate, Dan's consciousness slowly returned from a deep slumber. When his eyes opened, what greeted him were a series of system notifications which stunned him silly. System upgrade completed. Host confirmed as Dan Longinus. Arranging world history according to the host's inner desires. Welcome to the Assassination System version 2.0. The world turned monochrome for a moment, and when he blinked his eyes, the colors returned, making him think that the previous colorless world was an illusion. The system has concluded that the host is now capable of defending himself in this merciless world. System tutorial ended. Activating Dark Souls difficulty. Graphics set as realistic. Because of the system upgrade, the main skill tree of an assassin has been activated. Crafting system activated. Numerous mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Dan excitedly summoned the system menu and tapped on the skills icon as an inheritance tree of skills materialized in the air before him. Staring at the upper part of the skill window, Dan realized that he had 3 skill points, and to activate a skill, he needed a single skill point. Without hesitation, he placed it on 3 different skills named Flicker, Stealth, and Sudden Strike. Skill name, Flicker, skill effect, momentarily disappears into a different space dimension, becoming invincible to all kinds of attack for the duration of the skill. Skill duration and cost. Lasts for 3 seconds. Costs 2% of the host's chi. Skill cooldown, 1 minute. Skill name, Stealth, skill effect, manipulates the light around the user to create an effect of stealth, becoming invisible towards the surrounding enemies or allies alike. Skill duration and cost. Lasts for 10 minutes. Costs 10% of the host's chi. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill name, Sudden Strike, skill effect, condenses the host's strength onto his arms, bestowing his next attack with a strength far above than normal, causing massive damage to the enemy and a chance of insta-kill. Skill cost, 5% of the host's chi. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Dan slapped both of his cheeks to find out if he was still dreaming or if the scene before him was a reality. Calming his emotions, he opened his My account, and there, he found that he had amassed 4,312 ESP. Closing the system menu, Dan knew that he needed time to digest everything that happened to him as he stood up, clutching his complaining stomach before walking towards the direction of the kitchen. "Please, sir, I'm begging you, let us meet him." "I'm really sorry, ma'am, but I'm just following the rules, and the master is still at the Imperial Palace. I can't really help you out with that." 2 voices echoed from the gates of the estate. Dan's expression flickered when he heard the sobbing voice of a young woman. Memories flashed in his mind as he mumbled, "That hole in the wall. Hinty?" He quickly turned around, walking towards the direction of the gates. The guard felt sympathy towards the pair of mother and daughter. But rules were rules. No matter how much the two would ask him, he would never open the path for them. Gritting his teeth, he took a small pouch off from his armor and presented it towards the two. The young woman stared at the cloth bag with a dumbfounded expression. Her sobbing stopped for a moment as she digested the actions of the guard. The latter wryly smiled. "This is the bonus that the master gave to me. Since I don't need this much in the first place, you can take it and bring your daughter to a physician or something." Dan, who approached at a slow pace, noticed the charity of the guard as a smile couldn't help but surface on his lips. He was glad to find that people who possessed such an altruistic trait still existed in this cruel world. The young woman's expression froze. She noticed the arrival of the familiar young man as she once again sobbed, Why, young master?" The guard's expression flickered. He turned around, and there, he found Dan staring at the scene with a slight smile on his face. The former tensed up. After all, he had heard rumors about how vicious this young man was. Young master." The guard saluted. Dan nodded his head towards his gesture and said, "What's your name?" Reporting to young master. "This one's name is Regis." "Okay then. Regis." Dan's glance landed on the cloth bag for a moment before returning at the guard. "How much is inside that pouch?" Regis became stunned for a moment. Why would the young master ask about that information? Could it be that he's going to steal my bonus? Regis wryly smiled. There are about 10 silver coins inside the pouch, young master. I see. Dan nodded his head. Go find Mr. George and tell him that I'm giving you a 10 gold coins bonus. Dan instructed. He wouldn't mind rewarding such a kind and righteous man. Regis' expression changed. He didn't expect that the arrogant and depraved young master would hand him over such a sumptuous reward. Dan noticed Regis' doubts. Smiling, he continued, Don't worry, I'm not scheming against you. That is your reward for keeping the rules and being so astute. I appreciate people like you. Regis didn't say any more words as he quickly disappeared into the depths of the Longinus clan estate. Meanwhile, the young auntie and her children still sobbed on the ground. Dan took a closer look at the young girl and found that her eyes looked yellowish and her blood vessels dilated, along with her hastened heartbeat and her pale countenance. Dan knew that if something wasn't done, she wouldn't last until daybreak. Dan carried the young girl. Along with the young auntie, they sped towards his room, and Dan quickly called for the city's greatest physician, Elder Manong. Several hours later, Elder Manong came out of Dan's room with beaded sweat on his forehead. Carrying with him a bucket of putrid water, he said towards Dan, Young master, I managed to stabilize her condition, and it seems to be somehow curable, however. Elder Manong's eyes shone in a critical light. Pardon my rudeness, but may I know your relationship with her mother? Young master. Dan remained nonchalant. He turned towards the almost sobbing young auntie before saying, I'm her friend, now. How can we cure her condition? Elder Manong replied, It's not like I want to say something bad about your act of kindness, young master, but the cost of curing her is just too enormous. How much? Dan said without any hesitation. The young auntie who stood at his side trembled for a moment before her eyes shone in infinite gratefulness. It's about 10,000 gold coins. Elder Manong dropped a bombshell, and the two became stumped. It has to be known that an average family living in the middle-class realm of the City of Cloud would only earn 3 gold coins in a year. The cost of treating the young girl was something exorbitant that Dan would bleed his heart out, staring at the young Annie, who once again became despondent. Dan gritted his teeth before saying, Fine, I'll pay that 10,000 gold coins. However, that I will only give the payment once treatment is done. Elder Manong revealed a slight smile as one of the greatest physicians in the entire city. Almost all of the influences in here tried their hardest to curry his favor, and because of his high standing, he wouldn't be afraid of being scammed by such a young man. Nodding his head, Elder Manong left a recipe for a medicinal soup that he can give to the young child before the operation begins in 2 weeks. When Elder Manong stepped out of the Longinus clan estate, a small smile crept on his face as he crushed a jade slip, sending a stream of information flying towards a certain manor inside the noble realm of the City of Cloud. Inside that mansion, a young man could be seen staring at the information contained within the jade slip with a vicious smile on his face. Before him stood a middle-aged man with a bedraggled expression. Hey, it seems like I found your wife inside that bastard's mansion. The middle-aged man's expression flickered in hatred. Why are you doing this to me, young master? I haven't done anything to offend you. He'd been kneeling on the ground for about 3 hours now. Okay, you can stand up now. The young man gestured, and the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief as he stood up. Let's do this fast. The former clapped his hands together as a butler came out of nowhere, bringing with him a big pouch containing gold coins. The middle-aged man stared at the pouch, gulping as his hands couldn't help but tremble in excitement. As a man who loved money than his relatives, he knew just from staring that the pouch contained at least 5,000 gold coins. I have a simple job for you. The young man walked towards him and whispered something in his ear, which made him excited beyond belief. Meanwhile, inside Dan's room, the young auntie could be seen wiping the forehead of her daughter with a wet cloth. The latter became relaxed and even stretched her body in pleasure. Dan stared at the pair of mother and daughter and couldn't help but admire their tenacity. Soon enough, the young auntie stopped wiping her daughter. Instead, she looked as if she was resolving herself before saying, Young master. Her countenance flushed, and she looked somewhat fidgety. Dan, who could be called as a connoisseur of dating sims, couldn't help but feel a premonition in his heart. Could it be that me saving her child has triggered some kind of flag? It's not like I don't like MILFs, but this is just wrong. I feel like I'm taking advantage of her weakness. On the outside, Dan looked as nonchalant as ever, but he was inwardly panicking as he stared at the embarrassed young Andy. Before the young Andy came to his estate, she heard all kinds of rumors about this so-called damn Longinus, and all the rumors that she heard was something about his pervertedness and his strange hobby of eating girls together. Since she already had a child, she wasn't a stranger towards those things, and she felt quite nervous towards what she was about to do for her daughter Sake. What is it? Dan replied with a smile. She turned stiff for a moment before saying, Young master, I don't know about how can I ever repay this favor. She bit her lower lip before her hands stretched towards her robe, slowly removing it. Stop! Dan hurriedly interjected before things become worse. The young auntie startled for a moment. If you really want to repay me that much, then work in our estate. Don't just do that to anyone. You need to think preciously of yourself. Dan declared, his eyes, shining in a light of sincerity, made the latter tremble. As tears threatened to spill out of her eyes, it was the first time that she heard such words. Ever since the time that her parents died, she always had to care for herself, and when she got married, she thought that she could finally relax. But little did she knew that the person that she married had a tendency of being violent in an effort to save her child inside her womb. She secretly snuck out, and from there on she lived at least a decade inside the slum community of the City of Clouds, selling breakfast meals and barely paying the rent and protection fees that the thugs demanded to her. Eventually, the tears forming in her eyes fell down into a stream as she hurriedly covered her face. Dan revealed a slight smile. The love of a mother was something that he admired, yet he never experienced back in his previous life. And seeing someone that sacrificed everything for the sake of their own kin, Dan didn't know why, but he knew that they needed his help. And even without anything in exchange, he would definitely help them. Dan moved closer beside the young auntie and gently embraced her. Placing her head on his chest, he patted her head and rubbed her back in a constant and slow motion. But instead of calming down, her crying intensified as Dan felt moisture building upon his robe. Shaking his head, Dan wryly smiled and continued on consoling her. But before he could do so, a scream full of rage and indignance echoed out from a distance. Natalie, you slut, to think that I would find you in here flirting with that bastard of a young man. Come out here and present yourself to me. The young auntie's figure shook. Dan's expression darkened. The two retracted their embrace, and when Dan stared at the former, he found that her expression looked pale and ashen. What's wrong? Do you know him? Despite her shivering figure, she nodded her head and said, That voice belongs to my husband. Dan walked out of the estate as people gathered around, spectating for a good show that would surely arrive. Opening the gates, Dan found a middle-aged man clad in an outfit meant for nobles. The man's expression twisted in anger when he saw the former, as he cursed. You F-kin bastard! How dare you steal my wife? Where's that slut? He looked around and was about to enter the gate before being stopped by the guards. Dan stared condescendingly at him. Stealing your wife? Anyone can do such an accusation, but without solid evidence. Everything that you say will be baseless. The middle-aged man chuckled, stretching his hands inside his robe. He took a small, profound imagery stone and activated it before the eyes of the crowd. Evidence. Since you're forcing my hand, I'll have everyone in here see how you stole my wife. A cloud of mist formed in the air. As vague silhouettes materialized inside the mist point, one of the silhouettes belonged to that of Dan, while the other belonged to a young woman. Everyone stared at Dan with an expression of utmost disdain. How dare this bastard ask for evidence when his actions were recorded? Dan shrugged. His eyes kept on staring at the profound imagery stone. Although no voices could be heard, the intimate rhythmic actions of the silhouette and their slightly flushed expressions indicated their activity and witnessing this blatant cuckolding happening before the gazes of the crowd. Almost all of them exploded into fury, but still, they kept their anger inside their mind. After all, the influence behind a young man was something that anyone couldn't easily offend, that a complicated light shone in Dan's eyes as he stared at the conjured images. The young man definitely looked like him, but with just a single look, Dan realized that it was the work of a master of disguise. However, even though the trick was obvious, the middle-aged man's goal wasn't to demand any kind of compensation for Dan. He just wanted to further destroy Dan's reputation and push him down to the bottom. Dan inwardly chuckled before saying, So that is your evidence? Okay, fine. You win this time, his words reverberated across the surroundings as the crowd who expected his denial became stunned. He actually admitted to stealing someone's wife? They inwardly thought. The middle-aged man raised his trembling hand and pointed a finger at his direction. You bastard! Instead of apologizing, you even admitted to the crime. How can someone like you, that is the tumor of this entire city, still exists? His words carried a righteous tone, which rallied the crowd to his favor. Crossing his arms together, Dan coolly replied, That's because my background and my strength is stronger than yours. His eyes, filled with disdain, focused on the man. Dan knew that to fight against someone that was sly like this man, Dan could only assume an arrogant stance and confess to his so-called crime instead of being condemned. The middle-aged man who prepared numerous scripts against Dan's denial of his crime became stunned. But as a merchant, he had an opportunistic and sly mind which enabled him to grasp this opportunity to push Dan even further the abyss. The ire of the crowd thoroughly roused when they heard Dan's response, but still they do not dare to address their grievances openly, afraid of Dan's retaliation against them. Just because you have such a gigantic background behind you doesn't mean that you can bully the weak. I will not give this case up. I will ask the Emperor itself to hand over his judgment towards this case. The middle-aged man turned around in indignance. He walked towards the direction of the imperial palace. The crowd started dispersing, and the eyes that they used to look at Dan became filled with concentrated disdain and mocking. But Dan was always a person who didn't care about what others thought of him. And so, why would he care? He shrugged, turned around, and ordered the guards to close the gates. Arriving back to his estate, he found a worried young auntie. "Are you okay? Did he do something to you?" I'm fine. However, he thoroughly destroyed my reputation by spreading to the common populace that I'm a wife stealer." Dan wryly smiled. The young auntie's expression darkened. "A wife stealer? What a joke. Now that you're helping me, he's tried to deprive me of any help by pushing anyone who helped me into the pit of despair." She bitterly chuckled. Turning towards Dan, she said, "Don't worry, I could just give myself up and clear your name." Dan stared at the young auntie and found that the latter stared at him with a complicated expression painted on her face. Dan chuckled. "Don't worry about that. I have my own idea on getting back at him. But for now, ask Mr. George for the medicinal herbs that Elder Manong told you, and take care of your daughter." Dan turned around, intent on walking outside on his own. "Wait." His figure froze. Turning around, he found the young auntie who shook her head before saying, "Never mind. I wish you success." She thought for a moment before her expression turned bleak. Dan nodded his head before his figure disappeared from her line of sight. When Dan's back vanished, she murmured, "How can I hope of staying beside such an outstanding young man? I'm just a loose woman whom people wouldn't even care for even if I die." After that humiliation, how could Dan let him go? Standing before a dark alleyway just outside the Longinus clan estate, Dan activated absolute disguise before following the stream of people towards the direction of the imperial palace. With the help of the system, Dan constantly scanned the area, looking for someone that matched the soul signature of the middle-aged man who caused such a ruckus earlier. Target found. A system notification sprung, along with the map of the entire city of Cloud. Inside the map, a small red dot could be seen, indicating the location of the middle-aged man as a small smile lifted on his lips. Inside a small, dilapidated room, 3 figures clad in black robes could be seen standing before each other. One of the men said in a hoarse voice, "How's it going?" The figure whom he indicated took off his robe, revealing the figure of the middle-aged man who wreaked havoc back at the Longinus clan estate. "It's going fine, young master, but I didn't expect that bastard to be that shameless." The figure referred to as young master took off his robe, revealing the figure of a young man underneath. But he threw his robe on the bed and chuckled. "It's fine, as long as we can rally the public opinion against him. You can consider your job as done. As for the next phase, take this medallion and complain towards His Majesty. I'm sure that when he sees this, he will address your problem." The young man handed over a golden jade token carved with numerous intricate sigils. The middle-aged man who received the token became excited beyond belief. "Thank you, young master, for your generosity." His eyes flashed in a critical light. How could he not accept such a good deal? Not only he would receive money, he could also take possession of his wife. "As for the end of the deal, we shall talk about it once you succeed." The young man uttered in a nonchalant tone. Turning around to leave, he gestured with the other man who observed all this while both of them came out of the inn. But little did they realize that when they came out of the room, a shadowy figure wearing a vicious smile could be seen, standing at a dark corner. On his hands, a faintly shining profound imagery stone could be seen. Several days later, the condition of Natalie's daughter became better. Thanks to Elder Manong's treatment, the young child finally recovered from her illness. When she opened her eyes, Natalie's tears rolled down from her eyes as she embraced her daughter, who looked confused about what's going on. Staring at her surroundings, she realized that they were inside a luxurious room with a constant smell of medicinal herbs wafting around the area. She was a precocious child, and she understood the cost of treating her illness. "Mother, where are we?" she mumbled, staring at her mother in confusion. Natalie replied with a small smile, "Do you remember that young man who ate at our stall several days ago?" Memories flashed in the young child's mind before she nodded. Seeing her response, Natalie continued, "We're inside his home. He's the one who paid the money to treat you." Upon hearing her mother's words, she frowned. About several weeks ago, people came into their stall with lecherous intentions, saying that they could pay for her treatment. But in exchange, their mother would become a hostess in a brothel. Her mother looked heartbroken as she adamantly begged for that landlord's help. But the latter only shrugged and said, "If you accept my offer, I will definitely treat that child. But if not, how could you expect me to treat her without something in exchange?" Well, if you're really that persistent, she remembered that the ugly man scanned her mother's body with a lustful light within his eyes. "If you can help me vent out my stress, I may rethink my decision." Of course, her mother denied doing such things. But because of this encounter, that bastard of a landlord increased their rent, which made them destitute in a matter of weeks. That a week later, her illness fried up, and without any other choice, it seems like her mother came to this noble's house for help. "Mother, did he ask you for something like your body?" She spoke in a hushed voice. Natalie's expression abruptly flushed in embarrassment, while Dan, who heard her words with his heightened senses, couldn't help but twitch. "What are you saying, you bad child? Dan is not someone like that." Natalie refuted in anger, but her crimson expression said otherwise, which made her daughter frown in doubt. She glared at Dan, and the latter staggered backward. Wryly smiling, he explained, "Don't worry, I didn't ask something in exchange for your treatment." But he didn't expect that the young child would reply, "I don't believe you. Mother said that all noble are lecherous people with hidden intentions, and you're a noble." She pointed with her small finger, causing Natalie to abruptly embrace her in an effort to hide her presumptuousness. Dan wanted to explain, but before he could, a familiar light chuckled echoed at the door. The group turned around and found the figure of Zaramias, who scanned the three. "Dan, so that's the woman that you picked up from the slums?" His eyes narrowed when he stared at the young child. "This girl's tongue really is vicious." Natalie and her daughter twitched upon hearing the man's words. Dan noticed their anxiety and explained, "Don't worry. This is my father, Zaramias Longinus. He won't do something outrageous." Dan consoled Natalie. The latter slowly raised her head, but she still was reluctant in seeing Zaramias eye to eye as she mumbled, "Really? Won't he punish you for paying so much for my daughter's treatment?" "Well, he certainly would, but if that really happens, I will just accept it." Dan nonchalantly chuckled. Turning toward his father, he said, "Old man, is there any matter that you need me for? Why did you come here?" Zaramias slapped his head to the ground. "Brat, do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Everyone around us is talking about how you stole someone's wife." Natalie's expression turned pale, and her embrace of her daughter tightened. Dan rubbed his aching head. "Do you really care about the public's opinion that much?" Zaramias rolled his eyes in vexation. "Normally, I wouldn't, but that man who complained in here actually used an imperial token to complain towards the majesty." Dan's expression flickered. Imperial token? From what he remembered, those who possessed such token would have the ability to make a single request towards the current reigning emperor. Unfortunately for the possessor, the token would be confiscated after making a request, so it could only be used once. Really, your ass. If you're a man, bring over your woman and her daughter, come with me to the imperial palace, and explain what you did." Zaramia's eyes shone in a critical light. He scanned the apprehensive pair of mother and daughter before he gestured at his son. Dan stretched his body. Standing up, he stretched his right hand towards Natalie and said, "Let's go. It seems like that bastard of a husband of yours is really going all out to take you back again." Natalie lifted her head. She didn't say anything as she stared at Dan. "Do you want to return back to him?" Dan asked. Natalie's expression trembled for a moment before she shook her head. "Well, if you don't want to return, no one can take you away from me." Dan stood up, turning towards his father. A slight smile of anticipation leaked on his lips as the group walked towards the direction of the imperial palace. Inside a luxurious hall, decorated with deep-sea gold and silver, three figures stared at each other. One of the figures wore an outfit painted with pure purple mixed with gold glitters. The staff on his right hand and the crown on his head indicated his position inside the imperial palace. But now, the Emperor of Dawn was facing a headache, staring at the middle-aged man who used the imperial token to complain against one of the most influential clans in his empire. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. But still, as an emperor, he needed to uphold justice, and as a result, he summoned the condemned Dan Longinus inside the imperial palace. To think that Dan Longinus would do something as despicable as stealing someone's wife. The young man who sat in the seat below him spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Well, since his evil deeds are widespread enough to provoke even the heavens, it seems like his retribution has finally come." The young man casually crossed his legs together, staring at the middle-aged man with a glint in his eyes. The middle-aged man standing on the podium before them said, "Please uphold justice for me, Your Majesty. It's been 5 years since I last saw my daughter, and I truly missed her." The emperor inwardly rolled his eyes. How could he not know that this farce is the work of this young man, just below him? After all, he belonged to one of the clans that hated the Longinus clan the most. along with the Batian clan. Jericho Varkant, the apparent heir of the Varkant clan, signed he could only let the young generation settle their own debts. The young master of the Longinus clan, Dan Longinus, has arrived. A eunuch announced at the side. Everyone's eyes focused on the arriving group, and when the middle-aged man spotted Natalie, his eyes shone in deep concern and longingness for her, which made her cringe in response. Her daughter, which clearly doesn't recognize the middle-aged man, frowned in displeasure when she saw him staring at her mother with such eyes. Dan chuckled in acknowledgement when he saw the two seated figures. It seems like the Varkant clan is on a move. However, even though our clans have always been at odds, we've been doing everything behind the scenes. This is the first time that they did their schemes in broad daylight. Dan inwardly thought, "Pay your respects to the Emperor." The same eunuch bellowed, and everyone kneeled on the ground in respects. With the gesture of the Emperor, all of them stood up as the Emperor scanned them with their eyes before saying, "With my name as the 69th Emperor of the Empire of Dawn, Rodriguez Dragnil, I hereby grant the request of the Imperial token holder." Rodriguez revealed the token before confiscating it. This man here complained against the young master of the Longinus clan, with the reason that he found his wife sleeping with the former. Is that true? The Emperor glanced at the middle-aged man. The latter nodded his head. "Good. Since the Empire promotes equality in a trial, that I will cross-examine both of your statements and decide with my own judgment as to who is speaking the truth and who is now to is that okay?" All of them nodded their heads. The complainant, Joseph Astar, requested the full custody of his daughter and the death sentence for the guilty party. A severe light flashed within the eyes of the Emperor. Natalie's clutch on her daughter's shoulders tightened. However, if the complainant was the one that is found as guilty, then his entire clan shall be subjected to the punishment that he asked for the condemned party. Now let the trial start. The Emperor slammed his staff on the ground, sending a ringing sound echoing across the entire hall as both parties became apprehensive. Soon, two bedraggled people entered the hall, staring at Dan Longinus with an expression of hatred and anger. According to the complainant, these two were the people that witnessed you, the condemned, going at the former's wife's stall to eat some breakfast. However, when you left, you also left behind your clan token. Is that right? The Emperor's eyes momentarily swept over at Dan. The latter nodded his head in response. The Emperor noticed his gesture and asked, "Now, both of you, state your statements. What exactly happened there, and just what did you witness?" Feeling the sensation of the Emperor's gaze landing on them, the two men became anxious as they hurriedly said, "TT, that day, we saw him going inside Madame Natalie's stall, and after eating, he even flirted with her and her child." "Yeah, that's right. He also left a good amount of tip along with his token, and when he left, he even smiled to himself, knowing that she would definitely follow suit." The Emperor nodded his head. Zaramia's expression darkened, while Natalie's visage turned pale. Only Dan remained nonchalant, as if everything that occurred in here didn't concern him in the slightest. "Are you sure that both of you are speaking the truth? Remember that if both of you are found to be lying, you would also be punished," the Emperor said in a grim tone as both of the men furiously nodded their heads like chicken pecking rice. "Now then, since the complainant has already given his statement beforehand, that it is time for the condemned to give his excuse." The Emperor stared at Dan with an indifferent expression on his face. Jericho Varkant's lips lifted in ridicule. "Let's see how you can escape this." One of the reasons why he staged such play was that he realized the talent of Dan, especially when his spies of the Western Guard camp told him of the latter's prowess. He understood that he needed to get rid of such a threat as soon as possible. After all, there's no more time left until that person from the Flowing Cloud sect arrives, and when she arrived, he must offer something towards her that she would definitely like. And that was Dan Longinus' life. Dan stared at Jericho and the fuming, middle-aged man before saying, "I don't have much to say." Everyone became dumbfounded. "Not much to say? Does that mean that you're conceding?" These thoughts ran through the minds of everyone. Zaramias clicked his tongue, his hand stretched inside his robe, clutching a golden parchment known to as the Imperial Pardon. Natalie stared at Dan with anxiousness visible in her eyes. But before they could speculate, Dan chuckled. Taking something from his chest pocket, he said, "I don't have much to say, but I have something that I want everyone in here to see." He opened his palm, revealing a faintly shining profound imagery stone inside. Everyone's eyes landed on the faintly shining stone in Dan's palm, and all of them, except the pair of mother and daughter, recognized the item that he presented, a profound imagery stone. This thought rang inside Joseph's mind. Inwardly frowning, there was no way that Dan could have sneaked past their perceptions when they were talking to each other earlier. After all, that man from the Flowing Cloud sect was also there. Everyone must be curious about the contents of this profound imagery stone, right? Dan spoke in an ambiguous tone. The middle-aged man's expression momentarily flickered before returning to its previous calm when he noticed that the young man from the Varkan clan remained unperturbed. If the young master doesn't care about it, why should I? He inwardly thought. The Emperor and Zaramias stared at the stone before nodding their heads. Well, since His Majesty is asking for any evidence that I could use as my defense, let the images inside this stone reveal itself as the ironclad proof that I am being framed. Dan crushed the stone in his hand. As a mist wafted from the fragments of the stone, the mist eventually coalesced into a dimly lit room, wherein three figures which shook everyone inside the hall could be seen, standing before each other. The middle-aged man's expression quickly turned pale as the conversation about their plan of destroying Dan's reputation came to light. Eventually, when their meeting ended, the two of the jet-black robed men left the room, but for some reason, which made Dan frown in confusion. The figure of Joseph Varkant couldn't clearly be seen from the images, as if a dark cloud was blocking his visage. The Emperor's expression turned ugly. His chest heaved greatly as a powerful might surged around his body. To think that you actually used an imperial token to frame someone and even asked me to become your subordinate. The Emperor spat in a cold tone, his expression indifferent and frosty, staring at the shivering group of men. The Emperor said, "I'll give you a chance." Dan's expression flickered along with the middle-aged man who became dumbfounded but soon became excited about the prospects of being pardoned. "Confess whoever instructed you to do this kind of thing, and I shall let you live." The Emperor's tone became amiable and gentle. But if one looked closely, one could see a seething wave of anger boiling within the Emperor's eyes. The middle-aged man didn't notice it as his figure stiffened. Glancing at the cold expression of the young man beside the Emperor, he took a deep breath, kneeled down, and said, "I beg your highness to spare me from punishment if I tell the truth." The Emperor replied, "Didn't I tell you that I would do that? All of my words are precious akin to gold. As long as you honestly speak up, I will forgive you." The middle-aged man's figure shivered, gritting his teeth. He wondered about why his employer didn't try and protect him. Was he really just a disposable pawn in his eyes? Clenching his fists, he inwardly thought, "No matter what, if that bastard is not planning on helping me, then I'll bring him with me to the grave." He lifted his head and murmured two words which shook the entire imperial hall. "Joseph Varkant. What did you say?" The Emperor's eyes widened in shock. The middle-aged man glanced at Joseph, who was already trembling in anger, before saying, "Your Highness, it was the young master of Poochie." Bang! The sound of penetrated flesh accompanied by a sonic boom echoed in the area. Dan's eyes widened in shock when he realized that the young master from the Varkan clan attacked the middle-aged man, lodging a dagger deep within the latter's neck. How presumptuous! The Emperor's expression changed along with Zaramias, who floated in the air. Both of them summoned the might of their cultivation base in an effort to subdue the young master, who fell flat on the ground, completely unable to resist the pressure from the two experts. "Young brat from the Varkan clan," Zaramias mumbled. "Although our clans have been at odds ever since our settlement, we've been keeping everything under control. But today, because of your scheming, I hope your father doesn't blame me for erasing you in the face of this earth." Joseph, who laid on the ground, snickered. "Fools! Do they really think that I would openly oppose them without a backing behind me?" He inwardly chuckled, not replying to Zaramias. "On the account of the Varkan's clan loyalty towards me, I will pardon you from the death sentence. But since you acted so arrogant and presumptuous before me, you shall be imprisoned for a decade." The Emperor slammed his staff on the ground before flicking his wrist as he ordered, "Someone, take this brat away. Place him inside the great abyssal dungeon." Dan's expression flickered while Zaramias viciously smiled. The Great Abyssal Dungeon was the place where all kinds of serial killers and horrendous crime committers were imprisoned. The fate of Joseph, who would be incarcerated inside such a place, could be imagined. The eunuch rushed to the scene, bringing with him two shackles with iron balls on the end. But before he could approach, an indiscernible pressure encompassed the entire hall. Everyone lifted their heads. They noticed a golden parchment shining in a brilliant light, showering everyone in its light. "An imperial pardon." Rodriguez Dragnil mumbled. Zaramia's expression turned stern while Dan stared at the skies with a blank expression on his face. The sudden turn of events made him astonished as a deafening voice echoed throughout the entire hall. The golden parchment rolled out, displaying the domineering word, written in an impressive calligraphy. "Pardon." The word floated in the air, displaying the utmost extent of its imperial might before dissipating into nothingness. The brilliant light soon disappeared and the hall returned to its previous dimness. However, the Emperor's expression looked flushed, and he gritted his teeth as he slammed his staff on the ground before saying, "According to the Empire's written laws, anyone who uses an imperial pardon shall be forgiven of any crimes, no matter how grievous it is, for as long as it doesn't directly affect the Empire itself." His eyes glanced at the person that hid in the shadows, along with Zaramia's, who stared coldly at the silhouette who soon disappeared from their sight. Joseph stood up with a mocking smile on his face as he stared at Dan, whose expression looked frosty. The latter didn't expect such a turn of events, and what's more, he also didn't think that the Varkant clan would use such a precious imperial pardon that could only be obtained once every generation. An imperial pardon is nothing, since this empire wouldn't last for long anyway. It would be better to just use it outright. He dusted his robe, not saying anything. He walked away from the scene as Zaramias handed something over to Dan. The Emperor's expression looked ugly beyond doubt. But since rules were rules, he couldn't do anything other than watch the young brat disappear from his sight. "Wait." Dan's cold voice resonated that Joseph's figure froze. Turning around, he lifted his eyebrow and said in a sarcastic tone, "What is it, young master? Do you have any orders for me?" The former shrugged. "Just because the Emperor has forgiven you, that doesn't mean that we, from the Longinus clan, has pardoned your crimes." He took a golden parchment from his robe before throwing it up towards the skies. "Remember that we, from the Longinus clan, isn't so easily provoked." Dan bellowed, and the golden parchment rolled up, exuding the familiar imperial aura. It displayed its contents, revealing two overbearing words which shook everyone to their cores. Imperial Decree. It has to be known that an imperial decree could only be obtained once in a clan's lifetime, meaning Dan had just used the only imperial decree that they had ever since the establishment of the Longinus clan. The Emperor's expression frowned. Ever since he saw Joseph activate the imperial pardon without any care for repercussions, he became suspicious about everything and thought that there must be some deep reason behind their actions. Zaramias thought the same when he handed over the imperial decree to his son. He knew that something would definitely happen to the Empire, and it could possibly a coup staged by the two clans, Batian and Varkant. And if those guys succeeded, Zaramias wouldn't have any chance to use the imperial decree anymore. After all, it would only work if the Emperor didn't dispel its effects beforehand. And if they succeeded, they could just use the Staff of Everlasting as the Emperor and dissipate their imperial decree. The shadowy figure who carefully hid in the dark didn't dare to come out, lest he provokes the anger of the ancestor that created the imperial decree. After all, according to what he heard from Rodriguez himself, those imperial decrees have existed ever since the creation of the Empire. With my blood as the first heir of the Longinus clan, Dan bit the tip of his index finger and threw it towards the golden parchment. As a response, the brilliant light from the parchment emanated boiling sounds, as if something was burning inside. Staring at the decree, Dan continued, "Condemn you, Joseph Varkant, into being sentenced for life imprisonment inside the great abyssal dungeon. And the second part of my decree is that." When he reached this part of the sentence, Dan whispered his words, making everyone speculate about his last request. "Heed my words. The imperial decree shall take effect today. Let the judgment of the Emperor descend." Joseph, who sat on the ground, already looked pale and ashen as he stretched his arms towards the distant corner. "Dad, don't abandon me, Dad," he cried out as the golden parchment's light temporarily blinded everyone. In the next instant, his figure disappeared from the hall, eventually arriving inside the most dangerous dungeon, the great abyssal dungeon. Soon, his miserable shrieks echoed out, but no one was there to hear his cries. The shadowy figure clenched his fists, staring at Dan with a venomous stare. He swiftly disappeared from the hall. The golden parchment that floated in the air descended, and when it landed, it sent a burst of golden beams inside Dan's body, which momentarily startled Zaramias. The Emperor stared at the two with a dumbfounded expression. Coughing to take their attention, he said, "I can't understand why you did such thing, brother Zaramias." Zaramias wryly smiled. Even he himself didn't have a concrete proof in regards to his reasons. "It's fine. That scroll has been collecting dust for God knows how many years already. At least now, it had some use." Zaramias shrugged, and the Emperor threw a strange smile in response. Ordering a eunuch to clean up the corpse of the middle-aged man, he dispersed them all and was soon alone inside the hall. Flowing cloud sect, "It seems like I won't be escaping disaster this time, especially when Grand Ancestor is nowhere to be found." He mumbled with his hands clasped together, his countenance solemn as he thought of the grim future. Inside the estate of the Longinus clan, the two pair of son and father talked to each other before a table filled with numerous dishes. Zaramias turned to his son, clearly didn't have the appetite to eat as he asked. Earlier, when you asked me for that imperial decree, just what is your reason for doing that? If you won't give me any proper answer, I will not let you off. He lifted his lips in a vicious smile which sent a shiver down Dan's spine. Wryly smiling, he sipped his tea and replied, "Father, did you notice something suspicious about the Varkant and Batian clan?" His words rang clear in Zaramia's clear as his figure trembled for a moment. Suffusing a solemn expression, he replied, "Indeed, it seems like those guys are becoming restless, and according to what I found, it seems like they're slowly sending their wealth inside the Empire of Eternal Faith." Dan revealed a small smile. "It seems like they're planning a coup." "Planning a what?" "A coup." Zaramia's expression darkened before he retorted, "That's nonsense. Are they going to plan a coup with only the power of both of their clans? That measly strength that they have would definitely not be enough, especially before that expert from the Imperial Palace." Ice's expression went cold when he remembered the power of that hidden expert. That realm of strength definitely belongs to the realm of divine. "Yeah, you're right about that, father. So let's disperse that idea for now, and let's think about this first. What if they have a sex backing behind them? Would they still act presumptuously or not?" Dan's words made bell echo inside Zaramia's mind, and the sudden realization of everything shook him in his core as he stammered, See, could it be that the Flowing Cloud sect? If it really is the Flowing Cloud sect supporting them from behind, then they could definitely subdue the current emperor and take his position, FCK those bastards of a dog that bit the hand of who fed them. Dan was familiar about the influence called the Flowing Cloud sect. All of their elders had a cultivation that rivaled that of his father, and let's not even mention their patriarch that had the power comparable to that expert protecting the Empire of Dawn behind the shadows. But before they could continue in their discussions, a news that made their blood run cold echoed throughout the entire mansion. According to a scout from Fiery Blood Army, a 10,000-strong army from the Flowing Cloud sect has arrived before the gates of the Empire, demanding that the current reigning emperor should abdicate his position or they will annihilate everything. Dan and his father, along with everyone inside the Longinus clan estate, was taken aback. They didn't expect that the Flowing Cloud sect would start their attack so soon. Dan immediately stood up, running towards the room where the pair of daughter and mother resided. He took them toward his father as the latter handed them several defensive artifacts that they could use. Zaramias asked Dan to protect the two. Of course, Dan adamantly refused, saying that he should also participate in the upcoming battle as the vice commander of the Fiery Blood Army. But after his father said that he was the only hope of continuing the bloodline of the clan, Dan gritted his teeth, took the young auntie and her daughter as they ran towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. But before they could do so, a cold voice filled with mockery and delight echoed from the gates as the wooden gate exploded into splinters, sending fragments of wood flying everywhere. Dan covered the two as he felt a searing pain forming on his back. Turning around, his expression turned pale when he realized that the patriarch of the Batian clan himself was among the people who intruded their estate. "Old geezer, it's time for us to settle our debts." His voice resonated loudly across the entire estate, followed by a familiar chuckle as Zaramia's figure came out of the estate. "To think that you really turned traitor. Oh well, at least I predicted right." Zaramias shrugged, standing between them, and he clenched his fists together and mumbled, "Thunder God's divine arts. Thunder God transformation." Lightning crackled, followed by a deafening boom, which rattled the entire city itself. Dan, along with the two, flew backward, and taking advantage of the force, Dan carried the two as he scaled the walls, escaping towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. "Son, you go take the head of that bastard." The middle-aged man who stood in the front mumbled towards the young man, whose lips lifted into a mocking smile all this time. "Yes, father. You need not worry about it, as I will definitely take his head." The young man's figure disappeared along with a young woman, who followed closely behind him. "Now then, old geezer Longinus, how about we settle this right now?" The middle-aged man cracked his neck before taking a stance, staring at each other in a standstill. Their figures blurred as they rapidly exchanged fists in midair, sending shockwaves of destruction, which destroyed at least half of the Longinus clan estate. Dan, who was running for his life while carrying the two, thought to himself, "God damned it, I didn't expect them to take action this fast." He scanned his aura and found that every citizen looked panicked as chaos shortly consumed everything. There were fires and people forcefully taken by the civil groups that joined the coup as they rallied towards the Imperial Palace. Turning his head to the side, he noticed a pair of incestuous siblings chasing him as he clicked his tongue in annoyance, placing his feet on the ground. He quickly flipped through the records of his family's cultivation method within the system and activated a rudimentary movement technique that he could execute perfectly for now. Staring ahead, Dan found that the Imperial Palace was surrounded by numerous resplendent formations which prevented entry towards those unauthorized. Fortunately for Dan, he had his clan token and was able to enter inside the palace. "Young Annie, there's a coup going on right now, and I need you to listen to me." Dan held Natalie's shoulder and solemnly explained, "No matter what, never open this door until I come out and fetch you guys. Do you understand?" Dan placed the two inside a completely protected and hidden compartment inside the Imperial Palace after asking the Emperor for permission. Inside the compartment, Dan also found the Emperor's daughter, who looked quite pale as she stared at Dan. "How about you? Dan Longinus, aren't you going to go in?" "No, I won't. There's so much chaos going on right now, and I don't really want to miss out some free ASP." He said these cryptic words before shutting the door closed. He walked towards a dark corner and bought a simple Desert Eagle handgun that he could use in the upcoming fight. Holding a dagger on his right and a handgun on his left, Dan entered stealth as he walked towards the direction where the two incestuous bastards were stopped. There, he found that not only they were at the scene, the members of their clans that acted as civilians were also there, wildly protesting towards the Emperor, wishing for him to descend down from his position. Walking towards the unsuspecting Ivan, pointed his handgun at his head before emerging from stealth. His sudden appearance startled everyone as Dan mumbled, "Sleep well, Ivan." Flowing cloud sect, a gorgeous woman could be seen talking to a jet-black robed man. Small smiles lifted on their faces as they conversed. "It seems like your news about that expert disappearing was true. If that's the case, then this won't take long until I can meet my daughter." The jet-black robed man chuckled. "Well, since you're thinking that this won't last that long, how about we take a small bet?" "A bet?" The woman was intrigued. "Sure. What are the stakes, and what bet are we taking?" "The bet is simple." The man's smile turned ambiguous. "If the Empire manages to last until daybreak, then I win. If not, then you win." "Oh, then what are the stakes?" The woman chuckled, glancing at the man who started approaching her. She replied in a coquettish tone, "If I lose, then you can order me whatever you want. But if you lose, you shall be mine for a single night." The man coiled his arms around her waist, pulling her closer as the latter moaned in the sudden movement. "You really are a helpless man," she shrugged, but eventually a smile blossomed on her lips as she nodded her head. "Sure, if you win, you can take me out for the entire night." The man lecherously smiled as both of them engaged in a quick, steamy activity. Meanwhile, back at the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's expression was solemn as he stared at the commotion outside. Clicking his tongue, the only reason that he could find as to how the flowing cloud sect infiltrated without him realizing it should be the handiwork of the two clans that opposed him. Sighing inwardly, he realized that the hardest thing to comprehend in this world wasn't the heart of the women, but the heart of the men. He didn't expect that the two brothers that accompanied him through the fire and flames would betray him, just for the sake of attaining power. Lifting his head to stare towards the skies, he eventually urged his body to move towards the direction of the Imperial Treasury. Outside the Imperial Palace, where the so-called civilians had gathered in protest, Dan's sudden appearance stunned everyone as they hurriedly manifested the might of their cultivation bases to attack. Resplendent beams of light flew towards Dan's direction. But unfortunately for them, Dan's pulling of the trigger was faster, and with a bang he activated Flicker, combined it with stealth as he safely retreated back inside the formation of the Imperial Palace. Turning around, Dan found that an azure light encompassed the figure of Ivan, who looked thoroughly enraged as he bellowed, "Fkin, coward, get the FCK out of there and challenge me instead of hiding like a goddamn turtle." He even crazily attacked the formation, wasting quite a bit of his chi reserves in the process. Inside the formation, Dan merely chuckled as he analyzed the defensive artifacts on Ivan's person, and after realizing that the bastard was so afraid of death that he covered himself with at least 30 defensive artifacts, Dan could only helplessly retreat. What the FCK is with that guy? Is he thinking that he's by Xiaochun or something? Ivan's fear of death reminded Dan of a certain novel's MC, which made him endlessly curse in response. Entering the Imperial Palace, Dan knocked on the doors of the compartment as it opened, revealing the figures of the three girls who sat on the bed inside the fairly huge room. Their faces painted with worry and anxiousness about their upcoming fate. Dan also felt helpless about this. After all, he only has a cultivation of the flesh tempering realm, a cultivation that anyone from the spirit tempering realm could easily crush under their foot. But still, he didn't lose heart. He knew that there must be some way on how the weak like him could potentially impact the battlefield and turn the tides of the war in their favor. Natalie took notice of his apprehension as she stood up and forced him to sit down. "Dan, can you please tell us everything? Don't tell me that there's really a coup going on. Dan stared at her in shock. How does she know all of this information? Glancing at the beautiful young woman whose visual appearance looked like she was at the same age as him, Dan sighed and said, "Yeah, there's complete chaos everywhere, and we're surrounded by our enemies. The Flowing Cloud sect, the Batian clan, and the Varkant clan." Dan told about the situation that unfolded outside and the scene of destruction that he witnessed. As expected, Natalie became pale as her daughter patted her head. In an effort to dissipate her fears, Dan stared at the cute young girl who addressed him as her big brother. The latter noticed his gaze as she said, "Brother, brother, rub Mama's head so she won't be sad." The young girl, clearly unfamiliar with some emotions of people, said these words to Dan, which made the latter somewhat delighted as he complied. Stretching his hand atop Natalie's head, he gently ruffled it, making the latter narrow her eyes in delight and pleasure from the sensation of Dan's hand. But of course, she quickly realized the inappropriateness of her response and Dan's actions as she begrudgingly removed her head from his hand. "The two of you shouldn't worry about the outcome of this empire. Rest assured that this empire will definitely not fall under the hands of those bastards." The daughter of the emperor coldly laughed. Dan turned his attention towards her and said, "What do you mean by that? Could it be that the expert that protects this empire is still alive?" She shook her head in response. "No, that expert is dead. I have confirmed it with both of my eyes." Dan frowned. "Then why are you saying such words that are uncertain?" The young woman threw him a long look. "Uncertain? I am saying these words because I am certain Father alone can repel these invading bastards." Dan wanted to ask for more information, but the former kept her mouth shut, keeping him in suspense. After playing with Natalie's daughter for a moment, Dan assured Natalie with a hug. But what he didn't expect was that the latter would firmly hold on his waist, not wanting to let go of him. Young Annie, I still have some job to do, so can you please remove your hand?" Dan, who was unfamiliar with this kind of scenario, spoke up in a hushed tone as Natalie quickly retracted her hands in a flurry. Hiding her crimson expression from Dan, the latter walked outside as her daughter stared at her with a confused gaze. Rubbing her daughter's head, she mumbled, "Agatha, do you want to have a new father?" Meanwhile, with stealth activated, Dan approached the people that relentlessly battered on the formation. He couldn't care less about them. He only cared about the person whom he swore to kill when he arrived in this world. Ivan Batian, the killer of the previous owner of his body. This time, he wouldn't charge through them. Instead, he would make them feel the power of modern weapons. Holding several frag grenades in his palm, Dan infused them with his chi per the system's instructions before pulling the pin and throwing it at the direction of the gathered crowd, particularly near Ivan, whose expression distorted into an ugly one. "Merry Christmas, boys," Dan mumbled as several explosions droned out every sound in the vicinity. Dan, who observed while in the middle of stealth, saw the scene of carnage that the frag grenades unleashed onto the unsuspecting members of the two clans. When the grenades exploded, they carried not only their sheer power, but also the might of Dan's infused chi, which strengthened the piercing power of the fragments and the destructive strength of the explosion itself. Flesh flew in all directions as blood splattered the ground. Everyone stared in horror at their charred limbs as chaos ensued among the flock of horrified sheep. Dan coldly smiled, although he still felt strange about the idea of relentlessly killing anyone just because they sided with his enemies. Dan knew that in this ruthless world, becoming merciful to your enemies was being merciless to yourself. They could only blame themselves for being so blind as to believe everything that their clan chief said. With a flick of Dan's wrist, several booming sounds resonated, and as the chaos intensified, numerous system notification sounds echoed inside Dan's mind, reminding him of his successful assassinations. TCCH. Dan clicked his tongue ahead of him. The cultivators that panicked because of the sudden attack now regained their calm and rallied their comrades in creating a defensive formation which thoroughly engulfed the group. Dan also found that the bastard Ivan still has 15 defensive artifacts on his person. The bluish dome that enveloped the cultivators looked sturdy and according to the system. Dan would need to generate an attack that could rival a spirit-tempering realm cultivator's full strength to destroy it. System. Analyze the defensive formation's remaining durability and visually display it as a percentage. System function initiating, 35%. System function completed. Results. Pseudo-heaven grade formation, 97%. Dan took a frag grenade from his virtual inventory and detonated it directly on the barrier. Pseudo-heaven grade formation, 95%. So a single frag grenade takes off 2% of their barrier's health? Dan smirked. Opening his My account, he noticed that he now had 2,000 assassination points. Tapping on the air, he bought at least 100 frag grenades as his assault. once again restarted. Inside the formation, Ivan Bastian's expression looked pale. Although he had so many defensive artifacts on him, he still felt unsafe and had to force his fellow disciples to erect a barrier for him. Sophia inwardly sneered. She clutched a jade pendant that hung on her neck and thought to herself, "God damned it, I shouldn't have come to this clan. F-kin, useless of a brother, and I even let him do me." She rolled her eyes in vexation. Meanwhile, beaded sweat formed on the former's forehead as he carefully stared around while holding his sword. Just where is that bastard attacking from? He repeatedly cursed in his mind. For what he saw, the cause of these explosions were those small green balls that mysteriously flew towards them in an unknown direction. Clenching his fists, he didn't understand why, but he could only think that this event must be Dan's handiwork. Eyes reddened. He rotated his cultivation base and powered the formation around them. However, he also marked Dan's name inside his to-kill list. Several minutes later, the barrier looked like it was on the brink of destruction under Dan's relentless attacks. Ivan shouted, "Everyone, we cannot last for long anymore. Use all of your defensive artifacts so that we can escape from this hellhole." He crushed a jade slip as an azure light enveloped his person and Sophia. His fellow disciples looked pale. Not all of them had a defensive artifact that they could use. Cursing Ivan in their hearts, they slowly retreated, bringing with them the barrier as they inched away from the imperial palace. Several cracks dotted the formation, and its lights started flickering. Dan, who observed all this, took a small dagger from his virtual inventory and readied it along with a flash grenade. The last frag grenade exploded along with the defensive barrier. Dan threw the flash grenade, disorienting everyone and temporarily taking their sight. Ivan hastily covered his eyes, but since his cultivation wasn't at the spirit-tempering realm, he couldn't utilize his soul to scan his surroundings, making him akin to a headless fly that a vicious smile lifted on Dan's lips as he pounced. Cold light flew in all directions as Dan begun his assault. Blood-curdling screams echoed as blood flew everywhere. Dan transformed into a god of slaughter, as bodies after bodies turned cold and fell to the ground. Even those beautiful disciples of the two clans were not spared. What use was a beauty if their heart was as venomous as a snake? Dan inwardly thought as he sliced. Soon, 10 seconds passed as the eyesight of the remaining disciples returned. But when they opened their eyes, the scene that revealed itself to them made them stagger backward in fear. Young master. A senior disciple pleaded on the side. The aggravated Ivan stared at the former with the same light within the former's eyes. They were terrified of the unknown that was killing them all, that a putrid stench wafted from the scene, as Ivan found that he just pissed in his pants in fear. Sophia knitted her eyebrows, and she subconsciously stepped backward in disgust and annoyance. The deaths of these disciples didn't touch her heart. Instead, it made her happy that the forces of that bastard of a father had been reduced by this unknown killer. But still, she felt apprehensive as if that killer also targeted her. Clutching her jade pendant, she was ready to crush it when everything goes wrong. Everyone retreat. Ivan madly screamed and started running in the opposite direction. The despairing disciples who sat on the ground didn't even move. Instead, they looked dead and their expressions blank as they stared at the distant horizon. Dan didn't bother about these bastards that already lost their will to live. Instead, he sped towards the direction of Ivan, emerged from stealth, and said, "Hello, Ivan. Who is chasing you, that you became that miserable?" Dan chuckled. Ivan abruptly stopped. He stared at Dan with a venomous expression on his face. "Could it be that it was you? It was you who killed them all." He lost all of his reasoning and started spouting nonsense. Dan frowned. Although Ivan was a shameless and arrogant bastard, he should not lose his sense of reason just because of such a small affair. System scan. Dan stared at his figure and scanned. Name: Ivan Batian. Age: 17. Status: the young master of the Batian clan. Stats: Estar 1.20 int 5. Dex 2. Agi 1.53. STA 6. For reference, one stat point equals an average human stat. Cultivation: early stage of the organ tempering realm. System evaluation: can threaten the host. The system has found that the target is under a debuff. Would you like to reveal the information pertaining to that debuff? Y/Y. Dan replied. Debuff name: Whispers of the Succubus. Debuff description: once a succubus has taken the essence of a man, she could intertwine his mind with hers, making the man her loyal slave and will certainly obey all of her instructions. Debuff hidden effects: increased sensitivity to emotions and pleasure. What in the actual FCK? A succubus. Could it be that her sister is the succubus? Dan's eyes widened in realization. even though he didn't have enough concrete evidence to support his claim that he knew that he had to trust his instincts. Dan turned back at the Imperial Palace. But before he could do so, a coquettish whisper echoed beside his ear. "Hello, little boy toy. I didn't expect that you would become so formidable in such a short span of time." His figure went cold. The moment the sound echoed beside his ears, Dan's instincts activated flicker as a cold gleam passed right through where his head was supposed to be. Inside the independent space, Dan stared with widened eyes towards Sophia, whose figure looked different from how she looked like before. Currently, her jet black hair turned purple and the pupils in her eyes turned into slits. Claws extended from her nails, and an ominous abyssal energy enveloped her body. Name: Sophia Cloud. Age: 15. Status: member of the demon race. Stats: STR 4 int, 9, Dex 12, Agi 13.2, STA 5. Note: stats currently strengthened. For reference, 1 stat point equals an average human stat. Cultivation: early stage of the organ tempering realm. System evaluation: can eliminate the host. Several system notifications manifest in the air. Dan stared at the status with eyes widened. How could he not know about the demon race? After all, those bastards are the nemesis of the human race. Just as Flicker's effects dissipated, Dan entered stealth and found that he only had 2 minutes of stealth time left until the skill goes on cooldown. Sophia merely stood there, scanning the area with her cold gaze. Dan clenched his fists, holding a curved dagger in his right hand and a handgun on his left. He knew that he had no other chance than to fight Sophia. However, just how will he fight? His enemy had a cultivation that was almost a realm higher than him, and his chi reserves were also running low. FCK, if I can't clash with her head on, I'll just play with her for a while. Dan pounced. Emerging from stealth, he sliced behind Sophia as sparks flew in the air. He swiftly retreated after attacking and found that he didn't even damage her reinforced skin. With your measly cultivation, you will never be able to cut even a strand of my hair, Sophia coldly said, turning around to stare into his eyes, her expression full of disdain and mockery towards an inferior existence. Dan clicked his tongue, glancing at the system notification at his peripheral vision. His expression turned solemn. HP: 100%. 33%. Are you not going to attack? Sophia mumbled. Dan lifted his head, and he saw her smiling at him with a sinister gaze. If you're not going to attack, then I will. Cracks spread on the ground as Sophia's figure disappeared. Reappearing beside Dan, she attacked with a kick as Dan, who was taken aback, flew sideward, striking a pillar as a blood arrow spat from his mouth. How fast? Dan mumbled. His HP dropped from 100 to 80%. Lifting his head, he stared in shock when he found that Sophia wasn't there. Instead, she reappeared beside him and swung a kick to his head. But this time, Dan was prepared and reacted by entering stealth, completely disappearing into an independent space. Inside this independent space, Dan swiftly bought frag grenades and flash grenades before he took his initiative to attack and pounced on her figure. Sparks flew as cold lights flashed. In the air, both parties engaged in a fierce fight with their daggers, looking for an opening between their exchange. Pulling the pin on a flash grenade, Dan hurled it towards her direction and averted his gaze. Bang! The sound disoriented her, but unfortunately, it didn't take her vision. Dan was dismayed, but he took advantage of the precious time that he gained as he rampaged, slicing deep on her skin as purple blood flew everywhere. When the effects of the enchanted flash grenades dissipated, Sophia's figure looked wretched and bedraggled. Her dress of nobility now looked like a rag in the slums. I am going to kill you, you bastard! Sophia roared in an androgynous voice as the ominous energy that enveloped her body exploded, flying towards Dan's direction as the latter quickly leaped in an erratic pattern, barely evading the corrosive energy which melted the ground itself. Despite her upheaval, her attacks were still precise and ruthless, forcing Dan to dodge, and each time she sent those black tendrils on his way. With her stats, Dan knew that it would only take 5 or 6 hits to kill him, and in each engagement he had to be careful or else he would lose his life. Dan clenched his teeth. The searing pain that racked his body threatened to extinguish his consciousness. Fortunately, the effects of adrenaline helped him tide through this extreme pain. Removing his robe that was blown apart, Dan saw that his chest looked completely mangled and that he could even see his ribs. Before he could continue inspecting his body, Sophia once again pounced towards him. But this time, she brought with her those black tentacles, slapping onto him in all directions. Wielding his dagger and his handgun, Dan deflected the tentacles with his dagger and counterattacked with his handgun. The sheer speed of the bullets prevented Sophia from evading as her body became riddled with bullet wounds which sent a dull pain echoing through her body. Grinding her teeth, her eyes reddened in anger and irritation. This bastard is harder to kill than a cockroach. She inwardly thought before intensifying the speed of her attacks. That Dan's gaze landed on his peripheral vision, absorbing the information that the system laid out. HP, 54%. Chi, 26%. Sophia's HP, 79%. Sophia's Chi. Clicking his tongue, he realized that Sophia's attacks intensified in speed, and in response, he deflected with even more vigor than before as his right hand gradually became numb due to overexertion. And each time he shot his handgun, his bullet would bore a hole through her body. But Dan knew that he wouldn't last in a battle of endurance, especially when he realized that Sophia's maneuvers became more skillful as time passed by. Sometimes, her tentacles would swerve in a weird angular, and sometimes it would manifest in his blind spot, striking him and taking a chunk off his HP. Biting the tip of his tongue, Dan dissipated the feeling of dizziness as he crazily roared and deflected 3 tentacles at once. Ha ha! Sophie chuckled in amusement. It looks like you're at the end of your rope. She used 5 tentacles in a row and struck Dan at his abdomen, shaking 5 of his vital organs as the latter flew backward while painfully groaning. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is that the best that you can do? Sophia kicked Dan's bedraggled figure that splayed on the ground, sending him striking a pillar which crumbled to dust in response. Oomph! Dan coldly snorted. Despite the pain that he felt, he still wore a smile as he stared at his peripheral vision. The health percentage that the system displayed turned crimson red, and his chi reserves percentage also turned gray, indicating that his life was in critical danger. However, when he turned to Sophia's stats, he could only shake his head when he realized that she still has half of her health points and a quarter of her chi. The battle that Dan fought was a hopeless one. However, Sophia frowned when she realized that Dan didn't seem to be bothered at all if it was not him that was dying. This strange attitude of him made her insecure as she hurriedly took a dagger from her spatial ring and aimed it directly at his head. Dan, she mumbled, I didn't want to kill you at first, but since you stood in my way and knew my true identity, I don't have much choice. She raised her dagger up and prepared to plunge it on the ground. But before she could do so, she found that Dan had closed his eyes as he threw a small canister on her direction. Wait, that's the flashy th-bang. A deafening boom echoed as she became disoriented once again. But this time, since she was caught off guard, her vision was also temporarily taken as Dan quickly stood up and launched a skill that he never used before, Sudden Strike. Lightning crackled on his arms as Dan clenched his right fist. Aiming toward her head, he stretched his fist upward and punched her, directly at the back of her neck. Boom! A thunderclap manifested because her affinity was Ian and Dan's. Attack was young. The damage caused on her figure looked horrendous, and her life bar quickly fell down to 20%. Staring at the bloodied figure of Sophia, Dan snickered as his vision swam. Democrat Minnesota. I'm feeling sleepy. Biting the tip of his tongue, Dan was dismayed to find that his technique didn't work anymore due to the sheer amount of severe injuries that he sustained. Falling on the ground, he realized that Sophia was still able to stand as the latter dragged her injured body towards him, all while holding a dagger in her right hand. In the end, she mumbled in a hoarse tone, in the end, no matter how much you struggled, I still win in the end. She painstakingly lifted her lips in a smile full of ridicule. Arriving before Dan, the latter smirked and whispered, I still haven't revealed my trump card. Her eyes widened when she heard his words as a brilliant light exploded from Dan's body. The golden light surged, bringing with it an imperial might which didn't allow any resistance nor rebellion. Sophia quickly fell on the ground, kneeling before the arrival of the imperial decree. Her expression distorted into shock and despair when she realized the trump card that he meant. The trump card that Dan meant was the second wish that he asked from the imperial decree when he forcefully imprisoned Joseph, and that wish was that T.O. protect him from imminent danger and destroy the enemy that caused his injuries. The silhouette of an indisputable emperor manifested in the air, awe-inspiring everyone as they stopped what they were doing before kneeling down on the ground in submission. The two who fought in the Longinus clan estate also stopped, and along with the fiery blood army, they kneeled on the ground. Almost all citizens within the city of Cloud submitted themselves to the silhouette of the Emperor. Zaramia's expression widened in shock. That silhouette, that figure, that was the visage of the hidden expert that protected the Empire of Dawn. Before anyone could speak, the Emperor slammed his hand on the ground, crushing Sophia into a meat paste as the ground itself crumbled down. The entire city of Cloud experienced an earthquake, and the silhouette of the Emperor gradually dissipated after utilizing this attack, returning back to the golden parchment before it turned into dust. Everyone who felt the Imperial aura shivered, and the expert that controls everything behind the scenes with the name of Mistress Cloud immediately ordered a retreat, leaving the experts of the Batian clan and Varkant clan in despair as they were annihilated by the Longinus clan. Inside the Flowing Cloud sect, a furious woman slammed everything inside her room into the ground. Staring viciously at the jet-black robed man, she screamed, "Molochs, didn't you say that the expert that protects the Empire of Dawn is gone? What the hell was that Imperial aura?" When she felt that all-encompassing aura that forced everyone into submission. She didn't know why, but she felt that she had to retreat, or else they would be completely annihilated. Molochs revealed a wry smile. He calculated that everything would go right, yet all of his plans were destroyed by the appearance of that Imperial aura. Clenching his fists until it turned white, he coldly replied, "Mistress Cloud, I indeed said those words, and even personally confirmed its legitimacy, but I didn't expect." His expression turned frosty. "I didn't expect that they were actually waiting to lure us out." Fortunately for them, the expert that protected the Empire of Dawn couldn't come out from the capital city of Cloud for some unknown reason, and so they weren't afraid of any retaliation from the Emperor. Grinding his teeth, Mistress Cloud walked towards the hall where the soul slips of the members of the sect were placed. Entering deep within the hall, she arrived before a secret compartment where the soul slip of her daughter was located. But when she opened it, she found that her daughter's soul slip was broken and looked dim. Her eyes widened in realization. Says Sophia's soul slip is. She dropped the slip on the ground, and it dissipated into dust as a scream of agony and misery echoed throughout the entire Flowing Cloud sect. Meanwhile, back at the Empire of Dawn, the scene of destruction that occurred was still currently in repairs. It was already a month since the upheaval. Inside a certain estate's backyard, a figure of a young man could be seen coaxing a small young girl on his lap, rubbing her head. The young girl gave a small moan of delight, making Dan chuckle as he continued. Behind the two, Natalie observed them with a small smile on her face. Walking towards them, she brought a tray full of sweet snacks and tea before saying, "Both of you must be tired. Come here for some refreshments." Juliet heard her mother's words, and she struggled from Dan's embrace. Standing up, she walked towards her mother and helped her carry the tray, which made Dan and Natalie stare at her in amazement. Natalie sat beside them, and the three looked like a normal family. Due to the life and death battle that Dan experienced last month, his figure would emanate a manly and domineering vibe, completely opposite of the boy-toy feeling that he had just several months ago. Natalie's expression turned crimson when she realized that she was subconsciously staring at Dan's visage. Her eyes momentarily flashed in excitement, but it soon dimmed down as if she remembered something. Dan noticed her inner turmoil, and he suddenly became quiet. He was a master of dating sims and the conqueror of at least 100 lowly and thick waifus. He knew about her feelings. However, he knew that as a martial artist, his path would definitely be the path of carnage, something that he didn't want her to experience, nor her daughter. Sighing in his heart, he moved his left hand and circled it around Juliet as he held her waist. Natalie trembled for a moment, but she didn't do anything in refusal. She just sat there, silent and tranquil. Juliet, on the other hand, was happily eating the sweet cookies and chugging her tea. Soon, she became full and started leaning on Dan's body before eventually snoring, which made Dan chuckle in response. Ruffling the head of the adorable young girl, Dan turned around to find that Natalie was staring at him with a complicated expression, that he wasn't stupid and he knew what she meant. Juliet was starting to recognize him as her father, and ever since she was born, she never had a father figure, and the bastard whom Joseph killed didn't even acknowledge her as his daughter. Inwardly sighing, he stretched his hand out and cupped Natalie's chin. "Natalie," he said, for Natalie hated being called young auntie. The latter's figure shivered. Her eyes looked glazed with a desire that she couldn't express. Soon, tears started trickling down her eyes as Dan revealed a concerned expression. He became confused and heartbroken at the same time when he saw her crying. "Do you know about the reason why I am like this?" she uttered in a hushed tone. Dan hung his head low. How could he not know about what she meant? Clenching his fists, he realized the determination that Natalie mustered to say those words. And as a reply, he took a deep breath and said, "Natalie, from the first time I saw you, I was captivated by your gentle, graceful, and pleasing appearance. But when we spent our time together, I found that I wasn't only enticed by your visual appearance. I was also captured by your determination and lovingness towards the people whom you truly loved. When I saw you knocking on our gates begging the guards so that you can enter my estate, I confirm that you thoroughly have a kind and the heart of self-sacrifice. Ever since then, although it was short, I enjoyed the moment that we've been together, playing with Juliet, having you cook me your specialty dishes, and making Juliet sleep by singing her lullabies. I know what you feel about me, Natalie. But Dan's expression turned somber and despondent. Natalie's mood turned for the worse, and the atmosphere became laden with a sorrowful vibe. But I'm worried about your safety. Eh. Natalie subconsciously uttered. She didn't understand why Dan would say such thing. She had expected to be denied, and what she heard instead were words of concern. Because of this, she became confused and stared blankly at him. My path is destined to be a path of carnage. Ever since I had a mind of my own, I knew that I have the potential to reach the apex. But I also know that in process, those people close to me will certainly be affected and would possibly die. Dan stopped, staring at Natalie, who started crying once again. She leaped on his chest and snuggled tightly, not wanting to let go of him. It's fine, she uttered. What do you mean? Dan blankly Ripley. It's fine, I understand. I know that with my age, I've already passed the golden age for cultivation, and no matter how much I exhaust my potential, I will never be able to reach the same level as you. But please. She lifted her head, revealing her wretched and sorrowful expression. Please just don't abandon me and Juliet. Abandon? Dan uttered before his expression changed into anger. Why would you think of something like that? Natalie, ever since you lived here, I have already accepted you as a part of my family. How could I abandon you? Natalie's figure trembled for a moment, and her crying fit calmed down. Lifting her head, she said, Really? You won't abandon me and Juliet? She said in a hushed tone, and she looked like a child that was wrongfully scolded. The adorableness that she displayed made Dan subconsciously pat her head as the former narrowed her eyes in delight. Realizing that he forgot to reply, he quickly nodded his head, and the former became reassured. But still, she kept embracing him, basking in his warmth and the manly scent that he emanated. Can you give me some evidence that you won't leave us? Evidence? Dan lifted an eyebrow, but before he could reply, Natalie's figure swiftly planted a deep kiss on his lips, making his eyes widen in shock as he felt her tongue, intruding inside his mouth. The passionate kiss of the two painted a picturesque scene. Moving away from Dan's lips, she said in a small tone, This is the first time that I shared such a happy kiss. Her words that contained thousands of deep meanings made Dan somber as he embraced her, bringing her into his chest. It's fine. I won't definitely abandon you and Juliet. The two stared at each other before engaging in their passionate kiss once again. Carrying Natalie towards the futon, Natalie spread her arms wide and embraced his head. I'm sorry that you won't be my first, she uttered, and as the veil of the night encompassed everything along with tranquility descending on the entire city, a storm raged on inside this certain room, and it only calmed down when daybreak arrived. Morning soon arrived, and the first sunlight basked the couple that laid under the sheets in its warmth. With the urging of his biological clock, Dan's consciousness awakened from slumber, and he felt a sensation of softness that pressed onto his arm. Beside him, Natalie slept, her expression still, looked glazed from last night's affair. With Dan's nourishment, her countenance became even rosier and plump. Several days ago, she looked pale as paper, but now, she looked satisfied and happy with her life. Dan couldn't help but poke her cheek and feel the buoyancy that deflected his finger. Smiling to himself, he planted a kiss on her forehead and raised his upper body. What a mess, Dan commented. Before him, the remnants of the storm could be seen in the form of scattered clothing, and there was even a strange smell that resembled bleach, wafting in the air. Manifesting his chi, Dan quickly got rid of the fragrance and buried the clothes under the sheets of the bed. What are you doing, Dan? Because of his movements, Natalie awakened from slumber, and she spoke in a groggy tone. Dan turned around, moved closer to her face, and poked her nose with his nose before saying, Good morning, sweetheart. His words created an epiphany inside Natalie's mind as her expression quickly turned crimson. Dan chuckled upon seeing her reaction and said, You're not going to greet your hubby? Puffing his cheeks, Dan suffused a pouting expression. Natalie stared at his antics and chuckled. Moving closer to him, she pecked his cheeks and said, Good morning, hubby. She immediately covered her head with a pillow, not daring to meet his gaze and see his reaction. But little did she knew that something else had reacted on Dan's body, and upon seeing the tint that formed under the sheets, she pouted and said, You're still not satisfied after last night? She mumbled in a helpless tone. Earlier, they worked through the entire dawn and only slept for 30 minutes before they had to wake up for breakfast. Dan sighed to himself. God damned it. This body's libido is too much. If Dan didn't found Natalie, he would have to go to a brothel to suppress his urges. The two stared at each other, and Natalie stretched her hand inside the sheets, pistoning the lance with her hands. The sudden pleasure that arrived made Dan narrow his eyes in response. However, he still complained in the end. "Can you use that technique that you learned last night for me?" he said in a hushed tone. Natalie bit her lower lip, but she didn't refuse his request as she dove under the sheets and worked in satisfying Dan. 30 minutes later, Natalie and Dan could be seen standing inside the huge bathroom of the Longinus clan estate. Both of them took a bath together while Natalie gargled water in his mouth. Wryly smiling, Dan approached her and said, "Little wife, I'm quite curious. Just how does it taste like?" Natalie turned towards him, her expression indescribable before saying, "It tastes bad and is definitely not for eating. I told you that you didn't need to swallow it. It's fine, it's yours anyway, and it would be a waste to just spit it out." Her casual response garnered the admiration of Dan as the latter became energized and even took the initiative to wash her body, scrubbing it clean of sweat and making it shiny that he could see his face being reflected on it. His actions made Natalie inwardly smile, though Dan looked quite terrifying and domineering at the first glance. She knew that he had a soft spot towards the people whom he loved, and she felt blessed and joyful that Dan accepted her, even though she was not pure anymore. "Little wife," Dan chuckled. Natalie stared at him before the former continued, "I wonder just how a father reacts if he knew about our relationship." Her expression quickly turned cold, and her rosy countenance became pale. Dan noticed this change and worriedly said, "What happened to you? Did I say something wrong?" Natalie shook her head. Burying herself in his chest, she said, "I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" Dan knitted his eyebrows before continuing, "Afraid of my father?" Natalie didn't reply, but the faint trembling of her shoulders indicated her answer. Clicking his tongue, he embraced her, reassuring that everything will be fine before lifting her head and saying, "Don't worry about my father. Even though he always looks like you owe him money, he's quite a compassionate, gentle, and open-minded old man that he won't do something outrageous, such as separating us apart and our child." When she heard that Dan already regarded Juliet as his own, Natalie's expression softened. She returned the embrace with a tight hug of her own. But when she did that, her mouth gave a small "ah" when she felt the protruding phallus. Dan awkwardly scratched his head as he inwardly cursed himself when he embraced Natalie. He kept on chanting, "Please don't get a boner, please don't get a boner," inside his mind. But alas, before Natalie's sex appeal, his madras crumbled into dust. Natalie sighed to herself, but since Dan recognized her as his wife and she recognized him as her husband, she had to take care of his urges as she kneeled down and once again worked the techniques that Dan taught her last night. An hour later, the couple emerged from sleep, and Natalie went to her room to fetch Juliet for breakfast. Meanwhile, his father has already arrived at the dining room with fresh breakfast meals served on the table. Zaramia's raised an eyebrow. "Where's Juliet, that child?" Dan revealed a small smile. Ever since Natalie lived inside the estate, the despondent Longinus estate became lively thanks to Juliet's playfulness and innate cuteness as a child. Zaramia's took a liking to her and even felt like he was flying in the skies when Juliet called him grandpops. In reply, Dan said, "Little W Natalie is fetching her for breakfast." Dan stammered through his words, and Zaramia's threw him a doubtful expression. "Now that I think about it, Dad, how's it going with the army? Are those guys still missing me?" Dan employed his topic-changing techniques, and fortunately, Zaramia's took the bait as he said in an energized tone, Yeah, those bastards are slacking off. They're even threatening me that if I don't let them see you, they will come here instead." Dan chuckled. "We've only been together for 2 days at most, yet those bastards are talking to me like we're close." He commented, and Zaramia's said, "Well, even though those bastards look like the monsters that mothers used to scare their child into sleeping, they're quite an affectionate and loyal bunch." While the two were in the middle of their engaging talk, Natalie arrived with Juliet, who was already jumping in joy when she saw her grandpops. "Grandpops! Grandpops! Grandpops!" Juliet broke free from Natalie's grip and walked towards Zarami's with a smile plastered on her face. "What an adorable kid." Zaramia's hand flashed, and in the next instant, stacks of candy bars and gummy bears appeared in his palm. Seeing this act of sorcery, Juliet stared in amazement as she took the candy and embraced her grandpops as thanks. Natalie walked inside the room, bowed her head in respect to Zaramia's before saying, "Sir Longinus, as always, please let me thank you for having us here." Zaramia's waved his hand and said, That's fine. By the way." He gestured with his hand and pointed at Juliet as George entered out of nowhere and took Juliet away. Dan and Natalie stared in confusion at this sudden turn of events. "Dad, what's the meaning of this?" Dan frowned. He realized that an indescribable air of majesty and arrogance encircled the former's body. Natalie's expression turned pale, and she had a premonition in her mind. "What's the meaning of this?" Zaramias coldly chuckled. Do you think that I, a spirit-tempering rel practitioner, will not notice those things that you did last night and in the bathroom? His words appeared like a thunderbolt, striking the two into silence. Zaramias crossed his arms together. His expression frosty, and a pressure of coercion emanated from his body as Natalie's expression quickly turned for the worse. I want you to properly explain yourself, Dan. In the face of his father's domineering figure, Dan remained steadfast, moved Natalie behind him in a protective manner. Staring deep into his father's jet-black eyes, Dan said, explaining, since you peeped onto us doing things between husband and wife. What else should I explain? Peep. Zaramias stammered through his words, awkwardly coughing. He explained, although I said that I knew what you were doing, it is only limited to voices. His rugged expression looked quite adorable in face of Dan's counterattack. That could still be considered as peeping. Dan launched his assault. Natalie, who heard Zaramia's explanation, turned even more embarrassed by the fact that he must have heard her lecherous and pleasure-filled moans. Zaramias rolled his eyes. God damned it. Even though I quite like Juliet and her mother, that doesn't mean that I would readily accept her into this family. His eyes narrowed like pins before sweeping over to Natalie, who became flustered. Dad, must you scare her like that? It's not like she's doing anything to harm us. Dan knew his father's actions were meant to intimidate Natalie and reveal her true attitude, but the former understood that Natalie wasn't a woman that used her husband's coattails to raise her own status. All of her motives only focused on raising up her daughter. Dan, why are you so naive? Zaramias coldly said. Remember that a criminal will never admit to his crimes. His words contained several meanings, and Dan kept his mouth shut. Natalie, who realized that the two became silent, took this opportunity and said, Titin, how can I prove that I am worthy of becoming Dan's wife? Her words made Zaramias viciously smile in return. Natalie, who saw his cold and calculating smile, froze while Dan, who knew about his father's playfulness, rolled his eyes in return. He could only hope that his father won't go overboard in testing Natalie's resolve. Very well, since you put it like that. Let's do what you want. Zaramias glanced at his son and said, No matter what happens, do not interfere. Even if she's about to die, you shall never try to save her, understand? The household of Longinus doesn't need any weak people. Dan could only nod his head while tightly holding Natalie's hand. The latter lifted her head and stared at Dan while biting her lower lip. Her expression revealed her worry and fear of dying. She glanced at Zaramias and found that his expression didn't seem to be joking. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and accepted her faith. If accomplishing Zaramia's trial meant that she could stay with him forever, then she will do it. And if she failed and died, she could only hope that Dan would take care of her daughter and love her more than he loved her. She expressed her intentions with her eyes, and Dan received it as he solemnly nodded his head in return. Facing Zaramias, Natalie took her hand from Dan's clutch and declared, I will do whatever you want me to do, Father. Zaramia's expression frowned when he heard the words Father coming out of her mouth. Natalie didn't mind the former's displeasure and continued, However, if I fail, I hope that Father can take care of my daughter in my stead. Tell her that her mother valiantly fought against her enemies and died with pride. Zaramias momentarily closed his eyes as he fell into deep contemplation. Why in the hell does it feel like I'm the one that is the villain here? I just want to test her loyalty towards the family. He took a deep breath and his eyes snapped open. Are you ready? He spoke in a complicated tone. He was visibly moved when he knew her last request about her daughter, and unbeknownst to Natalie, her position within his heart and soared, reaching the same level as Dan. Meanwhile, at the side, Dan stared at his father as the system scan process rapidly spun, revealing his father's weakness that he could exploit in case he goes overboard. Even if you're my father, if you dare to bully my little wife. He inwardly thought. Natalie's expression turned serious. Clenching her fists, she replied, I am ready whenever you want to, Father. Nodding in return, Zaramias took a stance, formed a madra with both of his hands, and said, Prepare yourself. Natalie assume da defensive stance. Come. Then take this, 7 emotions and 6 desires formation. A burst of resplendent lights exploded from Zaramia's body, squarely striking Natalie's forehead as the latter became frozen like a statue. Sighing to himself, Zaramias returned to his previous posture and could only wait until Natalie surmounted the trial that he bestowed upon her. Rubbing his hands together, he glanced at his son and was taken aback when he found that the latter's expression looked dark and solemn, staring at him with a venomous gaze. Why are you looking like me like I owe you 100 gold coins? Coldly snorting, Dan replied, You best not do anything to harm her, or else, even if you're my father, I won't hesitate to hurt you. In the face of his son's threat, Zaramias dryly chuckled. After all, He was to blame in the creation of this misunderstanding. Sitting down, he gestured towards the nearby chair and explained the reason why he did such thing to Natalie. Inside dilapidated room, filled. Natalie could see a familiar, emaciated figure. Her eyes widened in shock when she realized that the skeletal figure belonged to her daughter, Juliet. "Mom, it hurts!" Juliet moaned in pain. Her shoulders trembled as she spoke these words amidst her pale lips. Natalie held her tears back. Moving towards her daughter, she found that blood dripped from her thighs, and the scene reminded her of something sinister which scared her soul out of her body. "So you finally woke up." A familiar voice that she never wanted to hear all her life echoed beside her. Turning around, the figure of the vile man who fathered her daughter could be seen, viciously smiling at her. "Why are you looking at me with such a venomous stare? Everything is not my fault. It's your fault for being so useless that I had to have that noble borrow our daughter for a while." Natalie ground her teeth and sent a slap flying on that man's face. But alas, her strength was lacking, and the man easily blocked her slap while returning an attack straight to her abdomen. "Go on." Natalie hunched, and the man viciously smiled before taking his clothes off, his lance hard as a rock as he approached his so-called daughter and spread her legs. Natalie immediately regained her calm, holding the man tightly and pushing him away. "Why must you act like that? Natalie, since you're unwilling to be intimate with me, I just have to make do with her." The man spoke in a vexed tone, slapping Natalie away. Her face looked swollen and purple, yet she still gritted her teeth and blocked his way. After about 100 punches, Natalie's consciousness barely maintained its clarity, yet his maternal instincts utilized its might in wholeheartedly blocking that man's path to her daughter. Witnessing Natalie's resolve, the man chuckled, and everything around her turned to pieces, before it changed into several other scenes which tortured her, not only mentally, but physically. Even though in each trial, her consciousness threatened to give way, her boundless love for her daughter pushed her through her goal. Her goal of protecting her daughter, no matter what happens. The scene around Natalie blurred before it cracked into pieces. The illusion around her disappeared before a mighty figure of a lightning-clad young man appeared on her vision. The young man turned at her and gently smiled. "I'm the progenitor of the Longinus, the god of lightning, Barbarossa. After witnessing your resolve, determination, and all-encompassing love that you displayed for your daughter." The young man stretched his hand out, and what laid on his palm was a seed made of lightning. The seed emanated a might which threatened to subdue everything under the heavens. "From now on, you will have the bloodline of the Longinus clan, and will also possess the divine arts of the clan. But in exchange, you must swear upon your life that you and your future generations shall be forever loyal for the clan. If you agree, take this lightning seed and your destiny shall change. If not, pay no heed to my words and close your eyes. This world shall disappear, and everything that you've experienced will be forgotten." The young man spoke in a calm voice. Natalie resolved her mind. From the time that he received Dan's kindness and care, she already considered herself as a member of the Longinus clan, and as his woman. How could she hesitate at this time? Stretching her hand out, the lightning seed dissipated in her mind as the illusion around her cracked, disappearing into nothingness as her consciousness returned to her true body. Dan and Zaramias, who was discussing seriously between each other, turned their heads towards her, and at the same time, their expression changed as a thunderbolt manifested in the air. Lightning crackled, and Natalie's countenance changed. Her visage that looked timid and easily intimidated transformed into a mighty and domineering one. Her eyebrows became sharp, and her eyes alone could tremble anyone who stared at it. Zaramias turned joyful, while Dan felt relieved. The phenomenon before them could only mean that she accepted the grace of the god of lightning, the progenitor of their clan. From now on, Natalie will forever be his woman, and she will be a member of the Longinus clan for all eternity. When Natalie's eyes snapped open, lightning momentarily flashed, and a strange air enveloped the entire room. She experienced a metamorphosis that changed not only her physical body, but her mentality towards the world. If previously she was a woman who only relied on a pillar that was her husband, from now on, she was confident that she could tide through anything, as long as she has him beside her. Clenching her fists, she clasped her hands together and deeply bowed towards Zaramias, who gave her this opportunity. "Thank you, Father, for giving me this opportunity to change my life." Zaramias chuckled. "Pay no heed to it, my daughter. From now on, you are a member of this family, and Juliet is officially my granddaughter now." He nudged Dan's shoulders and said, "You better work hard and give me a grandson." His words diffused the solemnness in the air as Dan awkwardly scratched his head. Of course, he was working hard. If not for the fact that the heavens envied his potential, he would have impregnated Natalie already. But alas, the heavens would not let such a powerful clan that possesses the bloodline of the gods itself to flourish, and, as a penalty, their fertility would severely be affected. But if they successfully conceive an offspring, it would have a boundless potential that could seal the heavens itself. This was one of Zaramia's regrets. He was happy when he found that their offspring with his late wife was a son. However, because of his spoiling, this son of him became complacent and the tumor of society, deflowering innocent girls after innocent girls. He was thoroughly disappointed. But now that his son's mindset had changed, how could he not take this advantage to thoroughly lecture him? Several ideas for training flashed within Zaramia's mind. But for now, they had to celebrate such an occasion by eating together as a family. After they ate, Zaramias played with his granddaughter while the husband and wife worked hard with each other, especially after their father handed them a dual cultivation method suited for the members of the clan. Dan wanted to smack his father's face when he saw his look when handing the cultivation over to them. That bastard even licked his lips and repeatedly raised his eyebrows in an ambiguous gesture. Inside their room, Dan exhausted half of his chi and deployed a formation disc that protected them from his father's perceptions. After all, it would be weird doing it when you know that your parent could possibly hear everything. Reassuring Natalie that her lecherous father couldn't hear anything anymore, he slowly took her robes off and revealed her porcelain-like skin, opening the dual cultivation book. Dan saw several indecent poses depicted, and Natalie, who saw the poses, flushed. Dan inwardly sighed. He was reminded of a book called The Kamasura back at his previous life. The book depicted numerous positions such as the reverse cowboy and the jackhammer, which made him eager to try everything out. But of course, without Natalie's consent, he would never force her on doing such things. Glancing at Natalie, the latter embraced her head and said, "It's fine, if this is the only way so I can keep up with you. Please do it." She spoke in a coquettish voice which didn't match her current icy countenance. The fire of lust ignited within Dan's mind, and he relished on his delicious meal, and a unique lightning chi surged from their room. Zaramias, who was playing fetch and catch with his granddaughter, noticed the disturbance as a small smile hung on his face. It seems like it won't be long before this family grows once again. He mumbled in a tone filled with expectations. But of course, he knew that it wouldn't be that simple. Because he fell too deep in his thoughts, he didn't notice the incoming ball and was slapped directly by it, staggering backward as a humored laughter from a child echoed before him. Zaramias scratched his head and chased his laughing granddaughter. "Brat, you dare to hurt your grandpops." He ran, and the two of them encircled the entire estate with their joyful laughs echoing everywhere. The veil of the night descended, and the family once again gathered in the dining room. Dan's expression depicted his exhaustion with dark circles under his eyes, while Natalie looked refreshed and energized. A hint of dew could even be recognized, drenching her face. Natalie stared at her husband with a guilty expression. She knew that because she didn't have any cultivation yet, Dan was bound to suffer as she needed his nourishment for her dantian. In other words, all of the benefits from the dual cultivation method would be reaped by her alone. Calming her nerves, she turned into a virtuous wife, feeding Dan with food and even wiped his exhausted countenance with a fabric on the outside. Dan Riley smiled, but inwardly, he didn't really mind his exhaustion. After all, even though he didn't gain any benefits when it comes to cultivation, he still attained the apex of pleasure after having Natalie serve him like a pharaoh. The usually assertive Natalie became obedient and even tried the jackhammer position, which made him secretly praise his father's insight in his mind. Zaramias glanced at the two and said, "Eat well. Both of you worked hard after all." His words contained several meanings, which changed Natalie's expression into an embarrassed one. "Dan, don't even bother setting a sense-hindering formation. You can't dissipate the unique chi that the cultivation emanates anyway." Dan, who became suspicious as to how the old man knew about their activities, became stumped as he awkwardly scratched his cheeks. However, even though Natalie obtained the bloodline of the god of lightning, that doesn't mean that she could tap those potential that she lost because of her age, meaning that even though she could still cultivate, it couldn't be said for sure if she could even break through the realm of the spirit tempering. Zaramias shook his head. Natalie's age was far from the prime age of cultivation, which made him sigh in helplessness. Dan also knew about this fact. According to the cultivation novels that he read, the prime age of cultivation was the late teenage years, which means Natalie's potential has already expired. Dan glanced at his little wife and held her hand in his palm, reassuring her that no matter what happens, he will never leave her side. Noticing the apprehension of the two, Zaramias solemnly said, "Don't worry too much about it. Every problem under the heavens has its own solution, and that includes the problem about Natalie's potential." Clasping his hands, he continued, "I have a solution. However, You won't have time to do anything other than this, and I will not be lenient. He displayed the assertiveness befitting of a commander and reminded them before saying, "Tomorrow, I want both of you to gather at the grounds, and you better arrive exactly at daybreak, or else." He chuckled and said nothing more. After finishing their meal, the couple returned to their rooms. Juliet insisted that she wanted to be with her father and mother, and Dan, who couldn't resist the cuteness of his little angel, agreed. Now, the three of them laid on the futon with Juliet sleeping soundly between them. The atmosphere turned ambiguous as Dan reminisced about what they did earlier in the day. A tent inadvertently propped on the sheets that covered their body. Natalie wryly smiled. Her husband really was a helpless man. To think that he would still think of such things even when their daughter was sleeping between them. Raising her lower body, she stared at Dan and found that the latter stared back at her. Helplessness could be seen painted on Dan's expression. He wanted to address this issue of his libido by himself, but after experiencing Natalie's flavor, he became reluctant in using his own hands. How could he do it by himself when he has a consenting partner to do it for him? He inwardly thought and gestured at Natalie, who slowly moved under the sheets. Deftly avoiding her daughter's body, she undid his robes, and the lance struck her nose. Arranging her posture, Natalie opened her mouth, stuck her tongue out as Dan felt a familiar warmth and suction force pressing on his lance. The sudden pleasure that surged from her lower body struck his mind like a sledgehammer, making him roll his eyes and groan with pleasure. Natalie felt the throbbing of his lance and her attacks. Intensified. 30 minutes later, she stuck her head out of the cheeks, and a layer of body liquids lingered on her lips as he took a fabric and wiped her mouth. Dan stared at her flushed and glazed expression. The erotic scene that he witnessed ignited his vigor, and his limp weapon stood mighty in the air. Natalie knitted her eyebrows. Just how insatiable this man is, she inwardly thought. But before she could dive under the sheets, her daughter moved, and the two were forced to stop their activities lest Juliet woke up. Dan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry as he endured the stinging sensation that he felt and forced himself to sleep, although it took him quite a long time to calm down. With the help of his adorable daughter that closely resembled her mother, Dan finally succumbed to sleep. Daybreak arrived, and the couple struggled out of their sheets. Juliet soundly slept as the couple took their bath together. Inside the bathtub, Natalie sat above Dan as the latter rinsed her hair with shampoo. Natalie insisted that she could do it herself, but Dan was adamant, saying that he wanted to spoil her. However, the sad reality was as a lonely and ugly bastard at his previous life. Dan didn't manage to become intimate with the opposite sex, and had to shower his love to his virtual waifus, such as Kobayashi Kana and Kirigiri. Although he felt saddened that he could never see them anymore, he didn't want to go back to his previous life. After all, even though this world was dangerous as hell at least, he had people that thoroughly loved him. His father, Zaramias, and his little wife along with his daughter was now his world, and he would do everything to protect them. Sighing to himself, Dan felt his weapon standing up, and Natalie, who sat on his thigh, also realized this fact. Turning around, she cupped her husband's chin with her hands and said, "Can you wait until we finish Father's task? I don't know what would happen if we arrive late." She spoke in a gentle and understanding tone. Dan felt guilty. His body's reaction was something that he could not control because the previous owner of this body trained this body as one of the best sex predator. His stamina and innate techniques that the previous guy learned became imprinted as a muscle memory that affected Dan. Dan nodded his head, and Natalie turned around. It was her turn to clean her husband's body. Taking the nearby soap, she prepared to wash him, but she noticed that his lance looked crimson on the tip, as if blood coagulated in it. It must be painful for him. Natalie's expression flashed with concern, while Dan, who noticed her reaction, quickly assumed a pained and enduring expression before saying, "It's fine. Don't force yourself. I can endure this much." His tone somehow constricted amidst his gritted teeth. His actions depicted that he really felt pain, and Natalie's maternal instincts surged. Cupping her husband's cheeks, she said, "I'll help you with it, but can you finish in 5 minutes?" Dan's pained expression disappeared, replaced by a mirthful one. He repeatedly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Natalie stared speechless at the 180 degrees turn of her husband's attitude, but in the end, she still helped him. However, when the two of them came out of the bathroom, Natalie wryly smiled when she realized that they stayed inside the bath for 2 hours. He felt like scolding her husband so that he would not act so spoiled around her. But after remembering the sacrifice that he did, with their dual cultivation session, she could only endure and slowly walk out towards the training grounds where they met a Zaramias whose expression looked dark in anger. "Brat, how dare you make light of my words? Didn't I tell you that both of you should come here in daybreak? And what time is it now?" Zaramias scolded, and Dan awkwardly rubbed his head. Zaramias didn't bother scolding his son's wife, for he knew that it should be this lecherous bastard's fault that they were delayed. Even though I want another grandchild as soon as possible, that doesn't mean that you'll only focus on such things. As punishment, Natalie. Zaramias shouted. Natalie, who was mentioned, stiffened, but she maintained her calm countenance as she said, "Father, you go run around this training ground for at least 15 laps. Natalie helplessly sighed. Even though it was just 15 laps, the training ground was as big as a soccer field. But still, she obeyed and started running. As for you, you perverted brat. Dan rolled his eyes towards his father's words. Father, why are you trying to hurt yourself? Hurt myself. Zaramias revealed an astonished expression. Dan chuckled before continuing. You call me a pervert, but don't realize where this trait of mine came from? Dan cheekily smiled, and Zaramias, who realized what he meant, turned into a furious dragon. How dare you tease your father, you brat? Zaramias manifested his cultivation base as lightning crackled around his body. Dan shrugged. With the help of the system's memory arrangement, Dan knew the circulation method of their family's divine arts, as he also took a similar stance and mumbled, Blessing of the lightning god. Manifestation. Lightning materialized in the air around the two before their figures disappeared and fiercely clashed in mid-air. According to the system, the Longinus clan's divine arts, or cultivation method, excels in speed and destructive power. The explosiveness of lightning and the speed of thunder becomes the vital core of this method. The cultivator's ability to balance the two and manipulate each element could mean the difference between life and death. Both father and son used the first stance of the blessing of the lightning god divine arts, the manifestation wherein they summon the might of lightning and sent it flying towards their enemies with the speed of thunder. Dan threw a lightning ball at his father, while the latter coiled his arms with lightning chi and absorbed his son's attacks. Dan clicked his tongue. Lowering his center of gravity, he activated the thunder element and reappeared beside Zaramias with a booming sound. Upon arrival, he enveloped his palm with lightning and sent it flying towards his father's chest. Oomph! As if that's enough to defeat me. Zaramias snorted, twisting his body. He ignored Dan's attack and clutched his wrist before sending an attack of his own in the form of a palm strike. Surprised by the sudden turn of events, Dan activated Flicker, disappearing from the area before reappearing. But this time, with a fully charged lightning ball in his palms. Chidori! Dan exclaimed and slammed his palm on his surprised father's chest. With a deafening crackle, the latter flew backward, hitting a boulder and smashing it into smithereens. Witnessing his father's bedraggled appearance, Dan felt smug and even lifted a cocky smile on his lips. Beating his domineering father until he struggled to stand up made him somehow proud of himself. But at the same time, he became doubtful. How could he not avoid that simple attack? He inwardly thought. I'm here, my boy. Zaramia's cold voice echoed behind him, and Dan turned around, forming an X with his arms as a roar of thunder blasted him away. Blood trickled down his lips as he struck a nearby pillar. Standing up amidst the dust, Dan spat his blood and wiped his lips, staring at his father that formed come hither sign with his hand. Dan's expression turned cold, and he sped, this time, manifesting two Chidoris with both of his palms, all the while moving in an erratic manner. But even though his movements looked confusing to the eye, Zaramias easily followed each of his movements and could even predict where he would land. There! Zaramias exclaimed. Flicking his wrist, he sent a blast of lightning bolt towards an area 3 meters away from his left. Dan, who just landed there, clicked his tongue and activated stealth. The disappearance of his son made him confused, but still he just stood there with his arms crossed over each other, waiting for his son's emergence. Inside the independent space of distorted lights, Dan couldn't summon an attack or his stealth would be disrupted. However, he sneaked behind his father, laying low on the ground. Dan emerged from stealth, and at the same time, his father smirked and sent roundhouse kick on his right torso. Sneering, Dan caught a handful of dust and hurled it over his father's face. God damned it, you brat, that's dirty. Zaramias, who ate the dust, complained. His kick interrupted, and he staggered backward. Dan took this opportunity. Encircling his father, he threw a palm strike on the former's back, which made him roll on the ground. His father's wretched appearance made him chuckle as he thought about the times where the former repeatedly teased him and Natalie. Taking a stance, Dan said, Still want to have a go? Zaramias inwardly cursed as he stood up. Although he complained in his heart, he knew that when it comes to battle or war, everything was allowed. Because of this fact, he could only swallow his bitterness as he dusted his robe. Be why this time. Natalie finally completed her mission, and when she returned, her expression looked haggard as she repeatedly took deep breaths with her chest violently heaving. Dan walked beside her and wiped her sweat as his father rolled his eyes. "You brat. I'm still your father, but you're not even taking care of me. You're prioritizing your wife." Dan chuckled. "Well, I know that you can handle that yourself. She could also wipe herself. That's different. She's adorable, and you look like an emaciated old man." In the end, Zoramias could only helplessly smile and said, "That's it for today. 18 noon. I will have George buy some medicinal bath, so both of you could break through at least a single stage." He waved his hand goodbye and walked towards the direction of his granddaughter's room. Natalie stared at Dan, who was still wiping her sweat off her forehead, and said, "Thank you." She took the towel from his palm and also used it to wipe his sweat. "Wait, that towel is already drenched, though." She stopped, and upon realization, the two stared at each other and chuckled. Soon, they could be seen walking side by side as Dan cracked numerous jokes that he prepared during his previous life for picking up girls. At first, he thought that he would never have the chance to use them. But now that he transmigrated and even had a wife, he could finally showcase his humor as laughter like bells echoed from the empty courtyard of noon. The couple returned, hand in hand, as Juliet ran towards both of them and gave them her small embrace. Dan became overwhelmed of her cuteness and couldn't help but poke her rosy cheeks. "Were you a good girl? Were you a good girl?" Dan pinched her cheeks, and the child laughed in his embrace. Natalie also went on her own and arranged her ruffled hair, with Dan teasing the young child and Natalie arranging her clothes. They thoroughly looked like a joyful family of three, and it was something that Zoramias appreciated as he smiled. "Juliet, we're going to talk with your grandpops for a bit, so can you play with your toys outside?" Natalie kneeled and said, gesturing at a ball. Juliet obediently nodded her head and carried it outside. Inside the room, George suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shocking Dan and Natalie, who revealed wry smiles toward the strange capability that George had. Dan couldn't see through his cultivation, even with the system's help, and he became a big mystery for Dan. "Young master and mistress, the medicinal bath is ready," George respectfully said. Zoramias nodded his head and gestured for him to leave. With the disappearance of George, Zoramias turned his attention to Dan and said, "Go. Both of you take that medicinal bath together. I want to see Natalie and you breaking through at least a single realm before I send you guys off towards a certain place. Also, stay there until all the liquid is consumed." Dan was intrigued by the mention of a certain place, but since his father looked like he didn't want to explain any further, he could only nod and drag Natalie away towards the bathroom. There, inside the wide bathroom that looked more like a hall, a jacuzzi tub filled with sticky aquamarine liquid could be seen. Dan took his little wife's clothes, and the latter did the same to him. Fortunately this time, Dan didn't have any indecent thoughts as the two entered the bath. It was normal at first, and the two relaxed, leaning onto each other's shoulders. However, as time passed by, a numbing feeling spread through their bodies which eventually turned into a sharp, prickling sensation akin to needles boring through their skin. Dan gritted his teeth in face of this inhuman pain, but still, muffled grunts echoed out of her mouth and his body repeatedly twitched. According to the wuxian novels that he read back at his previous life, when it comes to this kind of bath, one must not lose his consciousness, or else he would implode from the inside. Biting the tip of his tongue, he glanced at his wife and found that she valiantly endured the pain without letting out any yelps of pain. Dan became astonished about Natalie's pain tolerance, and the thought of having his wife surpass him in this aspect made him somewhat somber and determined as he refused to let out any groans of pain. Circulating his chi, the medicinal liquid soon dried up and both of their bodies shone in an aquamarine light. Dan could feel a sensation forming on his navel that felt like an oncoming orgasm, but it was more painful than pleasurable. Holding his wife's hand, both of them focused their consciousness onto that impending release as a rumble echoed out from their bodies. Both of their muscles repeatedly twitched, and it gave off a faint aquamarine color. Apart from that, even though it looked nothing different, Dan could feel that his physical prowess doubled. Even though his skin looked fair like a woman, with his will, that beauty could turn into a destructive force which could annihilate everything that stood on its path. Natalie, on the other hand, experienced more changes. Her sharp countenance became emphasized, and the coldness and domineering pressure that enveloped her body intensified even further. If not for the fact that she was already his woman, Dan would be afraid to approach her vicinity. However, Dan knew that hidden under that coldness was a warmth that could melt anything in this world, and he felt satisfied with himself that he had such an eternal comrade right beside him. With their hands intertwined, they turned to look at each other and gave a small smile. From the middle stages of flesh-tempering realm, Dan reached the peak stage while Natalie broke through the middle stage. Standing up from the empty bath, the two found that they didn't feel the sticky sensation of the liquid that disappeared in their bodies. Instead, they felt quite refreshed and satisfied, as if they just scratched an itch that they could never scratch before. Smiling to each other, the two dressed up and walked out of the bathroom, only to be greeted by Zaramias, who handed them a letter. Upon opening the letter, the two stared dumbstruck at the contents. Tomorrow, the Vice Commander is invited to a field simulation battle. It is expected that the Vice Commander will command Squad A while his wife will command Squad B. I expect every combatant of the said squad should be present at the scene. If not, prepare for the consequences. Behind the letter was Zaramia's blood-red stamp. What the hell is this, old man? Zaramias took the letter from Dan before continuing. This? I was just about to say something about this to you, so come, sit down. He gestured, and both of them sat on a chair at the opposite side. As a member of the Longinus clan, not only both of you should possess the power to subdue your enemies, you should also possess the capability to scheme and see through schemes, along with leadership and the ability to defeat your enemies using the minimum resource as possible. Zaramias clasped his hands together. An amused smile lifted on his lips. Both of you, husband and wife, shall lead these two squads against each other in a field simulation training, he declared, and the mouths of the two gaped in shock as they stared speechlessly at Zaramias. As usual inside the room of the couple, the faint traces of night battles could be seen in the form of scattered clothes. Natalie snuggled up to his chest, and she was the first one to wake up. Staring at the reliable man that slept beside her, she felt blessed that she met such a man that didn't care about her past. His puffed, rosy cheeks that could make every woman feel envy looked adorable to her as she poked. Even if she was older than him for several years, and even had a child, he displayed that he didn't care about such things, and that he thoroughly loved her. How could she be dissatisfied? She wouldn't even mind it if Dan would find other wives other than her as long as she can stand by his side. Natalie's incessant poking woke him up, and when Dan opened his eyes, the scene that greeted him was her sweetly smiling face that said, "Good morning." Dan revealed a satisfied smile, ruffling her head. Dan found her cute and loved to dote on her, even though she was much older than him, as the saying goes, at his previous life. Age is just a number, and jail is just a wait. Let's forget about that. Dan shook his head and returned her gesture with a kiss on her forehead. These several days, both of them tirelessly engaged in activities between husband and wife. Dan felt quite guilty about his insatiable desire. Yet Natalie just accepted it all and endured. He knew that she must be exhausted, and he promised to himself that he won't do anything to her, at least for the rest of the week. Standing up, he deployed his lance adjustment technique and hid his morning wood from her sight. But Natalie, who was familiar with him, already knew that he would normally be energetic in the early phases of the day. Seeing his gesture of hiding his desire of her, she became confused and stared blankly at him. "Is there something wrong?" she inquired, and Dan revealed a wry smile before saying, "You must be quite tired. After all, we've been training early in the morning for several days already, and in the afternoon, we still have that field simulation training that Father said." He pampered her by ruffling her hair and patting her back. Natalie's expression indicated her satisfaction. But Dan's visage didn't really look satisfied at all. But still, he endured and was about to stand up before being stopped by Natalie, who grabbed his wrist. "Are you trying to endure?" she mumbled. Her words contained meaning that both of them understood as her expression turned crimson. Dan's figure froze. Turning around, he stared at her with a guilty expression. "We just did it all night long. I can't just selfishly force you for my own satisfaction." Natalie's heart was moved. As a woman, how could she not want to hear these words coming from the man that she loved? These kind words, akin to the whispers of the Celestials, pierced through her soul as her eyes teared up. Dan, who saw her reaction, became even more somber. Her clear eyes became wet in tears, and Dan embraced her in response. "Don't cry. Please don't cry. I hate it the most when the person that I love is crying before me." "No, you've got it wrong. I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm crying because I'm happy." All sorts of memories flooded her mind, including those tragic and joyful moments that she experienced in the past years, and it made her realize how thoroughly lucky she was that she met Dan, who accepted her without judging her by her past. Her words echoed inside Dan's mind. But still, he maintained his embrace until her tears halted. Pushing him away, Natalie mumbled, "It's fine, I understand your urges. Even though I'm tired, I'm pained to see you enduring because of my sake. As your wife, I have the obligation to make sure that you're happy and satisfied. Please don't take my role away from me." By this time, she buried herself deep under her chest, and Dan couldn't take it anymore. His hormone-driven body exploded as a storm manifested in the room, only calming down when Natalie pleaded to be spared at noon. The entire family went towards the Western Guard camp, and, as expected, Dan was respectfully greeted by the soldiers whom he fought with. side by side when retaking the Azure Hamlet. Vice Commander, why didn't you tell us that you will come here today? We could have prepared a much better reception. The men chimed, and upon Zaramia's order, all of them gathered on the muddy training grounds. Because the current climate of the Empire of Dawn leaned on the rainy days, the roads were sticky with mud, and that includes the training grounds. The soldiers gathered under the cloudy skies without any voices of complaints. As you bastards know, today is the day that we will commence the field simulation training, right? Yes, sir. Zaramias nodded his head. And since I still haven't handed you guys a commander, I will take this opportunity to announce that my son, Dan Longinus, will lead Squad, while Natalie here will lead Squad B. The letter that Zaramias showed the two yesterday wasn't actually sent to the Fiery Blood Army. After all, he had a much better plan to use. The soldiers who didn't know the relationship between the young woman and Dan doubted their ears. Will the commander make us the lackeys of a woman? They raised their eyebrows in suspicions that in the Empire of Dawn, the status of women was innately lower than their male counterpart. Part of the reason was they believed that women should just stay in the kitchen and take care of the children, while the other reason was they didn't believe that a woman could possess a strength that could surpass men. Granted, there were women that were powerful. However, there were also men that were more powerful than them, and paired with the lack of information about the woman's identity, they thought that the reason why the commander included her in this field simulation training was that the woman must have done something despicable for the vice commander. After all, he was known to like beauties. It was easy to trap him in a honey trap, and any woman who managed to trap someone from such a prestigious clan would surely soar in status. WY this time. The soldiers thought of Natalie as a leech who relied on her beauty to deceive their vice commander who looked green and young. Dan stared with a long look at his father, and when the gazes of the two met in midair, they simultaneously nodded. When his father didn't announce Natalie's relationship with him, he already knew the reason why, and that was to have the soldiers underestimate Natalie's ability, and the end result should be something amusing that he looked forward to seeing. However, it would only work if his wife could defeat him in a battle of wits. Smiling to himself, he gathered the 5 men of his squad, and so did Natalie, whose expression transformed into a cold and domineering one at arriving at their assigned location. Both husband and wife stared at each other. From now on, it will be a fierce battle of supremacy for both of them. In a shaded area that could see everything on the training ground, Juliet could be seen eating a watermelon as she cheered on both of his parents. Go, Mama! Beat Papa! Zaramias leaked a small smile as he doted on his granddaughter. Having Juliet beside him colored his life. Natalie heard her daughter's words and returned a sweet smile at her. The members of her squad who observed her all this while turned dumbstruck upon seeing her sweet smile, and they couldn't help but blush under her presence. Calming her nerves, Natalie returned to the task at hand and took the papers that contained information about the strength and weakness of each man along with the information about the game. According to the paper, the field simulation training that they would be doing was capture the flag. Inside the bases of each squad, a resplendent flag would be placed, and the winning conditions of the game was to bring their enemy's flag inside their territory. Each flag brought was worth a single point, and one would need 2 points to win the game. Returning the documents on the table, Natalie frowned. According to the paper, the terrain of the match will be manipulated accordingly to what the commander decides, which means she can't create any drastic strategy and would have to adjust according to the situation. The same happened to Dan's squad. Rubbing his aching temples, he tried his best in memorizing the strength and weakness of his squad members and formulate a strategy which would take advantage of their weakness and emphasize their strength. Soon, 30 minutes passed, and Zaramia's voice boomed through the area. Everyone in the field. Simulation training will now start. The terrain has been decided as forest. All squad, please prepare for deployment in another 15 minutes. Zaramias waved his hands in the air as the muddy terrain shone in an azure light. Soon, this azure light formed a dome which encompassed the entire training grounds and transformed it into a forest with towering trees. Tapping his foot on the ground, Dan found that it didn't feel soft anymore. Instead, it felt rocky and solid. Smiling to himself, Dan felt lucky that the terrain was a forest. After all, as an assassin, complex terrain such as this would make him like a fish in water. Natalie gathered her squad members, and the men obeyed without any complaints. But deep within their hearts, they already sighed in defeat. They knew that a woman like her couldn't possibly stand against the vice commander who showed his viciousness back at the Azure Hamlet. Stephen, Harold, and James go there and dig a hole that is at least a meter deep, encircle the flag with holes like that, and cover it with a layer of soft soil. Upon hearing her words, the three sneered to themselves. How could the vice commander fall to this kind of simple tricks? But still, since she was deployed by the commander, they could only obey. But little did they know that once they started working, she brought the two trustworthy-looking men and whispered to them her plans. The two men, named Danilo and Jeff, nodded to each other as a light of enlightenment shone within their eyes as they thought about their current commander's plans. The more they thought of it as plausible and could surely rake them a good chance of winning this field simulation training. Dan, on the other hand, decided on a straightforward plan, and that was to leave a single member near the flag while the other four will follow him and stick together until they reach the enemy territory. Soon, both squads looked ready, and the 15-minute reprieve disappeared. Both squads prepare for deployment. The husband and wife stared at the distant horizon, and despite the separation of distance, they could feel the anticipation and excitement that they felt. Clenching their fists with the sound of Zaramia's shout, both squads rushed through the forest. Dan's plan was considered as the most standard plan when it comes to playing in this complex terrain. Not only he would reduce the chance of getting caught off guard in ambushes, they could also utilize the greatest amount of strength as a squad. He thought of Natalie as a smart woman, and he never underestimated her capabilities. However, as a man, he had to maintain his pride, and this fight was a fight that he could never lose. Gripping their wooden swords, the group slowly crept their enemy's territory. The rules of engagement and elimination were as follows. All contestants will wear a hit-detecting armor, and when one was struck 5 times, they would automatically be defeated and sent away. Young master, there's the flag. His comrade gestured, and Dan frowned after realizing that there was no one that protected the flag. Feeling a sense of premonition rising through his heart, Dan was too late. He heard the miserable cry of his comrade as his body turned into specks of light. At the same time, smoke rose from the ground and reduced his visibility. Scatter! Dan shouted, and the remaining members of his squad skillfully maneuvered themselves in the complex terrain. Dan managed to pinpoint the location of the hidden enemies and removed 2 members of Natalie's squad. Idiots! Dan scolded when he noticed that instead of retreating, the 4 members of his squad ran towards the flag, stretching their hands in a greedy manner as the soil under them collapsed. What the heck? All of them gave a queer cry as they found themselves stuck before being struck by the remaining 3 members of Natalie's squad. Hiding under the smoke for cover, Dan could only see 3 men. The figure of his wife was missing. Because of him and his squad was too busy looking atop the branches. Little did they realize that Natalie took advantage of this and covered themselves with bushes and leaves, all the while proning on the ground and waiting for their intrusion. Natalie knew that with Dan's personality, he would not stand and wait for his enemies. She simply took advantage of this flaw and formulated her own plan. Dan, who carefully stared on the ground for pitfalls, froze when he heard the victorious voice of his wife behind. Sorry, hubby, but I have to eliminate you. A wind brushed past as Dan ducked on the ground. But as a response, Natalie's sweeping attack turned into a downward one. Holding his wooden sword before his chest, he parried his wife's attack and kicked off the ground, temporarily retreating from the battlefield while taking a good look of it from the higher ground. The 3 men noticed the movements, and they quickly pounced at the tree where Dan stood, hacking, slicing, and dicing. They managed to take 3 hit points from Dan's armor. Only 2 more, and he would die, clicking his tongue. Dan knew that this fight would be tricky, if not for the fact that Zaramia's forbid the use of divine arts or any techniques driven by chi. He could have just entered stealth and secretly steal away their flag. Staring at his cheekily smiling wife, Dan commented, "If I don't make you scream at night, I won't be a man." He puffed his cheeks, feeling somewhat shameful that he got bullied by his little wife. "But if you really think that just schemes alone is enough to stumble me, then you're wrong." Dan stomped on the tree trunk and sped towards the 3 men who snickered to themselves. It looks like Vice Commander became ashamed after being bullied by a woman. They prepared a defensive stance, and when Dan reached their attacking range, they simultaneously sliced. But little did they expect that Dan's figure easily slithered through their pincer attack and arrived behind their back. His ghastly movement techniques astonished the 3 as 15 strikes echoed in an instant. Their glowing and regretful figures soon disappeared from the battlefield. Turning around, he stared at his wife with a slight smile on his face. From now on, this battlefield belongs to them. Pointing their wooden sword at each other, Natalie said, "Hubby, I've been practicing with father, and he told me your weaknesses, so please don't be mad if I defeat you, okay?" A small smile lifted on her lips. "Well," Dan shrugged, pointing his sword and bending his knees, he replied, "If you can defeat me, that is, outside." The soldiers, including Zaramia's and Juliet, stared at a transparent screen that floated in the air. Displayed within were the figures of Natalie and Dan pointing their swords at each other while mumbling. The mocking expressions of the soldiers towards Natalie disappeared after witnessing her prowess in tactics and leadership, knowing that Dan would inadvertently be on guard from aerial attacks. She took advantage of it and hit her squad members on the ground. Even Zaramia's couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. It seems like my son really got himself a solid wife, he inwardly thought. However, he knitted his eyebrow along with the soldiers who realized that Dan didn't have much hit points left. 2 more strikes, and he would lose. Everyone whispered to each other with some even betting for the outcome. Zaramias calmly observed the scene with his granddaughter on his lap, playfully eating her watermelon. Inside the field, both husband and wife narrowed their eyes as their figures sped towards each other. With a swing of their swords, dull sounds of wood clashing against wood echoed as the two retreated, that a numbing sensation spread on both his arms. Dan had the advantage of a higher cultivation, but Natalie had the advantage of hit points. Dan would still need to hit her 5 times while he would die if struck 2 more times. Calming their nerves, they knew that if they eliminated the other party and took their flag, they would obtain 2 points, effectively ending the simulation and winning the game. The two went on a standstill, calmly, observing each other for openings. They knew that with just a distance of 5 meters before them, the other party could easily take the initiative and attack. Scanning his surroundings, Dan knew that once the smoke that surrounded them dispersed, he would have less opportunity to maneuver. And after experiencing the taste of his wife's schemes and ability, he didn't dare to look down on her. Lowering his center of gravity, he utilized the same ghastly footsteps and danced around the smoke. Natalie smirked. She knew that her husband would use this technique, and that's one of the reasons why she prepared these small potholes around their area. After she memorized those potholes, she easily avoided them. But it was not the same for Dan. "It," Dan exclaimed. After about 10 steps, he found himself stuck in a pothole, and Natalie swiftly took advantage of his circumstances, sending a flurry of attacks on his chest. However, when Dan saw his comrades perish before his eyes, he already knew about these potholes. Even if they were not that deep, they could still trap the foot, but in the fact of Dan's powerful lower body, these kinds of small holes couldn't hinder his movements. Slamming the ground with his free foot, the ground shook, and he freed his left foot, all the while deflecting his wife's constant attacks. Natalie smirked. Her sword moved in a strange angle that closely followed Dan's blind spot, giving the latter a constant headache, and without a leeway for a counterattack. Their constant exchange of attacks stirred the air itself as Dan repeatedly stepped backward. Smiling to himself, he turned to Natalie's flag behind him and inwardly thought, "If I'm at disadvantage when clashing with you, why should I?" In the next instance, Natalie became shocked to find that Dan abandoned her and went towards a flag. "Oh no," Natalie exclaimed, but it was too late. Dan shamelessly avoided her attacks and made a run to it with the flag towards his base. His actions garnered the rolling eyes of the soldiers that observed him outside. Even his father couldn't help but awkwardly cough as he stared at his son's antics. But they couldn't really blame Dan. In the face of such aggressive attacks, turning tail and focusing on the objective would be the smartest choice. Soon, Dan's base could already be seen his strange movement. Techniques made his wife speechless as she closed on him. But it was too late. Dan threw the flag beside his flag as a point indicating the objective captured rose in the air. A equals 1B equals 0 inch. Natalie clicked her tongue. "Do you really think that you're the only one that can be shameless?" She sneered and pretended to attack him. But when Dan raised his sword in defense, Natalie swept past his figure and captured his flag before shamelessly running towards the opposite direction. "Hey, that's dirty," Dan shouted, and Natalie rolled her eyes. "Dirty? You're the one who employed this first." Although Dan's speed was fastest, he lacked the mobility that Natalie had. The latter weaved through branches after branches, and using the soft parts of the ground and the thick branches on the trees as her advantage, Dan almost wanted to scream in anger and shame. A equals 1B equals 1 inch. Huffing and puffing, both husband and wife stared at each other. Dan pointed his sword towards Natalie and said, "You shameless little apple. How dare you do that? Fight me fair and square." Natalie couldn't help but chuckle. "Hubby, why are you calling me shameless when you're the one who used that tactic first?" Dan choked in his words. Calming his nerves, he stared at his wife and found that for some reason, he couldn't get a good grip of her, and this realization made him somewhat speechless. But at the same time, he felt satisfied knowing that her wife wasn't just a pushover and could handle everything that comes her way. But still, he had some questions in his mind that he would ask when night comes. Eyes flashing in seriousness, Dan hinted, "Be careful." Bang! Both figures clashed in midair in a flurry of successive attacks. The soldier who observed outside could barely see their movements as they moved too fast, while Zaramias, who stared at them, lifted a small smile on his lips. Natalie was the ideal daughter that she wanted to have. Not only she's beautiful, she also has the mind to scheme and to be shameless. Ruffling the head of her granddaughter, he hoped that she would grow up like her mother, but not like his son. In just under a minute, Both parties exchanged not less than 100 strikes, standing at a distance of 20 meters between each other. Both parties furiously breathed with their chest violently heaving. Exhausted painted on their faces, but their eyes still shone in a light of determination and excitement. Natalie and Dan's armor looked bedraggled and dilapidated, according to the faint light that enveloped it. It could only withstand a single attack before dying out, meaning both parties only needed to land single strike to defeat each other. Gripping their wooden swords, Dan took a posture of sheathing the sword without the sheath while Natalie assumed a standard offensive stance. Dan imagined the figure of Rurouni Kenshin within his mind and slightly bent his knees, holding his wooden sword on his left waist. He used his left hand as a sheath while his right hand readied to release and attack. The atmosphere around them turned cold as everyone who observed outside became quiet. No one dared to give a single sound nor blink their eyes, afraid that they may miss such a spectacle that was bound to happen. Come, my little wife. Dan signaled with his eyes as Natalie's figure disappeared. Releasing his wooden sword, Dan retaliated with a horizontal slash while Natalie sent a thrust. Both parties froze before each other as their figures wobbled. Falling on the ground, they turned into light particles as the entire training ground in the outside world exploded into cheers. The cheers of the soldiers rocketed everything under the heavens. Zaramias nodded his head with satisfaction while Juliet raised both of her arms in enjoyment. With a wave of his arms, Zaramias dissipated the formation that covered the training grounds, revealing the figure of the two who laid on the ground, motionless. Soon, with the disappearance of the formation, the consciousness of the two returned and they were greeted by their squad members, especially Dan, who was even thrown in the air. God damned it, Vice Commander! Awesome as always! It's okay, ma'am. We tried our best. After all, it's the Vice Commander that was our enemy. Natalie's squad member looked somber, but still, their eyes shone in admiration when they remembered the prowess and intelligence that Natalie showcased. Dan stood up, walking towards his little wife. She revealed a small smile. Even though she was defeated, she didn't care for the person that defeated her was her husband. The couple approached each other, and Dan carried his wife in his arms amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. Zaramias chuckled and explained to the astonished soldiers, "Bastards, you better keep your lecherous gazes away. That's my daughter-in-law." Those men that had lascivious desires in their minds immediately shook their heads and hung their heads low. Dan, who noticed their actions, pinched Natalie's cheeks and said, "Look at what you did. Just why are you so beautiful?" Natalie chuckled. "Aren't you the one who made me this beautiful?" "What do you mean? Aren't you the one who kept nourishing me these past days?" Dan shocked when he heard the word nourishment coming out from her mouth. Stretching her cheeks, Dan commented, "You're becoming quite cheeky, aren't cha?" The laughter of the two echoed like bells, bringing with it a joyful and ambiguous vibe. But the soldiers who heard their sweet talks only rolled their eyes in annoyance and mumbled to themselves, "God damned it! Why is the Vice Commander rubbing salt on our wounds?" They silently consoled their lonely hearts. Inside Dan's temporary residence, the couple ignored the voices of commotion outside and tended to each other's wounds. Sitting inside the bathtub full of clear medicinal liquid, Natalie sat on his thigh while Dan embraced her neck from behind. Mysteriously, Dan was void of lust, and he just wanted to dote on his wife, staring at the bruises that covered her arms. His heart ached, and he gently rubbed them, hoping that his actions would hasten their recovery. "Little wife, mind if you tell me more about yourself?" Dan chided in a hushed tone. Natalie turned her head behind and stared right into his eyes. "Hubby, it's not really a good story to listen to." Her tone turned despondent before continuing, "It's just a tale full of tragedy and misfortune." "It's fine. Didn't I tell you that you can rely on me in everything? Since you're my woman and I'm your man, we should not have any secrets before each other." His words convinced Natalie, and she started talking about her past life. When she completed her exposition, Dan's expression turned red in anger. His theory was right. Natalie wasn't someone that belonged to this empire. Instead, she belonged to the distant Empire of Eternal Faith, or more specifically, the Luzon clan. According to Natalie, the Luzon clan was the strongest clan of the empire, second only to the royal family. They held quite a good number of connections within the empire, and Natalie was a previous member of that clan. But when they found that she lacked the affinity to cultivate, and since her late mother was just a lowly servant, she was expelled from the clan and had to fend for herself. However, inside this world where the positions of women were treated as lower than men, she couldn't really find a job and had to resort to being an escort. Wherein later on, she met Juliet's father. When she talked at this part, she couldn't control her emotions and started choking with tears. Dan affectionately rubbed his head on the back of her head and patted her back with his free arm. letting her vent the emotions that she held for the past years. It's fine. Everything will be fine now. All those people and everyone who wronged and bullied you, I will make sure to have them pay a great price that they would never forget. Dan vowed, and Natalie lifted her head. No, you must not go against them. What I said to you only scratched the surface. They are more powerful than you can ever imagine. Natalie warned, but Dan only chuckled. I know, little wife. Even if I can't destroy them completely, I can still make them suffer, right? Natalie hid her expression in his chest and replied with a soft moan of confirmation. Dan lightly smiled, taking a soap from the side of the bath. Natalie insisted that she could do it herself, but Dan shut her down. This is one of the joys of a husband. Can you not take this role for me? Natalie shyly nodded her head, and the couple took turns washing each other's body. Later on in the afternoon, Zaramias finally answered the summons from the Emperor and took the two towards the Imperial Palace. There, they found the Emperor greeting them with a smile. Brother Zaramias, you finally answer my calls. Sorry about that, I was quite busy with the army. Zaramias took a seat before him, and the couple behind respectfully bowed. Let's get rid of all these annoying pretenses and get straight to the point. Both of you, I have 2 recommendation letters here. Take a look at it and decide if you want to accept it. The Emperor handed 2 letters sealed with a deep-sea gold insignia of the Empire of Dawn. Dan knitted his eyebrows, but when he received the letter, his expression widened in shock when he realized the letter's identity. What do you think? Dan, those 2 letters can guarantee you an entrance for the Paradigm Academy, no matter what your cultivation is. Zaramias revealed a slight smile. Dan glanced at Natalie, and the latter gripped his hand, indicating that she would follow his decision. Staring at the letter, it said that the Paradigm Academy was located at the heart of the Empire of Eternal Faith. Recalling Natalie's words earlier in the day, a small smile lifted on his lips and said, I understand. Both of us shall enter the Paradigm Academy and eventually bring glory for the Empire. Both men nodded their heads in satisfaction, and the Emperor said, My daughter is already a step ahead of you and started her journey yesterday. Maybe you'll meet her in the way, and if so, I hope you take care of her since she's quite a handful of a child. The Emperor said with a slight smile, and Dan clasped his hands together and nodded his head in response. This one shall obey. At night, Zaramias summoned the 3 and gave the 2 of them spatial storage devices filled with money and food that they would need for their journey. Zaramias felt reluctant giving Juliet towards the 2, but he knew that his granddaughter needed the doting of her parents and could only let her go. Daybreak soon arrived, and the couple bid their farewells towards the clan, entering inside a luxurious carriage manned by the servant George. The 2 started their 7-day journey towards the Empire of Eternal Faith. According to George, they would need to cross at least 2 mountains before they could see the border of the Empire of Eternal Faith. Dan asked, why won't they just enter using the path near the Azure Hamlet? But George only replied with a smile, before saying that it would lead far from the capital of the Empire. Their journey was a peaceful one, and all the bandits, along with beasts that came their way, were dispatched by George, who possessed a mysterious strength that the system couldn't identify due to the existence of an interference. A tea night near the bonfire. Dan was doting on Juliet when he asked, George, mind telling me just how strong you are? He spoke as he spoon-fed his daughter. Ha ha. George chuckled and bit on his roasted meat. You can say that I'm stronger than your father. Dumb was astonished. How could father hire and turn such an expert into a servant? He inwardly thought. George noticed his suspicions, and he gladly dropped a single hint. Young master, you should not think that you and your father's background is so simple. After all, both of you has the god of lightning's blessings. He continued eating and said, no more tea night. The 2 couples lay beside each other with Juliet in the middle. Natalie embraced her daughter, while Dan ruffled her hair. Hubby, could it be that the reason why you accepted both of those letters is... She stopped and became reluctant to continue. Dan reassured her, didn't I tell you that I will make them pay? Even if my cultivation is low, I still have my own methods. Just believe in your husband. Dan mysteriously smiled, and Natalie calmed down. But when her gaze glanced at his lower body, her expression turned helpless while Dan scratched his cheeks in awkwardness. Ever since they started their journey 6 days ago, they didn't have any time to become intimate due to George and Juliet's presence. Natalie stretched her right hand and said, Hubby, please be satisfied with this for now. I'm sure when we arrive, we'll have plenty of time to catch up. She boldly declared amidst her crimson expression as her hands started bobbing under the sheets. Dan nodded his head and narrowed his eyes, enjoying the moment and sensation that Natalie's skillful hands bestowed. Several minutes later, Natalie took a fabric and wiped her sticky hands. Dan turned around and stared at her glazed and reddened expression. Her slightly opened cherry-like lips gave intermittent hot breaths, and Dan revealed a smirk. This time, His hand sneaked past her robe and executed the mighty hand techniques that he learned at his previous life. Natalie couldn't even last 2 minutes under his attacks before she intensely quivered. Clicking his tongue, Dan felt Juliet movements and had to retract his hands. Natalie looked reluctant, but since she was afraid that her daughter may wake up, she could only calm herself down and sleep. Morning arrived, and the group was awakened by George's voice. "Young master, young mistress, we finally arrived." The group approached the city gates and disembarked. After checking that their luggage didn't contain anything suspicious, the group was led inside, and Dan could finally see why the Empire of Eternal Faith was so glorified as the #1 empire in the continent of Dawn. The group arrived at the Commoner's Realm, the lowest leveled region of the city, yet didn't give off a vibe of poverty. Instead, it gave off a luxurious and calming atmosphere, fitting for those tourists from faraway land. And astonishing those country bumpkins, Dan realized that the Empire had a strict crime control and that people could walk around without worrying whether their purses or coin pouches would be stolen. Unlike the Empire of Dawn where crimes were rampant, the Empire of Eternal Faith looked clean and free of filth. But inwardly, Dan sneered. It was impossible for such a glorious empire to exist without doing dirty deeds behind the scenes. Discarding his thoughts, George led them towards their temporary residence inside the Commoner's Realm near the border of the middle-class realm. "Young master, that's the Paradigm Academy. The master brought this house since it only takes a 10-minute walk to arrive near the academy. George, thank you for everything that you have done for us. I really appreciate it." The couple respectfully bowed towards this old man that helped them arrive in the Empire without any problems. Dan couldn't thank him more. "It's nothing much. Don't mention it, young master." George chuckled and took something from his robes before saying, "The master is also giving this to you. Young master, he says that only use this when you're in the brink of death." Dan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the golden parchment that laid on George's palm. "Imperial decree," he exclaimed, and Natalie's expression, who looked confused all this while became astonished. How could she not know the existence of those scrolls which can exert the full power strike of an emperor? A single scroll like that could possibly save them from perilous situations. Dan received the scroll, and George said, "Young master, I'll be off now. The entrance assessment will occur in 3 days, and I hope that once the young master is admitted, I hope that you could visit us back at the Empire once in a while." He chuckled and retreated, but before he disappeared, he left these words. "The master also says that the master and mistress should work hard in giving him a grandson." Dan's expression flickered while Natalie hung her head in embarrassment. Turning around, Dan stared at their sleeping daughter and held Natalie on her waist, coercing her inside their room. Moans and grunts of pleasure soon emanated, bringing with it an amorous atmosphere encircling the entire mansion. At noon, the couple had to emerge from their sleep after hearing Juliet's cry of hunger. Dan covered her exhausted wife's body and said, "I'll take care of Juliet for now. You relax for a bit. I've been taking advantage of you for these past hours." Dan revealed a guilty expression. Indeed, his pent-up desire paired with high sexual drive combined together, making him a monkey with the stamina of a bull. Natalie wryly smiled and closed her eyes before she fell into a sleep, completely exhausted. Dan walked out of the room and found Juliet on the brink of crying. When she saw Dan's figure, Juliet burst into tears and embraced her father. "Papa, here, here, here." Dan patted the girl's back and took some soft candies from his spatial storage. Dan transformed into a spoiling husband and told Juliet some stories from his previous life, including the story of a beautiful woman with 7 short men. That Juliet's bell-like laughter echoed from the room, and soon, Natalie woke up from slumber and dragged her tired body towards the bath. Dan moved his head closer to Juliet's neck and said, "Oomph, you stink." Juliet turned around and pinched his nose, which made him chuckle in response. "Papa also stinks," Juliet cheekily replied, and Dan carried her towards the bathroom. There, he found Natalie lying on the bath with a wry smile on her face. But when she saw Juliet, who happily struggled in Dan's arms, stretching her hands towards her mother, Natalie's exhausted expression melted, and she joyfully took her daughter and bathed her. "I'll go prepare for dinner. Both of you, just enjoy." Dan turned his back towards them and walked towards the kitchen. Taking some ingredients that Natalie brought for dinner, he rolled his sleeves up and reminisced about the memories that he had to cook nutritious meals for himself as an NET. Since he had no parents to care for himself, Dan had to learn recipes so that he could reduce his cost of living. And now that he transmigrated and realized that the ingredients used in cooking here didn't differ that much from Earth, Dan knew that with his knowledge, he could beat his wife's cooking. Smiling to himself, he prepared one of the best meals that he could cook, red braised pork. Soon, the fragrant aroma of tender meat and the alluring scent of sweet soy sauce, along with a spicy kick wafted from the pot that Dan continuously stirred. Juliet, who bathed with her mother, took notice of this smell and exclaimed, "Mama, it smells so good." Natalie knitted her eyebrows. Could it be that Dan brought someone else to cook? She knew that her idea was impossible. After all, it was the first time that Dan went to this empire. But she also didn't believe that a silk pants young master like her husband could whip out such a dish that aroused her hunger and tempted her palate. Standing up, she wiped Juliet's body clean and walked out of the bath. There, she found Dan cheekily smiling at her with a proud expression on his face. "How's the bath? Are you okay now? Come, I prepared a dish that will surely revitalize you." Dan gestured and Natalie's doubt intensified. "Hubby, are you really the one who cooked this?" She said. Dan faced her, knitted his eyebrows, and said, "Why? Do you want the recipe, or you're doubting my culinary ability?" Natalie didn't say anything in response. Taking a spoon, she scooped a spoonful of the sticky and thick sauce of the pork and sipped. A burst of fragrance and fattiness exploded within her mouth. Natalie couldn't help but quiver, while her daughter exclaimed in delight, "Papa, cook delicious." Witnessing their dumbfounded expressions, Dan followed a certain anime's gesture and said, "Glad you liked it." He even turned his back away, looking cool and indifferent. Natalie rolled her eyes. "Confess, who cooked this?" Dan turned around and chuckled. "You're still suspicious about that. How about this? Tomorrow at breakfast, I'll teach you the recipe." His words reassured Natalie, and since she couldn't find anything to refute, she could only enjoy the meal in indignance. Dan felt his wife's feelings. He knew that she looked somber and despondent upon the realization that her husband was even better at her in chores that could be considered as her job as a wife. The veil of the night came, and the family slept inside the same room, but with Juliet sleeping on a separate bed. Dan once again took the initiative and pressed his wife under him. Natalie stared at Dan with a speechless and helpless expression as she mumbled, "Hubby, in the future that I'm old and spent, will you still take care of me like this?" Her expression turned melancholic, and the sight of it made the latter's heart ache. "What are you saying? Didn't I say that I won't let you go old? We'll stand together and achieve immortality." Dan refuted, but since he didn't answer Natalie's questions, the light within her eyes dimmed. "I won't say any flowery words since I suck at that, but just remember," holding her shoulders, Dan declared, "as long as I'm alive, I will never abandon you and Juliet." His words reassured Natalie, but she once again turned her head away and said, "Hubby." Her expression turned scarlet red and she looked reluctant to meet his gaze. Knitting his eyebrows, Dan said, "What's the matter? Is there any problem?" Natalie turned her attention to him, but she still didn't meet his gaze as she said, "Are you planning on taking other wives beside me?" Her words echoed inside Dan's mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, when he just transmigrated, he looked forward in meeting and conquering beauties, eventually creating the largest harem in the entire universe. But now that he thought about it, Dan realized that having a harem was something unromantic. The idea of sharing your love between other wives didn't click right in his mind. But still, having numerous beauties beside you is every man's dream. And because of that, he found it hard to answer Natalie's question. Natalie took his silence as confirmation. Embracing his neck, she said, "It's fine if you take other wives, and I don't think that I can handle you alone." She spoke in a hushed tone. "Can't handle? What do you mean?" Natalie shivered, taking a pillow. She covered her face and said, "I don't think I can handle your desires alone." Hearing his wife's words, Dan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. But he also couldn't blame himself. After all, he was a virgin wizard at his previous life, and after tasting Natalie, Dan didn't even know if he can still use his hand. As for other wives, potentially, I may marry other women, especially if our feeling is mutual and strong. But I want you to remember this. No matter how many wives will I have in the future, you're my first wife, and you will forever be my priority. Dan said these words which made him inwardly cringe. But upon hearing these, Natalie removed the pillow from her face and passionately kissed her husband. Under the veil of the night, a scene which the gods above the heavens even felt reluctant and embarrassed to watch, unfolded. Apart from Juliet's hushed snores, a pair of hastened breathing and moans converged in a form of a storm which destroyed the room's tranquility. The calm only returned when daybreak arrived. Morning arrived, and Natalie took a bath with her daughter, while Dan prepared the meals like an obedient house husband. He prepared 2 vegetable side dishes and a nourishing porridge for his wife. Several minutes later, the two arrived in the dining room and sat before the table filled with fragrant dishes. Dan wore a smug expression, and as expected, the two were blown away with his skills that traversed time itself. Juliet ate until she couldn't move anymore and had to sleep. Natalie walked towards the backyard of the mansion and practiced the moves that she learned from Zaramias while Dan explored the city. bringing with him a pouch of gold coins that he needed to buy himself a weapon. After asking for information, the people around led him towards the most popular blacksmith shop inside the commoner's realm. As Dan continued his journey, he realized the sheer difference between his home empire and the empire of eternal faith. Just the armors that the soldiers wore that were made of 100-tempered iron couldn't be compared to the light armors that the soldiers from the Empire of Dawn wore. Sighing to himself, Dan walked inside the blacksmith shop and was greeted by a hunchback old man who revealed a small smile upon seeing the customer. "Welcome, respected customer. How may I help you?" His figure gave an aura of nobility as he bowed. Just the light within the old man's eyes alone indicated that he wasn't a normal old man. "Old man, give me the best curved dagger that you have," Dan coolly said and hurled his coin pouch as the old man promptly received it in midair. Nodding his head, the latter turned and walked towards the insides of the shop. Upon returning, he brought with him a jet-black curved dagger, which looked heavy, yet light when carried. The old man noticed his fascination and explained in an indifferent manner. "That curved dagger is called Nye Executioner. It's made with 1,000-tempered obsidian mixed with deep-sea silver and finished off with volcanic. I can guarantee its quality, and your coin pouch seems to have the right amount to buy that without a sheath." The old man lobbed the coin pouch and felt its contents before nodding in satisfaction. Dan took the dagger from his hands, and when he sliced in the air, a buzzing sound of the air being torn apart echoed out. Touching the tip of the dagger, his skin broke as a droplet of blood emerged. "How sharp!" Dan inwardly exclaimed, keeping the Night Executioner in his virtual storage. He turned around to leave, but stopped upon seeing a sign which said that the blacksmith shop was recruiting apprentices. Now that I think about it, I should have unlocked a new subsystem within the Assassination System. He inwardly thought and discreetly opened the system menu. Pressing on the My Account icon, Dan's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, the crafting system that he previously unlocked was there. "Old man, what are the requirements on becoming an apprentice blacksmith of this shop?" Dan said, and the old man lifted his head in amusement, staring at the young man before him that looked fair and delicate. He couldn't imagine him forging and playing with fire. But still, his eyes flashed in a complicated light and said, "Forge me a 50-tempered lump of iron the size of your fist and come back here." He said these words, and Dan nodded his head before leaving. Walking outside the store, Dan activated the crafting subsystem. Crafting subsystem initializing, 50%. Crafting subsystem initialized. Subsystem. How do I make a 50-tempered iron? A 50-tempered iron can be automatically made by the system. The host just needs the appropriate ingredients and place it inside the host's virtual inventory. Wait, what? Automatically made by the system. This is a goddamn cheat. He inwardly exclaimed, returned towards the blacksmith shop, and ordered a lump of iron the size of his head amidst the old man's amused gaze. Returning back to his home, Dan found that Natalie tried her best in recreating the recipe that he recorded earlier in the day. Embracing her from behind, Natalie's figure shivered before saying, "Hubby, you scared me." Dan chuckled, directed his gaze at the boiling pot that she continuously stirred before saying, "This looks passable, but let's see how you do at dinner." Dan nodded his head and planted a kiss on her neck. He took some candies that he bought on the way and handed it over towards the child, who jumped in joy upon seeing her favorite soft candy. Ruffling Juliet's head, Dan walked towards the bedroom and placed the lump of iron atop a porcelain table, opened the crafting subsystem and whispered, "Subsystem, temper this iron 50 times. The resulting product size should be the size of my fist." Crafting subsystem project obtained. Initializing factor values. Analyzing crafting materials. Error. No crafting materials found inside the virtual inventory. Dan slapped his forehead because he became too excited. He forgot that he didn't need to take the material out of the virtual inventory. This time, it worked, and a holographic image of the lump of iron being pounded by a virtual hammer floated in the air. Project in progress, 70%. In just under a minute, the crafting completed, but Dan frowned when he realized that the lump of iron became the size of his fist. However, it didn't look as shiny as before. Instead, it looked dark and its density even doubled. System analyze. System function initiating 50%. System function completed. Name, 50 tempered iron. Description, an iron tempered 50 times. Its density is double than a normal iron, and it is void of impurities thanks to the use of the Apex crafting system. The description written in the air made him incomparably excited. Depositing the iron back inside his virtual inventory, Dan took a moment to calm himself before inwardly thinking, "Not only I can buy items from the modern world, I can also craft items without exerting any effort." With eyes flashing a light of anticipation, he mumbled, "What a goddamned cheat." The next morning, Dan couldn't even sleep well thinking about the possibilities that he could do. Even Natalie was astonished by the fact that he fell into such a deep contemplation. He didn't even eat his breakfast and just rushed out of the mansion towards the blacksmith shop, where he got the lump of iron. Knocking on its doors, Dan found the indifferent old man looking as cold as ever, walking towards him. He revealed a slight smile and said, "Old man, I completed the task that you asked me to do." Taking the iron from his pocket, Dan placed it on the table, and the old man's attention turned on the iron. His eyes flashed in fascination upon realizing that the iron looked different from before. Yesterday, it looked shiny, but now, it looked dark and dense. Holding the fist-sized iron in his palms, he closed his eyes and focused his senses towards the iron. Dan calmly crossed his arms together with an indifferent expression on his face. When the old man's eyes opened, it momentarily shone in a light of excitement, which didn't escape Dan's perception. But when he placed the iron on the table, the old man spoke in a cool tone. "Pretty average at best. Even though you managed to pass the apprentice examination for your first time, I hope you don't get carried away and brag," he thought, and Dan inwardly smirked. Among the myriad occupations under the heavens, crafting or smithing was something that belonged near the apex. After all, a good armor could possibly save your life, and a good weapon could mean the difference between life and death. Dan knew that the old man was taking precautions and was testing his attitude. If Dan was an arrogant young master who took advantage of his position as an apprentice blacksmith, he would immediately refuse admission and send him home. However, to think that he would assess the iron that the subsystem crafted as an average one. On the outside, Dan revealed an excited and relieved expression. Scratching his head, he said in an uncertain tone, "Well, I was quite embarrassed bringing this iron to you. After all, I don't have much experience, and I only managed to make it fist-sized after 10 minutes. When Dan spoke the first part of his sentence, the old man nodded in satisfaction, but when he heard the latter part, he almost choked in his saliva. 10 minutes? Even I would take an hour to temper an iron to this extent. Are you kidding me?" His experience in dealing with people as a merchant surfaced, and he scanned Dan's expression, looking for deceit. But when he realized that he looked nonchalant and as casual as ever, the old man sighed in his heart, defeated, towards this monster of an apprentice that suddenly arrived. He didn't know what to feel nor to say. "It's fine, you're accepted. However, let me see you temper an iron first." The old man smirked and opened the back door of the establishment. Dan revealed an awkward smile and said, Sir, I just finished making that yesterday, and my arms are still aching." The old man turned at him with a stern glare. "Take that ointment and rub it on your skin." He pointed at a shelf where a jade bottle filled with a green liquid could be seen. Dan couldn't do anything other than to obey, and he obediently rubbed the ointment on his aching arm. Dan knitted his eyebrows. He realized that the ointment that he applied not only relieved pain, but also increased the muscle's power and endurance. Scanning with the system, he was astonished when he found the real identity of the ointment that he just carelessly used. Name: Nature's Dew. Effects: purifies, tempers, heals all sorts of wounds under the heavens. A rare find under the heavens, and could only be stumbled upon by luck. Hidden effect: if you manage to find a bathtub full of this liquid, if you take a bath on it, you will re-emerge as a spirit-tempering realm cultivator. What in the actual? Dan hissed. Just the effects of the ointments alone indicated its preciousness. Yet the old man just displayed it on the shelf like it was some kind of common commodity. "Hey, what are you doing there? Come in." The old man threw a fierce glare enough that his white hair stood on its end. Dan returned the bottle on the shelf and followed suit. Inside the room, Dan could see a furnace and a hammer. The old man placed a lump of iron in the fire using a thong. Soon, the lump of iron looked fiery and hot as the old man placed on an anvil. "Come, temper this iron 50 times. The old man crossed his arms together. A small smile lifted on his face. He still didn't believe that it was Dan who tempered the iron that he brought. And to make clear sense of everything, he planned on having him temper an iron on the spot. "Let's see how you can trick me this time," he inwardly thought as Dan approached the furnace. When he held the hammer, the old man shook his head and found that his movements looked simple and lacked the innate gracefulness that blacksmiths had when they work. However, as soon as Dan slammed his hammer down, the atmosphere that surrounded him changed. The old man's eyes widened when he saw that Dan's right arm bulged, and under 10 seconds, he tempered the iron for 20 times. Clang, clang, clang. Consecutive striking sounds of metal clashing against metal echoed inside the room. The old man threw his previous mockery to Dan and stared at him with a light of admiration and worship. Hell, if someone like this guy becomes an apprentice, then what am I? A mere carpenter? He inwardly cursed Dan for his pretentiousness that he applied for an apprentice position even though his skills were this high. Indeed, under 10 minutes, Dan completed his work, and the iron that looked shiny from before now looked dense and jet black. The old man held it in his palms and found that it was void of impurities. His figure trembled in shock, and he couldn't help but cry his eyes out. Dan's expression flickered in shock when he realized that the old man was sobbing, supporting him with his hands. He said, "Hey, old man, what's wrong with you?" Dan took him away from the hot room back to the reception, where he made him sit on a chair. The old man finally calmed down, and he spoke in a deep tone. "Back when I was still at the peak of smithing, I could achieve the same results that you did, but double the time that you took." Hearing his words, Dan awkwardly scratched his cheeks. "I knew it. I should have turned off the system assist function." Since everything was already done, he could only sigh in his heart. "Ever since my father died, my only companion in life was my hammer, and my pursuit in life is to create an armor and a weapon set that could be considered as the strongest among the strongest. However, after that tragic time, I failed and could only hide inside this small empire, masquerading as a small merchant of weapons and as the elder of the Blacksmith Association." Small empire? Dan's eyebrows knitted. "And he's also an elder of the Blacksmith Association?" "Yeah, that's right. I'm an elder of the Blacksmith Association, but since almost all of the elders have their own disciples that they nurture for the future, I was eventually exiled and could only return when I find a disciple. Back then, I told them that how could I easily pass on my techniques towards these people that didn't have the skills to deserve it?" The old man's eyes flashed in a complicated light. Lifting his head, he stared into Dan's eyes and said, "But now, I found you, as a person who possesses such a skill in smithing, and with such a young age like that. How could I let you go now? Not only will I proclaim you as my direct disciple, I will nurture you and make sure that you'll definitely stand at the top." The old man's expression reddened in excitement. Standing up, he looked down at Dan before saying in a clear and powerful voice, "Young man, will you be my disciple?" His words echoed throughout the room, but Dan only revealed a slight smile in return before dropping a bombshell. "Nah, I don't want to become someone's disciple nor a follower. How about this? You become my disciple, and I will help you reclaim what is rightfully yours." The old man's figure froze, and he choked in his own saliva. Dan stared at the frozen old man with a nonchalant expression on his face. The old man, on the other hand, froze as a smile soon lifted on his face, followed by a cold chuckle. The atmosphere inside the room turned incomparably cold, and Dan, who remained his carefree expression, became stunned when he saw the blaring red system notification that floated in the air. Warning: the system has detected the existence of a life form that could easily extinguish the host's life. Suggestion: please stay away for at least a kilometer from the life form. Bending his knees, he concentrated and focused on activating Flicker if something goes wrong. Fortunately for him, the old man calmed down and sat on the chair, staring at him with a cold expression. "It's the first time that I met such a presumptuous brat like you," he snorted. "If I announce to the world that I am accepting disciples, everyone in this entire empire will surely flock over and beg me for that position. But you—" Dan knitted his eyebrows. "I simply said the words that I feel in my heart. If Senior feels offended to what I said, then pardon this one's wrongdoings." Dan clasped his hands together and spoke in a respectful tone. Toward the powerhouse that could turn him into dust with just a thought, he knew how to act and compromise. "Now that you know my power, how about you consider my proposal once again? I promise you that you will definitely not regret becoming my disciple." The old man spoke his proposal, and Dan sighed before replying. "Ever since I started on the path of cultivation, I strongly believe that only those who walk their own path to the peak will surely succeed. I appreciate Senior's offer, but I am suitable to lead than to follow." Crossing his arms together, Dan lifted a smile on his lips and said, "How about you consider my proposal, Senior? Even though I'm quite young, there's a saying that age doesn't reflect knowledge. Maybe you're more skillful than I am, but you can't say for sure that my knowledge doesn't surpass yours." The old man stared at him with a cold gaze. Although he wasn't an unreasonable man, he still felt ashamed about the fact that not only the young man before him denied his proposal, he even proposed an idea of his own. With his cultivation and skill sets as a legend-ranked blacksmith, how could he submit to an unranked young man? He inwardly thought before saying, "I can consider what you said is quite logical. However, if it is true or not, I can't say for sure. How about this?" A smile lifted on his face as he continued. "Since you claim to be more knowledgeable than me, let's have a battle of knowledge. We will ask each other questions in turn, and if one of us can't answer the other's question, they will lose." His eyelids squinted. "Simple, right?" "Yeah, quite simple. So what are the stakes?" Dan inwardly chuckled. Not only the crafting subsystem helped him create weapons or armors, it also had a deep database that he obtained from the Longinus clan's great library. He was pretty confident that he could answer the old man's questions. The old man stared at the fearless Dan with a complicated expression on his face, but still, since he already went this far, he planned on going through as he said, "If I win, you'll become my disciple. But if I lose, then I will become your disciple or follower." Really, Dan couldn't help but make sure that the old man was speaking the truth. After all, after he scanned him with the system, he found that the old man before him possessed a divine soul realm cultivation, a realm higher than his father. Having such a sturdy and powerful bodyguard was something that he could use to protect his family. Smiling to himself, Dan said, "Old man, are you sure about the stakes?" "Yeah, I do believe that in any bet, fairness should be upheld. And to make everything fair, it should be natural to place that on the stakes, right?" The old man smiled, which revealed his pearly white teeth. Dan nodded his head and said, "Okay, but we won't go into turns. How about you ask 5 questions first, and I will answer it?" "That's also fine." The old man shrugged, walked towards the entrance of the blacksmith shop, and flipped over the open sign. "Now we're good to go." "Okay, I'll ask the questions first." He crossed his arms together and sat before Dan as he continued. "When it comes to tempering crystallized blood iron instead of using the highest temperature possible, why is it that it won't melt when it reaches a certain temperature threshold?" Dan pondered for a moment. The question that the old man asked really was a tricky one, according to the crafting subsystems database. The crystallized blood iron was a crafting material that could be formed from the blood of your enemies, by freezing their blood and condensing it into a dense concentrated core. It would form an affiliated material that was 200 times stronger and harder than deep-sea gold. The old man smirked to himself, waiting for Dan's answer. To answer that question, the reason why the crystallized blood iron won't melt when it reaches a certain temperature threshold is that if that temperature is reached, it means that the affiliated iron is being saturated with yang, which means the overbearing made from the blood of people would rebel, suppressing the yang and concentrating once again. He smiled amidst the old man's widened eyes and offered a solution. In solving this problem, one must maintain a temperature that a fourth lower than the melting point of deep-sea gold. Not only that, one must continuously fluctuate the temperature between cold and hot so that the inside the iron won't become agitated. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the old man struggled to maintain his calm. For when he checked his memories, he understood that the answer that Dan gave thoroughly matched the answer from the books that he read from his homeland. He was pretty confident that no one in this small empire should even know about the crystallized blood iron, but when he heard Dan's answer, his eyes narrowed. It seems like this Brad is a scholarly one. Clenching his fists, he asked a series of questions that baffled even the blacksmiths of his homeland. Yet Dan seamlessly answered it without any problems or even stopping by the time that Dan was finished. He found that the old man's expression looked flushed and agitated as he slowly kneeled to the ground. Embracing Dan's knees, he said, why, young master, take this old man as your disciple." He threw all of his pride and kneeled down, begging Dan to take him as his disciple. What was pride in the face of benefits and a possibility of a brighter future? He consoled himself. "Old man, stand up, stop doing that, it's embarrassing." Dan awkwardly scratched his head, and the old man stood up, holding the walls. He calmed his furiously beating heart as he stared at Dan with a light of loyalty within his eyes. "Yes, divine soul bodyguard acquired," Dan inwardly exclaimed, but kept all of his excitement within his heart. Turning around, he frowned when he realized that it was very noisy and that the roads were cleared. The civilians looked at the incoming carriage with excited looks on their faces. The old man stopped and explained, "Young master, that's the carriage that belongs to the Paradine clan, and the one inside must be the daughter of Matthias Paradine, Charlotte Paradine." Dan nodded his head in confirmation. "Why the grand entrance? It feels like they're welcoming a hero instead of a brat." The old man wryly smiled. He also felt that such a welcome was an absurd one, but still. He answered his young master's question with a smile. "Well, that's because it's the first time that the daughter of such a powerful clan chief visited the empire, and the emperor itself planned to welcome her in this way so that she may potentially become attached to the empire." Upon hearing the old man's words, Dan commented, "That's quite a smart move from him." The old man at the side chuckled, and both of them stared at the incoming entourage. Dan knitted his eyebrows when he realized that someone from the crowd mixed among those people that surrounded the luxurious carriage. The old man's expression darkened. From this angle, he also noticed the man and opened the doors of his blacksmith shop. But Dan was even faster than him. Manifesting his divine arts, he sped towards the middle of the entourage, caught the suspicious man, and threw him in the air before saying, "Crouch down. There's a Sid bomber." His roar resonated in the area, and the old man rotated his cultivation base as he quickly propped a barrier followed by an explosion which shook the entire region. Lightning crackled and fire rained down from the skies. Fortunately for them, the old man managed to activate a barrier in time, resulting in no casualties among the civilians. Clenching his fists, Dan's eyesight followed a jade token that came from the bomber's wretched body. Picking it up, his eyes widened as he remembered a piece of information that he read from the Longinus clan's library. The jet-black jade token had an insignia of two bloodied daggers forming an X with a crow sitting on top of a skull above the daggers. Gripping the jade token, he spoke in a solemn voice. Night Ranger Association? Towards this mysterious association of assassins. Dan's expression flushed red in anger. Assassins should only eliminate their indicated target and should not include everyone around the target. Yet the actions of that SICID bomber indicated that he wanted everyone around to lose their lives, if not for the presence of him and the old man. This region of the city would have been bathed in flames and ruins, resulting in innumerable casualties among the civilians. Calming his anger, he hurled the token towards the old man before walking towards the carriage to check if the passenger was all right. Dan stepped inside the luxurious carriage and found the ethereal figure of a young woman whose visual appearance looked to be the same age as him. When she turned around, her phenomenal visage appeared before the former, and his figure froze. Her sharp eyebrows and her slightly moistened contrasted each other, and her pink, cherry-like lips along with her rosy, supple cheeks painted a picturesque scene that paired with her perfect body that looked curvaceous despite her young age, depicted an image which staggered Dan, who loved legal Lolis. But this beauty before him stared at him with eyes full of suspicions and anger before flicking her wrist as she shouted, "Who are you?" A shriek that resounded that of a phoenix echoed inside the carriage, and the sense of imminent danger pushed Dan's instincts into activating Flicker, avoiding the high-temperature beam that she sent onto him by a hair's breadth. His sudden disappearance startled the young beauty, and she warily looked around. 3 seconds later, Dan reemerged from Flicker, and she sent another beam, but it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Dan turned around and stared at the young beauty with a critical light within his eyes. The young beauty coldly crossed her arms while Dan suffused a solemn expression before saying, "Young miss, why must you be so rude, attacking someone that only wants to check if you're safe or not?" The young beauty threw a cold glare at his direction before saying, "Who knows if you're a friend or an enemy?" She turned around and didn't bother about him anymore. But Dan, who received her glare, realized that even though she acted serious and cold, he could see that her moistened and dilated eyes indicated her apprehension and fear towards the sudden explosion that occurred earlier. "Well, you're right about that. I'm sorry that I suddenly came into your carriage, but we're just checking if you're all right." Dan scratched his head and apologized. The young beauty only snorted in response as the old man chimed, "Young master, her protectors are coming. It will be better for us to retreat from here, else we'll get accused." Dan's expression flickered, and he closed the door of the carriage. But before the two of them could walk away, a stern shout echoed from behind. "Where do you think you're going, you terrorists?" His shout gathered the attention of the nearby guards, and they prepared their weapons, pointing them at the direction of the two. Dan's expression went cold before turning around. There, the figure of a blonde-haired young man riding a horse decorated with numerous shiny ornaments could be seen approaching his vicinity. The guards around the young man emanated the energy waves of a spirit-tempering realm practitioner, meaning this young man should have quite a high standing inside the Empire. The young man didn't bother about Dan and the old man as he suffused a worried expression and ran towards the carriage. "My dear, Charlotte, are you okay? Don't worry about everything, just leave it to me. I already caught the accomplices of that terrorist." When he heard that the young man called the young beauty inside the carriage as "my dear," his expression became even colder, and the two turned around. But before they could walk away, a spirit-tempering guard prevented them as he said in a cold voice, "Freeze! You better not walk away, or you'll be accused of terrorism and treason against the Empire." Both crimes that he said were punishable by capital punishment, and the frosty countenance of Dan became filled with annoyance. "I just only want to help, but look what I received." He sighed in his heart, staring at his old man disciple that looked as tranquil as a lake. He calmed down and thought, "Well, I doubt that they could do anything against me when I have such a powerful bodyguard beside me. I'm fine. Ivan, you need not cause too much ruckus of such a simple thing." The familiar voice of the young beauty echoed inside the carriage, and Ivan could be seen chattering around the ladder like a broken music box. When he realized that Dan and the old man were still standing outside the carriage, he pointed his fingers and said, "Look, I just caught the accomplices of that assassin terrorist. I'm giving them to you, and you can do whatever you see fit." At this time, Dan felt incredibly annoyed by the bastard's mouth and couldn't help but reply in vexation. "Giving? Just who the hell are you?" Ivan's eyebrows knitted and his expression darkened. Brat, I even gave you a chance for life, but it looks like you're adamant on going on to hell. He signaled, and the guards around Dan became alert. Enough! They didn't come here to harm me. In fact, they protected me from that explosion and even checked on my condition. Charlotte interrupted and said in a cold voice, But, my dear, we can't be so sure of that. What if it's just a part of their plan on getting close to you and assassinate you after doing it? Charlotte glanced at Ivan, who looked frantic and couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she thought about his stupidity. Putting aside Dan's incredibly weak cultivation, she couldn't even measure the old man's strength that stood respectfully at Dan's side. However, she understood that if Dan and the old man wanted her life, the latter could easily reap her head like harvesting wheat. But she didn't tell this information to Ivan. She wanted him to learn a vital lesson in life, and that was stop being so arrogant and self-titled, thinking that everyone in the world was lower than you. She inwardly thought, Stop being so arrogant, brat. What she said was true. We indeed protected her from that Assassination bomber. And also, just who the hell are you that you're thinking that you have the right to accuse us, Good Samaritans? When it comes to fighting an arrogant and shameless bastard, Dan knew that he had to fight fire against fire. How about you shut the FCK up? Don't you know who I am? I'm a mighty member of the indisputable #1 clan in this empire, the Luzon clan. He crossed his arms together and said in a clear voice which resonated across the area. So what? Does that give you the right to stay beside her and act like her grandpa, or some sort? Dan retaliated, and the young man chalked in his words. His expression flushed in anger, but he still replied, I have the right. Her father, Senior Matthias Paradine, gave me the permission to protect her from behind the scenes. Huh? Dan coldly chuckled. Protect her, and behind the scenes? What kind of joke are you stirring here? Most mighty young master, if we didn't intervene at that time, this young miss of yours would be charcoal by the time that you arrive. Pointing his finger at him. And what behind the scenes? Don't you know the meaning of keeping a low profile? And you came staggering in here like you owned the place and didn't care about the emperor's reign. Dan's voice contained deep ridicule and annoyance, and each word that he sent made the young man's expression change into different resplendent colors. He thoroughly looked like a clown as he stood there with his figure slightly quivering in rage. But when he heard the last part of Dan's sentence, he pointed and said, How dare you accuse me of not respecting the emperor? Guards, capture them for libel. Yes, young master. The guards unsheathed their weapons and slowly encircled Dan and the old man. Ivan's expression turned smug as he thought, Now, let's see how you escape from my grasp. Ever since I was born, no one dared to insult me like you did. His expression looked frosty and his eyes radiated his killing intent. Charlotte, who stood beside him, only revealed a mysterious smile. The guards that Ivan had around him only had the cultivation of a spirit-tempering realm practitioner, and as for that old man, besides that young man whose cultivation I couldn't even see through, it would be a joke if they were captured. Charlotte inwardly thought. Ivan, who stared intently at Dan's expression, waiting for his despair and helplessness, frowned in confusion when he realized that the latter looked as nonchalant as ever. When the guards approached the 10-meter mark before Dan, the old man coldly snorted as the guards that surrounded them flew in all directions, crashing towards the ground with their condition. Unknown that Ivan's expression twisted into shock and surprise, the old man, who looked unassuming and frail, transformed into a mighty general in the battlefield as he said in a domineering voice, How long has it been since a member of the young generation dared to be this presumptuous before me? Everyone in the vicinity froze, and their knees couldn't help but become weak. Gritting their teeth, they struggled under the tempest's raging wrath. Apart from Charlotte and Dan, everyone's expression turned ashen as numerous consecutive dull thuds echoed in the area. Those who dare to stand under the tempest might succumb to its intangible pressure and kneel down, declaring their respect towards the divine. The unaffected Dan and Charlotte realized the gravity of the situation, and the former immediately nudged the old man, whom upon receiving his request, retracted the domineering might. Ivan, who kneeled on the ground, looked pale and ashen, not daring to meet his gaze with the old man. He signaled to his troops, and they sped towards the opposite direction. But as soon as he turned around, his expression turned venomous as he cracked a jade slip, sending a stream of information that didn't escape the old man's perception. Wryly smiling, the old man stared at the beam of transparent light that disappeared into the distant horizon. The people that stayed to watch a good show immediately retreated out of sight, afraid that the divine cultivator may punish them for their impudence. Soon, the people left standing on the road were Charlotte and her troops. Dan stared at Charlotte, and the latter stared back with a complicated expression on her face. The atmosphere turned incomparably silent with both sides, staring at each other in a standstill. Soon, the silence was broken by a deafening boom that echoed in the air as a figure fell from the skies. Dust flew around as the old man beside Dan waved his hand, forming a thin barrier that prevented any dust from sticking on Dan's clothes and himself. When everything was cleared up, Dan found a blonde-haired, middle-aged man whose expression looked rugged and dignified. His figure clad in a fiery robe with an insignia of two vambraces crossed against each other could be seen imprinted on his left chest. His eyes softened when it landed at Charlotte, and when he turned around to face Dan and the old man, he clasped his hands respectfully towards the latter and said, "Junior Matthias Paradine, greets Elder Takamikazuchi." The old man chuckled. It's been a long time since a member of a younger generation recognized this old man's name. Since you know who I am, I hope that you won't cause any trouble for my young master. He revealed a wide smile, and Matthias' eyes landed on a young man with a jet black hair beside the old man. Despite the fact that the young man was standing before a powerful powerhouse such as him, the former looked as casual as ever, and his eyes emanated a calm ripple comparable to that of a tranquil lake. His fair skin and slim figure looked more feminine than masculine. But Matthias knew that from the respectful tone of Elder Takamikazuchi alone, he knew that the young man couldn't be underestimated. I give my sincere apologies towards my daughter and the heir apparent of the Luzon clan's impudence before you and your elder's presence. I do hope that you won't bear a grudge towards us. Matthias maintained a respectful tone, and his daughter that stood beside him glanced at him with an astonished gaze. Her father, Matthias Paradine, was known for being a ruthless, yet compassionate man, even though he couldn't be considered as the most powerful cultivator in the empire. Only the emperor alone could make him speak these words sincerely from his heart. However, when he faced the old man beside the unassuming youngster, her father acted in a manner like a junior would act towards a senior, completely humble, and his arrogance retracted. Just what is his background? A small smile crept on Charlotte's lips. She became interested towards the young man who could command such a powerful elder, and she also admired his audacity and unyielding heart when Ivan accused him earlier. Don't worry about it, Lil Zaramias. Takamikazuchi waved his hand in a casual manner, and Dan, who heard his words, choked in his own saliva. He actually dared to call the clan chief of the strongest clan in this empire as a little one. He inwardly thought, on the outside. He maintained his indifferent expression before clasping his hands together in respect and saying, "Since Senior Matthias is already here, I do think that this young miss here is in good hands, so the two of us shall retreat now." Dan deeply bowed, and Matthias nodded his head in satisfaction. First. He thought that Dan, who clearly had a huge background behind him, would act arrogantly and demand some shameless compensation. But he was astonished to find that not only he humbled himself down before an expert like him, he was also willing to forget about the disrespectful attitude that his daughter did towards such a smart and humble young man. Matthias could only nod his head in appreciation before turning to leave with his daughter. With his command, the disarrayed entourage of Charlotte formed together as they sped towards the direction of the Paradine Academy. The old man and Dan returned to the blacksmith shop, and upon entering, the old man boisterously chuckled. Patting Dan on his shoulders, he said, "I like your attitude. We're quite similar when I was still young, completely unyielding, hot-headed, and shameless." Dan rolled his eyes. "Who are you calling shameless? If I didn't do that, that so-called Ivan will most likely continue his chatter like a broken engine." "Well, you're right about that." Takamikazuchi chuckled before changing the topic. "Now that I think about it, aren't you going to go to the Paradine Academy? It's about time for their entrance assessment." Dan's expression flickered. Staring at the angle of the sun, he deduced that it was close to high noon, and he hurriedly said, "God damned it, I will be late at this pace," he exclaimed, and swiftly exited the blacksmith shop, leaving the old man behind. When Dan's figure disappeared from the shop, the old man cracked his neck and his knuckles, holding a small hammer in his hands. He wore an ash-colored, dilapidated robe and walked outside, heading towards the direction of the Paradine Academy as he mumbled, "Since young master is aiming for the student position, how about I become a part-time teacher at that academy? It's been a long time since I taught people how to forge." Back at his manor, near the border between the noble realm and the middle-class realm, Natalie could be seen sitting on the couch with her daughter asleep on her thigh. When a creaking noise came from the entrance, she coldly turned around and said, "Didn't we have the examination assessment today? How come you are so late?" Dan awkwardly scratched his head. "Well, an important matter happened, and I was delayed. It's fine. There's still 30 minutes before noon, and we can still catch up." Natalie shrugged. "What are we going to do with Juliet?" She turned at him and stared right into his eyes. Dan, who saw her expression, replied with a frown, "Of course, we're bringing her. How can we leave her here and alone?" When she heard his words, a sweet smile lifted on her lips, and the couple hurriedly took a bath together and dressed up. But when they came out of the bathroom, Natalie rolled her eyes when she realized that Dan's lower body had a tent protruding from his robes. Since they couldn't possibly leave the house with him having his rock-hard lance standing within his robes, Natalie sighed. Laying down on the couch, she dragged Dan and said, "Please be satisfied in 5 minutes." She mumbled. An hour later, at the height of the noon, Natalie stared at Dan with a speechless expression spread on her face. She clearly said that they would only do it for 5 minutes, but the lecherous bastard took an hour to finish. Now, with her aching body, how could she still take the assessment? Taking a fabric, she wiped her drenched thigh and Dan stared apologetically at Natalie. "I'm sorry, everything is my fault." The honest admittance of his faults softened Natalie's expression, and she went and embraced him, bringing his head on her chest. "It's fine. I'm your wife, after all." She consoled, but in the next instant she pouted. "But how are we supposed to catch up now? We're at least 30 minutes late already." Dan smirked. He didn't just indulge in his lust without a backup plan. Staring at his wife, the two snuggled at each other with him on top as he said, "Don't worry, your husband is quite reliable, and every time I do something, I have my own backup plan." Oh. Natalie coldly chuckled, and suddenly, her expression became stern. "You won't do something without having a backup plan. Then, what are you going to do if I didn't satisfy you earlier?" Dan's lips twitched, scratching his cheek. He inwardly cursed the fact that he carried a stone and slammed it on his own foot. "I'll just do it by myself." Her answer astonished Natalie as she said, "You can do it by yourself? Is it even possible?" When he heard her words, Dan's expression twisted into a lecherous and vicious wolf. Taking off her robe, he replied in an ambiguous tone, "It seems like this little wife of mine here is quite ignorant when it comes to that. How about we do a little experiment?" He thoroughly scanned her body with his eyes and even licked his lips in delight as Natalie softly slapped his cheeks in defiance. But the glazed light within her eyes and her soft, ragged breathing indicated otherwise. She struggled under the wolf's ruthless teasing. But how could a mere rabbit like her escape the wolf's grasp? Soon, her figure shivered as the wolf thoroughly ate her from the inside. The entire high-ranking echelons of the Paradigm Academy exploded into a clamor. Inside a luxurious and humongous hall located at the peak of Fragrant Mountain, the Grand Elder and the clan chief, Matthias Paradigm, along with the other elders, lined up and respectfully glanced at the approaching old man who carried on his shoulders a rusted hammer. "This is quite a nice welcome. Did you expect that I would come here?" "Lil Matthias." The old man leaked a wide smile which exposed a row of pearly white teeth. The other elders who knew about the identity of this old man revealed a slight smile of their own with their eyes, shining in a light of reverence. Senior could say that this junior, indeed, expected Senior's arrival. Matthias bowed, and his lips lifted a slight smile before continuing. "I suppose Senior Takamikazuchi's purpose in coming in here is to join our ranks of elders?" Takamikazuchi smirked. "Well, yeah, since young master is definitely joining this academy. I will follow him." Matthias' expression flickered when he heard Takamikazuchi's words. "Is there something special with that young man that he could command such a powerful man like you, Senior?" The former who heard the latter's words revealed a cold smile. "Is there any reason for me to answer your question?" Takamikazuchi turned around and walked towards the exit, but before he could walk away, Matthias shouted, "Senior, your blacksmith hall's peak is at the Hell's Furnace Peak, the second peak after this mountain." The former didn't answer as his figure disappeared into thin air, flying like a beam towards the distant horizon. The elders who observed Takamikazuchi's arrogance revealed wry smiles on their faces. The old man was a realm higher than them. How could they fight back? They could only sigh in their hearts as they retreated along with Matthias. Meanwhile, outside the Paradigm Academy grounds, the figures of Natalie, Juliet, and Dan could be seen lining up along with different other students. When their turn arrived, the elder saw that both of their cultivation was at the lowest realm. Scanning their figures, his expression turned weird when he realized that there was a child in between them. Without saying anything, he threw 2 jade tokens towards the two and said, "Since both of you came here late and your cultivation is subpar, both of you are not qualified to be an outer sect disciple. The most that you could become is a medicinal servant." His words indifferent and calm, but Juliet, who snuggled up against the arms of his father, struggled and pointed at the old man. "Grandpa, bad grandpa, don't scold mama." Her innocent voice rang loud and clear as everyone who heard it turned towards the source of the adorable voice. When they realized that Dan and Natalie held with them a dilapidated token meant for servants, they shook their heads, and the light within their eyes changed into disdain. Particularly those who were accepted as a peak rank outer disciple. "Both of you, since the elder says that you do not have the qualification to even become the lowest ranked outer disciple, may the two of you please go away and follow your fellow servants at the side? You're wasting our time." A feminine voice filled with mockery could be heard, and the couple turned their heads towards the source of the voice. When the crowd noticed the jet black-haired young woman clad in a robe befitting that of nobility, their expressions turned respectful, and some even commented about her beauty, satisfying her vanity in return. Natalie, who realized what kind of woman she was, couldn't help but scoff in disdain as she mumbled, "So it's just a pretentious one." She turned around as Dan revealed a smile of appreciation on his face. However, the young woman and the people around heard what she said as the latter pointed her fingers. "You BTCH, just what did you say? Why are you so disrespectful to me when I politely told you to scram away? Are you trying to test my patience?" Natalie found herself pierced by all sort of gazes, but she maintained her calm and indifference before saying, "Young miss, do you know how the saying goes for people like you?" Her words echoed loud and clear as Dan's smile turned weird as he had a premonition in his mind. Juliet in his arms stared at her mother with a light of admiration, and Dan, who noticed this, couldn't help but think if she becomes like her mother when she grows up. The crowd focused their gazes on Natalie as amused expressions surfaced on their faces. Mumbles echoed, and everyone looked forward to seeing her come back as the young woman said, "I don't have any interest towards the sayings in your dilapidated rural village, so can you please step aside and go with your fellow servants?" She condescendingly glanced at her, and the men who noticed Natalie's beauty couldn't help but curse the useless Dan who just observed at the side. However, if they knew what Dan was thinking, they would also do the same. After all, Natalie, his little wife, wasn't someone that could easily be bullied. The smallest dogs always barks the loudest. She dropped this bombshell, and everyone's expression changed. The young woman who walked away froze as Dan's weird smile intensified. "BTCH, just what did you say to me? Are you saying that I'm a dog?" The young woman's expression flushed in anger, and she pointed her finger towards Natalie's direction. However, Natalie just stood there and said, "Did I say that I referred to you as a dog?" She suffused a confused expression before her face lightened up in an epiphany. "Ah, so the reason why you got hurt by what I said is that you consider yourself as a dog." Natalie's vicious retaliation earned the admiration of the crowd, and Dan could see the young woman's expression turning a shade redder than before. "How dare you insult me like this?" Her figure shivered and her expression looked as dark as the abyss. Natalie took this opportunity as she said, "Did I say something that insulted you? What I said was a fact. The smallest dog really barks the loudest." She clapped her hands together. "It's not my fault that you got offended by my words that spoke the truth. Hubby, let's just go and stop bothering this crazy woman." Before the couple could leave, her daughter, Juliet, followed up with a laughter. "A crazy dog." She even pointed her small index finger as the crowd prevented their guts from exploding into laughter. "Who says that you can leave?" She rushed forward, stepping on the ground. She leaped towards the skies and sent a palm strike directly at the child that Dan carried in his arms. If she attacked Natalie or himself, Dan would just block her attack. But since her killing intent was directed at the small, innocent child within his arms, his expression turned incomparably cold, withdrawing his Desert Eagle. He quickly shot before swiftly returning it back at his virtual inventory. "Ah!" A miserable shriek akin to demons echoed out as a hole opened on the young woman's thigh. Dan avoided a crucial artery, so she wouldn't die from blood loss. But he still increased the temperature of the bullet so that it would cause the maximum pain possible. She started thrashing on the ground as the people around them called for the elders, saying that someone was murdering a fellow disciple of the sect. Staring at the young woman who was writhing in pain on the ground, Dan didn't care whether she looked beautiful or not. All that he knew was that she targeted someone that was incredibly precious to him, akin to the reverse scale of a dragon. Towards such a young woman who regarded the lives of other people that had a lower standing than her as a trash, he didn't have the leeway to give any mercy. Instead, he would try his best and teach them a vital lesson in life. And that was to never underestimate the common people's determination and perseverance. And no matter how poor they were in life, they were still human and should not be regarded as garbage. Sighing in his heart, Natalie tugged his robe sleeve as Dan stared at the incoming elder. The elder, clad in a fiery robe of the Paradigm Academy, stared at him in anger. But Dan didn't even look scared nor intimidated. Instead, he just calmly ruffled his daughter's head and waited for the arrival of the elder, who said, "Young man, how dare you do such a thing? Someone, explain the situation in here." A member of the crowd approached the elder and whispered something in his ears which aroused the anger within the elder's expression. "You look so young, yet you already have such a vicious heart to do something like that towards your fellow disciple." He enunciated each of his words, and it echoed out, sending a cold vibe running through the hearts of everyone in the vicinity. "That young woman insulted us first, saying that we don't have the qualifications to become an outer sect disciple just because we have the lowest cultivation in here. At first, I didn't bother about what she was saying, but when she started insulting us along with the other servants in here that painstakingly cultivated to achieve their current achievements, my wife couldn't hold it anymore and retaliated. Dan calmly explained the situation, and the elder's anger slightly dissipated. However, when he realized that the young man before him didn't even have that much of a background compared to the injured young woman who was still trashing on the ground, he maintained the fires of his anger before saying, "That doesn't matter. All I see is that you injured this beautiful young woman of the Verandas clan." Pointing his fingers, "Both of you, come with me and explain yourself." Dan coldly sneered. "So Senior thinks that we should be punished because we have a lower background standing than that young woman?" The elder choked in his own saliva. "What background are you talking about? I'm just here to bring justice for this injured young woman. What are both of you doing, standing there? Do you want me to drag both of you towards the detention hall?" Natalie, who became incredibly annoyed by the elder's antics, couldn't help it anymore, and take the letters that the Emperor of the Empire of Dawn itself handed over and opened it amidst the focused gazes of the crowd. When the letter revealed its contents, a surge of imperial aura descended as everyone's figure shook. A mist of beguilement manifested along with a shadowy figure of a man clad in a brilliant armor that said, "This letter is a bona fide request from the Emperor of the Empire of Dawn. I do hope that this message is opened in the face of the clan chief itself, and $% and $%. The shadowy figure spoke a bunch of intelligible nonsense at the end of its sentence. But when the words echoed in the entire area, Matthias, who was sipping his tea, snapped his eyes open, staring at the base of the fragrant peak. His figure rushed down, and within a matter of seconds, reappeared towards the source of the voice, and there, he found a bloodied young woman along with an elder who looked angry and the young man who saved his daughter. The elder who violently berated Dan couldn't help but stagger backward as he stared at the couple in horror. "Why? If you had such a huge background that even an emperor of an empire itself is behind you, why must you come here in such a low-key manner?" He inwardly thought as he humbled himself down. Under the presence of the imperial might and appearance of the clan chief itself, he didn't dare to be arrogant. The bloodied young woman who was still conscious turned green in regret as she laid on a pool of her own blood, staring at the clan chief. A pleading look surfaced on her eyes as she realized that her vision started narrowing if she could reverse time. She would never provoke these couple and attract a calamity for herself, and no matter how huge her clan was, it was still, after all, a clan, and it could never compare with the power that an emperor commands. This time, she could only hope that the couple would forget about what she did and forgive her presumptuousness. Her intense regret, along with her fluctuating emotions, made her spat a mouthful of blood as her consciousness succumbed to slumber. Matthias frowned when he saw the condition of the injured disciple that laid on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, she floated in. The air and her body flew closer at the former. Taking a jade bottle from his spatial storage device, Matthias gave her a small translucent pill, which evoked changes that spread throughout the surroundings. Her wounds then healed in a visible rate, and soon, her consciousness returned, and she groggily stood up. From the expression of the healed young woman, Matthias' experience in life enabled him to take a quick guess about what happened in here as his expression darkened, glancing at the elder. From the detention hall that looked apprehensive and Dan who looked as nonchalant as ever, he formed an idea in his mind as he said, "This request from the Emperor of the Empire of Dawn is received. From now on, both of you shall become an honorary disciple of the sect." His words echoed throughout the entire area, and even though they didn't know what the title of the honorary disciple signified, when it came from the clan chief itself, they didn't dare to belittle it as the disdain within their eyes dissipated, replaced with complete respect and admiration. Dan sighed to himself. It seems like having a solid background in this world really is a necessity if you want to be respected. If not for the recommendation letter that the Emperor bestowed upon them, Dan knew that they would surely be treated as servants with their current cultivation. The disciples who registered themselves in here had at least a cultivation of the organ-tempering realm, and Dan, along with his wife, who was a realm lower than that, would certainly be ridiculed. "Both of you, come with me. I think someone will be happy when she sees you." Matthias revealed a slight, amiable smile, and Natalie, who heard the word "she" coming out of his mouth, glared at her husband beside her. Dan gave a wry smile as he nodded his head. With the help of Matthias, the four floated in the air as they turned into beams of light, flying towards the direction of the fragrant peak. The young woman who recovered stared at their distant silhouette with a slightly trembling figure. One of her subordinates approached her from the side and said, "Young mistress, should we report this to the clan chief?" She turned to face her subordinate and fiercely said, "Report this to my father. And what can he do in the face of someone who is backed by an emperor?" She ground her teeth in shame and humiliation. But still, She knew that with just the power of her clan alone, she will never be able to stand against the power behind the couple. She understood that if she kept standing in their way, she would definitely be annihilated. All of you, you better not tell any soul about what happened in here, or else. She glared towards the surrounding spectators, and all of them, who fueled the fire earlier, had the same thought. Why would we tell anybody about this? It's enough that we got face slapped, but sharing our shameful deed is too much. The elder from the detention hall wryly smiled. Calming his quivering body, he stood up and despondently walked towards the detention hall, his expression ashen and pale as paper, especially when he heard the clan chief's words that he transmitted into his ears. AQT this time, he could only hope that he wouldn't get severely punished. Meanwhile, at the fragrant peak, Matthias, along with Dan and his wife, descended from the skies. Juliet, who felt the sensation of flying for the first time, joyfully as she said, "Mama, can we fly again? I want to fly like the bird." She gesticulated with her hands, and Natalie chuckled. "Of course we can fly, but not today because the bird is tired." "Okay, Juliet understands." The little girl nodded her head, and Dan, who stood at the side, ruffled her hair. So this little girl of mine really wants to fly. Who do you want to fly with? Mama or Papa?" Juliet's expression shook, and her eyes shone in a light of innocence as her cheeks puffed, painting a scene of absolute cuteness. Pointing her fingers at Dan and Natalie, she said, "I want to fly with Papa and Mama. I want to fly with them together." Her words made the two exclaim in happiness as they snuggled together, happily talking to each other to the extent that they forgot the existence of the clan chief that guided them to this peak. Matthias, who observed them from the side, revealed a small smile. His eyes shone in a melancholic light as he remembered the moments that he spent together with his daughter, happily talking to each other like a true family would do. Ever since he became the Paradigm Academy's headmaster, the time that he spent with his daughter drastically reduced to the extent that she wouldn't even look at him in the eye, making him endlessly sigh in regret when he was alone. Staring at the family of three, he felt that they emanated a vibe of contagious determination which infected his cold heart, and he became confident that he could surely establish the connection that he had with his daughter several years ago. Amidst their banter, Dan finally realized that they had been ignoring the presence of the clan chief, all this while as he turned around and awkwardly scratched his head. Natalie suffused the same awkward smile as Juliet continued smiling on her embrace. Matthias wryly smiled. "Are both of you husband and wife?" Natalie's expression flushed, and she glanced at Dan as the latter nodded his head. "Yes, Senior, we're not officially married yet, but I consider her as my wife." Matthias momentarily closed his eyes, and when he opened it again, a strange light shone within his eyes as he said, "I see. Then that's fine. Come here, follow me. I will lead the two of you in your temporary residence." When the group arrived at the temporary residence that Matthias said, they were astonished to find that the identity of that so-called residence was a mansion that could definitely house at least 50 people. It was too enormous that it would be impossible to maintain with just the two of them. "What's wrong? You don't like my present?" Matthias revealed an ambiguous smile as Dan scratched his cheek. Could it be that this is one of the perks that I can get as an honorary disciple?" Both men stared at each other, their eyes shining in an ambiguous light as Matthias nodded his head. "Indeed, this is one of that perks, so what do you think? Satisfied?" "Definitely. So, Senior, I thank you for this enormous gift, and I hope that you could relay this message to that old man." Matthias, who was smiling all this while, froze when he heard the mention of that old man. But before Dan could continue through his words, a fierce light shone and Dan activated Flicker, just in time to avoid the attack that targeted his head. Natalie's expression changed and Matthias stared at the side in horror. The sudden attack that arrived astonished him greatly, then Dan disappearing from his sight. Diverting his gaze at the source of the attack, Natalie and Matthias saw an emaciated old man, carrying a sword that resembled a katana. His eyes narrowed slightly and his lips lifted in a small smile. Emerging from Flicker, Dan cursed. What the hell was that, old man? He dusted his shoulders, and the gazes of the two met in mid-air, forming an intangible collision between master and disciple. Takamikazuchi approached them with a smile, and Natalie, who felt the terrifying attack from the old man, subconsciously stepped out and blocked the path between him and Dan. The former revealed a wry smile. "Little girl, you need not worry about me hurting your husband," Dan retorted at the side. "Then why did you suddenly attack?" "Old man. Well, that's because I'm quite sure that you can avoid that attack." His emaciated figure emanated an indiscernible pressure which pressed onto the bodies of the three, with the exception of Juliet, who pointed at him and said, "Skeleton Grandpa." Her words broke the silence that circulated in the area and almost made Dan bust a gut in holding his laughter down. Natalie hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth while Matthias had a weird expression on his face. Witnessing the mighty legendary blacksmith being insulted by a 9-year-old child was a scene that was out of this world. He maintained his indifferent expression, but his gradually flushing face indicated his pent-up laughter. Takamikizuchi approached Juliet, and Natalie staggered. Backward, Dan's eyes also narrowed, and Matthias discreetly summoned a thread of his cultivation base, ready to protect the little child. What a cute little child, but why do I feel like she doesn't possess an extraordinary bloodline like you, young master? Takamikizuchi scratched his head and glanced at Dan, while Natalie's expression went dim. The sudden change in the atmosphere enabled the old man to get a hold of some clue, and he quickly switched the topic. Now that I think about it, it seems like it's noon already. Glancing at Matthias, who stood at the side like an obedient child, he mumbled, "Lil Matthias, prepare us some meals to eat." He unceremoniously walked towards the gates of the mansion as the formation that enveloped the manor rotated when it felt his unfamiliar aura. Matthias exclaimed, but the old man calmly sliced the air as lightning crackled. With a booming sound, the formation grounded to a halt, and the group entered with Dan, wearing a wry smile on his face. Matthias stared at the old man's actions with shock evident on his face. The formation that enveloped the mansion could deter a divine soul practitioner like him. But it couldn't even halt the old man's entrance. Just how powerful is he in the end? He bitterly chuckled and thanked the heavens at the old man, and he didn't become enemies or else. Sighing in his heart, he turned around and crushed a jade slip, sending a stream of information flying towards a distant residence. Arriving inside the mansion, the group found themselves in a huge dining room with a jade table in the center. Atop the jade table were fruits with different sizes that emanated the light of spiritual chi. With just a look, Dan knew that those fruits should be spiritual fruits that could only be planted in certain conditions. He plucked them and fed Juliet and his wife, while he himself ate like a slouch, not minding the presence of the powerhouse before them that didn't seem to mind their lack of manners. This is awesome. Eating a single fruit gives me the sensation of breaking through. Juliet, who possessed an average talent and physique, gradually improved in terms of cultivation talent just from eating these fruits. After they were done taking their snacks, the old man finally spoke. "Since it seems like both of you are full already, I am here to discuss with you the matters about this jade token." The old man took the jade token of the Night Rangers Association from his robe and placed it above the table. He glanced at Natalie, and Dan nodded his head. "It's fine. My wife isn't someone that is a stranger, so it's fine." He reassured the old man, and the latter started talking. "It seems like that young miss from the Paradigm clan has a huge bounty above her head." Dan's expression didn't change much. He had guessed this much, but since he didn't know how much was her bounty, he asked, "How much is that huge bounty?" "At least 100,000 gold coins." The amount changed the expression of the husband and wife as the two of them stared at the old man with widened eyes. 100,000 gold coins were at least a decade worth of money that Dan's household would earn, and placing that much above the head of someone could be considered as overkill and would surely attract the eyes of those assassins whose aim for killing people was money. But there's a certain issue that bothered Dan. If that's the case, why was that young miss still alive? Didn't believe that the Night Ranger Association, with such a deep history behind them, would be that incompetent. You must be wondering about why their target was still alive, right? The old man accurately guessed Dan's thought, and the latter nodded in response. "That's because let me explain that, senior." Matthias' voice interrupted from the side, and his figure materialized in the air beside them. Dan glanced at the arriving Matthias, and the latter stood before them as he said, "That's because my daughter possesses a unique physique constitution called the Soaring Phoenix Physique. This gave her an excellent disposition for our clan's divine arts, however." Matthias' eyes flashed in a critical light. "It's also because of this cultivation that she's being targeted. The reason is she could become a cultivation furnace, which gives at least 100 times of the benefits that you could acquire from using an average girl as your furnace." "Cultivation furnace?" Dan mumbled under his breath as his eyes widened in shock. Natalie looked visibly shaken, and her daughter in her arms became silent. "Yes, that's right. The employer of that mission was a necromancer. He wants my daughter dead so that he could use my daughter as a cultivation furnace whenever he wants without any possible resistance." At this time, Matthias' expression looked dark and reddened in anger. But Dan knitted his eyebrows as he asked, "If that's the case, why didn't you accompany her when she arrived at this city?" Dan felt that it was weird that he didn't accompany his daughter when she arrived at this city. Doing that thing was akin to announcing his daughter's unpreparedness. "Of course I did that to lure out those bastards plotting behind the scenes. But who would have thought that they would use a SI-SID bomber in their assassination?" At this time, Dan's eye lit in enlightenment. So that's the reason why that carriage looked unnecessarily decorated. When Dan heard Matthias' words, he understood that someone that loved his daughter like him would surely not place his daughter in any kind of danger without any protection. Nodding his head, Dan said, Then, why are you telling this to me, Senior? Could it be that there's something that I can do in this matter? Don't forget that I'm just a cultivator with the lowest cultivation in this sect. The old man and Matthias stared at each other as the latter sighed. You do know that necromancers has an affinity for Een, right? Dan nodded in confirmation. Necromancers who summon the dead from their graves always has an affinity for Een. But why would he ask something so obvious? But this time, Natalie interrupted. Could it be that you want to utilize my husband's divine arts to finish that necromancer off? Matthias's figure shook, and the old man stared at Natalie with a light of satisfaction within his eyes. There is a saying in this continent that says, a strong husband is the wife's bastion, but an intelligent and tactful wife is the husband's greatest support. Now that he witnessed Natalie's intelligence, he realized that the saying befitted her. Dan glanced at Natalie and nodded his head. Indeed, with the divine arts of the Longinus clan, blessing of the lightning god, he was the ultimate of all Een-affiliated enemies. Matthias stared at Dan with a hopeful light within his eyes while the old man looked bored as he placed both of his hands on the back of his head. Emerging from his contemplation, Dan stood straight and crossed his arms together as he said in a clear voice, what Senior said is right, but what benefit I could get from such a dangerous endeavor? Do you expect me to stake my life for nothing? His words echoed throughout the dining room as the figures of the two powerhouses froze. In a region somewhere at the northern outskirts of the Empire of Eternal Faith, all sorts of cries from powerful beasts could be heard, and the earth itself would tremble upon their movements. However, inside a certain valley deep within the mountains, no such cries could be heard. Only an eerie silence along with a mist which reduced visibility and the coldness of the air could be felt. An existence of a thriving life form should be impossible under such circumstances. However, at this time, a middle-aged man clad in a jet-black robe could be seen standing atop the valley. His face covered by his hood was indiscernible except for the fact that his eyes shone in a terrifying crimson light, that he stretched his arms out and a sensation of death manifested in the air. Everything around him turned murky and the mist that enveloped the valley turned thicker. Suddenly, the earth intensely trembled as numerous skeleton parts emerged from the soil. The soil broke and the earth continued trembling. Soon, the numerous skeleton fragments on the ground stuck against each other, forming a magnificent figure of a phoenix. Finally, I have finally completed it. He evilly chuckled. The crimson eyes inside the robe shone in a light of avarice. There's only one thing left, and that is the entire blood, essence, and soul of that young woman. He turned around, leaving the 20-meter-tall carcass of the phoenix behind as he walked toward a certain direction. Back at the Paradigm Academy, Dan's lips lifted into a small smile as he stared at the astonished Matthias. The old man, Takumi Kazuchi's expression looked indescribable, but he soon laughed out loud. Yeah, that's it. What are you going to do now, Lil Matthias? He powerfully patted the shoulders of the still astonished Matthias as the latter bitterly smiled. Sigh. Lifting his head, he stared into Dan's eyes as he declared, You're right that I can't possibly expect you to risk your life without any benefits. He glanced at Takumi Kazuchi before saying, I also don't think that any kind of armor nor weapons can satisfy you since you have legendary blacksmith right at your side, however. He clasped his hands together, and the air around him changed as Dan stared at the former with a light of expectations within his eyes. I have some pills that can help you improve your constitution and innate talent along with your cultivation that I am confident that if you take these pills, you can instantly reach the next realm. However, this can only be taken once, and will cause you an intense pain that will surely kill you if you can't endure. Matthias revealed a sly smile on his face. Takumi Kazuchi glanced at his master, and Natalie stared at her husband. Dan knew about his pain tolerance. However, right now, he desperately needs strength so that he could protect those people close to him and prevent harm from coming in their way. Clenching his fists, he declared, That's fine, I'll take that so-called pills of yours, and I will also cooperate with you. Matthias sighed in relief as he took a jade bottle from his spatial storage device, as he said, This will be the first round of reward. More rewards will come after we kill the necromancer. Oh, this is some good stuff. Takumi Kazuchi commented, and Dan analyzed the pills with the system. Name: Tyrannical Strength Increasing Pills. Effect: forcibly raises the cultivation of the eater. Only works under the spirit tempering realm. Hidden effect: if two such pills are eaten at the same time, there's a great chance that it would cleanse the eater's blood from impurities. Dan's eyes shone in a strange light. Taking the jade bottle, Matthias said, We will start planning everything out after you break through. For the meantime, prepare yourself and don't disappoint your master. He glanced at Takumi Kazuchi and respectfully bowed before disappearing into thin air. So what are you going to do now, young master? Are you planning on eating that pill? Takamikazuchi chimed in along with Natalie, who said, Hubby, I don't think killing the necromancer is a job that is so urgent. If possible, I hope that you don't eat that pill. Juliet raised her small hand and affectionately held his shoulders, indicating her feelings towards the matter. In response, Dan gave a small smile. Natalie, the thing that we need right now is power so that we won't be bullied no matter where we go. Second, we need money to comfortably live our right. And third, we need status so that we can exert our influence over our enemies, especially that certain clan. When Dan mentioned that certain clan, a hint of anger surfaced on Natalie's expression, which she quickly dissipated. Glancing at her husband's expression, he looked tranquil, yet his eyes shone in a light of utmost determination. Taking the jade bottle with him, Dan said, Old man, is there any way to lessen the pain caused by this? Or if not, what kind of pain does this do? Takamikazuchi gave a small smile. Well, there's not much of a way to reduce the pain that it causes since it's from the inside of your body. However, the kind of pain that it gives is akin to a fiery volcano. So it's a pain filled with yang, then? The old man nodded his head and Dan revealed a small smile. Because of this affair, the group didn't have the appetite to eat except Juliet that Dan happily spoon-fed. The night soon came, and Dan sneaked out from the mansion at daybreak. He walked slowly and extinguished his presence. However, when he reached the gates of the academy and readied himself to scale it, he saw the figure of a purple-haired young woman whose body looked golden under the light of the sunrise. Her expression looked somewhat pale, yet her eyes shone in anticipation as he leaped towards the other side. Dan, who saw her actions, hurriedly followed suit, but to his astonishment, all that he could see was her trail, and when he lifted his head to stare at the distance, where he saw her figure that looked like a dot. How fast! He inwardly cursed and activated the system's abilities, tracking her movements. He slowly leaped from the walls of the academy and ran towards her direction while closely following her trails. Daybreak ended and the sun illuminated the entire world. Dan, who kept trailing Charlotte, finally stopped when he realized that she took a break and removed her robe from her body. Taking a plate-like object from her spatial storage device, she infused it with her chi as resplendent lights flew from the plate and struck her face. When the light dissipated into her face, Dan could see her figure visibly transforming. From a beautiful young woman, she became a woman whose visual appearance looked like she was in her mid-20s. After transforming, she took her clothes off, and Dan, who observed her from the side, momentarily looked away. After the rustling of clothes from her direction ended, Dan turned around and found a young auntie whose visage didn't look too beautiful nor ugly. In fact, her eyes that shone in a light of tenderness could fool anyone if they didn't know about her transformation. Charlotte calmly walked away from the secluded area, and she continued her journey. She eventually stumbled upon a small village where numerous kids could be seen playing on the streets. The children drew a line on the ground, and they happily skipped over it while humming a tune. Look, Sister Vanessa is here. One of the children shouted, and all of them turned around as they ran towards Vanessa, all the while carrying a smile on their faces. Witnessing the smiles on the children's face, Vanessa couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, this time, Sister bought many candies so all of you guys can eat. She took a small pouch from her bag and handed over small white candies that looked like hardened condensed milk. The children happily ate, and Vanessa rubbed their head. One by one, a small smile lifted on her lips as she talked with the little kids. Her previous haughty and cold countenance replaced with an innocent and adorable one as she told the children some stories and tales. Soon, the temperature that descended from the sun intensified, and the children have to go back to their village to eat some lunch. Vanessa bid them all farewell and promised that she would definitely be back for tomorrow, and she would bring more candies for them to eat. Dusting her clothes, Vanessa turned around to leave, her footsteps quick, and she returned back to the secluded area where she transformed. But this time, she didn't return to her previous visage. Instead, she looked at the nearby shrubs and coldly said, Bastard that kept following me all this while, you better come out and explain yourself. Dan, who sat atop a tree branch, shivered. But when he realized that she wasn't looking at him, he calmed down and followed her line of sight, wherein a figure of a young man whose visual appearance looked 16-17 appeared. The young man looked average, and his clothes that looked faded gave him the impression of a teenage farm boy inside the village. However, when he stepped forward, a vicious smile lifted on his lips as he clapped his hands together. Dan's expression changed. He realized that the young man's movements looked stiff and mechanical, and his arms that he raised in the air were encircled with flies. Staring at the young man's smile and his emotionless eyes, Dan concluded in his mind, It's a zombie. Could this be the work of that necromancer? Dan calmed himself, but still, he took his dagger and Desert Eagle and aimed the handgun at the young man. Young princess of the Paradigm clan, You already know that I am pursuing you, but instead of running away, you stayed here and waited for us to encircle you." The young man spoke in a hoarse voice. Charlotte sneered. "I still haven't forgotten the fact that you bastards tried to cause a disaster inside the city. Ever since such a huge attack occurred, I already knew that it should be me that is your target." A soft sword materialized in the air, and when it landed in Charlotte's palm, IT hummed in excitement as she pointed it at the young man. "As someone who possessed the physique that we wanted, it's of course you that is our target." The young man waved his hand, and Dan could see that for a moment. The world turned monochrome and seemed to freeze. "I shall not waste any more words towards you that will soon be dead. My minions, attack. Remember the formation?" With his command, the earth trembled as countless hands stuck out onto the ground. Charlotte calmly stood there, with her expression indifferent, awaiting the emergence of the undead troops. The undead that the young man summoned composed of people clad in an ominous jet-black energy. And when they emerged from the ground, they hastily formed a diamond-like formation that rotated as they walked. Dan's expression turned solemn. One of the incredible traits of the undead was their inability to feel pain nor any emotions. In other words, they were the perfect meat shields or weapons of murder. The huge disadvantage that the undead had was that they had an abysmal intelligence. But witnessing these group of undead, Dan could feel that each of their movements was calculated and that they should not be underestimated. His eyebrows knitted. Despite the fact that she was surrounded by a group of intelligent undead, Charlotte remained calm. Just what was her trump card? What did she rely on to maintain that state of mind despite such dire circumstances? Dan kept his worries to himself and observed the fight. As soon as the undead approached the area around Charlotte, silvery sword lights flashed, and the limbs of the approaching enemies fell on the ground. The troop grounded to a halt. But when Dan thought that everything was over, that eerie black energy connected the limbs from the severed area, and the troop once again stood up, rushing towards Charlotte's direction. Several minutes passed, and Charlotte finally felt the exhaustion from fighting a troop that could not die nor feel pain. Holding a jade slip in her palm, she crushed it, but her expression turned pale when she realized that her teleportation device didn't work. "Ha ha!" The young man viciously laughed. "Don't be so cold, little princess. I already sealed the surrounding space so that any spatial device couldn't tear through it. Any escaping artifact that you have is useless inside this space." The young man even leaned on a nearby tree and watched Charlotte fall into despair as minutes passed by. Another 15 minutes later, Charlotte finally took her trump cards in the form of a plate and tapped on IT. As soon as she pressed the plate, it flew up in the air and deflected all the incoming undead away as a transparent barrier separated her from the outside. "Futile." The young man coldly spat, and he personally made his move. Disappearing from his initial location, he appeared above the barrier and sent a palm strike. Clang! A sound of a dull object striking metal echoed, and as soon as it reverberated, the barrier cracked and eventually collapsed to pieces with Charlotte coughing blood as she staggered. Holding her soft sword, she sliced the undead around her, but still, she became overwhelmed, and when the young man noticed that she couldn't fight back anymore, he lightly chuckled and reappeared before her. Dan, whose expression looked pale with his forehead sweating bullets, finally heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the young man's perception retracted inside her body. The reason why he didn't intervene in the fight earlier was that the young man kept a revolving barrier around him and Charlotte, which would trigger upon detecting any foreign movements. But now that he took that barrier away, it was time for Dan to show him the horror of modern weaponry. Infusing his Desert Eagle with his young, rich thunder chi, Dan carefully aimed at the young man and pulled. Bang! Before Dan pulled the trigger, he took a look at the young man's stats and found that his true identity was just an Elder Lich, an undead creature capable of controlling hordes of undead for his bidding. However, the Lich's cultivation was a realm higher than Dan, meaning he couldn't afford a frontal clash, else he would die with a single strike. After all, even if his flesh could resist the attack, his organs would collapse. Inspecting the barrier, Dan realized that it still has 2 hours before it would automatically dissipate. Infusing his Desert Eagle with his young, rich thunder chi, Dan carefully aimed at the Lich and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening roar echoed, followed by a wretched cry as a hole the size of a bullet bore its way on the back of the young man. Lightning crackled, and the flesh of the young man melted. "Who the FCK is there?" The young man angrily turned around and screamed in a grating voice. However, after he pulled the trigger, Dan instantly activated stealth, effectively escaping from the Lich's perception. Reappearing in another direction, he shot, and the Lich turned around once again, only to find nothing, which greatly infuriated it. Come out, you bastard!" The Lich howled to the skies, and Charlotte knitted her eyebrows, staring at the back of the young man. She found that it was riddled with numerous holes that crackled with lightning. Her frown intensified, and she stared at the area, awaiting the arrival of that mysterious assailant that infuriated her enemy. Bang! Another gunshot that broke the sound barrier itself whistled past her gaze. Charlotte followed the lightning trail and momentarily found the smiling figure of a young man whom she recognized as she mumbled, "He's the one who saved me. Why is he here?" She calmed herself down and observed the finesse that the young man utilized in attacking his opponent. Dan clicked his tongue. The Lich had quite the intelligence. Ever since his 10th attack started, the former started catching up this location by sending fragments of Yin Chi flying in all directions. At this time, Dan also needed to factor the arrival of those fragments so that he could safely evade before he could shoot. The combined mental strength and physical fatigue quickly took over his mind. Gritting his teeth, he took another Desert Eagle and dual-wielded it. Even if the consumption of chi would double, that wouldn't matter as long as he can reduce this bastard's fighting capability to the minimum. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive gunshots echoed, followed by the intensified, ghastly shriek of the Lich. Dan quickly tumbled down, barely evading a fragment of the bastard's chi. Glancing at his peripheral vision, he realized that he would run out of chi before he could reduce the bastard's HP to the red region. Assessing his current battle prowess and his enemy, Dan knew that he had to stop using stealth or else his chi reserves would run out. Holding a branch, Dan kicked in the air and turned, pointing his gun. He shot as his body that twisted in the air evaded another fragment of chi. Charlotte, who stared at his calculated movements, and the increasingly enraged young man whose expression looked distorted and inhumane, thus Charlotte's mouth couldn't help but widen in amazement. Just who is this young man? How is he so good at this? Even when his cultivation is at the lowest realm, he managed to step over a realm in battle against his enemy, toe-to-toe. But now that she analyzed it, the young man had a natural advantage against the necromancer. After all, his divine arts was affiliated with Extreme Yang, the natural nemesis of all Yin beings under the heavens. But even so, it was an excellent feat, his fearlessness and stoic appearance. Charlotte didn't realize it at first, but all of it was imprinted deep within the recesses of her mind. The gunshots in the area intensified as numerous holes found its way at the Lich's body. Soon, its flesh looked mangled, and some of its limbs looked like they would fall from its root. But at the same time, Dan's expression didn't look well off either. His average constitution showed its downside, his forehead dotted with beaded sweat, and his face looked pale. The hand that held the trigger of both his guns trembled, and his shoulders ached. Huffing and puffing, he took a moment to regain his energy, but that moment revealed an opening that the Lich took advantage. "Gotcha!" The Lich hoarsely screamed in excitement as it extended its hand, sending a beam of frigid chi towards Dan's chest. The latter's eyes widened, and with a sidestep, he avoided most of the chi, but his expression turned paler in pain when the attack grazed him. He madly ran towards the barrier as the Lich chased him from behind. Running in an erratic trajectory, that he managed to dodge all the incoming beams of frigid chi and landed inside the barrier on his butt. Sighing in relief, he glanced at Charlotte and said, "Do you have any water with you?" His smile as casual as ever, as if he didn't enter a life and death battle with the Lich earlier. Charlotte replied, "Water. I have 2 gourds of water here. You can take one." She revealed a small smile before taking a gourd and handing it over at Dan, who chugged it down. The two engaged in a small banter, with Dan asking some questions and the latter politely answering. In the end, Dan sighed his heart. With what he witnessed earlier with the kids, it seems like everyone greatly misunderstood Charlotte. She wasn't a cold, arrogant, and spoiled young woman. She was just someone that wants to live a regular life. A regular life where everyone regarded her as an equal, not a goddess. The Lich outside the barrier stared at the chuckling duo with a light of shame and anger within his eyes. How dare they ignore me? How dare they ignore someone like me? The bringer of death and the harvester of souls. The Lich inwardly growled and flicked his wrist. The surrounding undead madly intensified their attacks. But unfortunately for the former, the duo completely ignored his presence and continued talking to each other like nothing. The continuous banging sounds on the barrier didn't do anything to disturb the two, as they chatted like old friends that just met each other. Finally, an hour later, the two stopped their banter and Dan scanned the area. "Charlotte, can you use your spatial artifact yet?" Charlotte shook her head. No, the bastard used a high lever formation to lock everything in a 3-kilometer radius. So that means if we escape from here for about 3 kilometers, we can escape the range of that formation, and you can activate the spatial artifact. Charlotte's figure shook, and he stared at the latter, whose lips lifted into a defiant smile. "What are you planning? Could it be that you're planning on fighting with him?" Is he crazy? That guy is an organ-tempering practitioner and is a realm higher than yours. Are you mad? Charlotte furiously thought, but Dan replied with a single nod of his head as he escaped the barrier. Come back. Charlotte reached her hand out, but Dan shook his head. There's no other choice when that barrier dissipates. We will eventually fight with him, so why not fight him now, so we won't give him a chance to recuperate? Dan took both of his Desert Eagle and rushed towards the Lich, who started viciously laughing. Ha ha! The Lich stretched its bony arms towards the skies. How foolish, such creatures daring to attack the mighty me. Pointing at Dan, it grimly said, Face your death. A surge of frigid chi exploded from its index finger, flying in high speed at Dan's chest. But contrary to Charlotte's expectations, Dan didn't evade the frigid chi as it struck his chest, sending him flying towards a tree which exploded into fragments as a result. Done? Charlotte clicked her tongue, clenching her fists until it turned purple. She prepared herself to come out, but Dan shouted, Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you that I have certain plan to kill this guy? So just stay there obediently and watch me annihilate this bastard. His shout intensified his injuries, and he coughed another mouthful of blood. His vision started swimming, but he kept his defiant and courageous smile as he stood up, glancing at his peripheral vision. His eyes shone in a light of determination before rushing back at the Lich. I didn't expect that you would be such a cockroach. But this is the end. Time to face your death, and welcome to my army. The Lich stretched its palm, and an attack that was bigger than before surged towards Dan's body. The attack melted Dan's chest, and in an attempt to dissipate some of the force, Dan kicked off the ground and flew backward, rolling on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Charlotte held her hand on her mouth. Gritting her teeth, she unsheathed her soft sword and raised it in the skies, aiming at the barrier in an attempt to destroy it and rush at his side. Do you really think that you've won? Undead Lich. Dan's cold voice echoed, and the Lich stopped its approach, its expression indiscernible, but the disturbed air around it indicated its shock and surprise. This bastard is still alive? It inwardly thought that Dan's vision looked dark, and the only thing that he could see was the Lich's figure that stared at him with surprise. Lifting his trembling arms, he stared at a system notification in the air as he mumbled, Rage gauge full. Do you want to activate? Y/NS.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.